pie. This story was born as I was hungry, which has this story was born as I was hungry. You know, always as like, which one is it? And also, it doesn't work particularly as a sentence. It doesn't stand out. It's neither here nor there. So I never particularly liked it. But I couldn't think of anything better, and I just moved on. So I don't know the answer to that. I guess each time, you know, you obviously want to do some draw, either an interesting character, an interesting turn of phrase. Sometimes dialogue is a good way to start, because right away you're in media res, in the middle of the action. I don't know, it just has to work somehow.
Tell me about in media res.
Well, that's like the Iliad starts in the middle of the argument. In the middle, you leap right into the action. But once again, sometimes you have people who slowly build a setting, and then it starts to happen. Sometimes you start right away. As I say, I plan everything, so I don't necessarily dwell on the beginning. I dwell on sort of everything, and you know, ultimately everything has to work. Everything has to be connected.
When we were talking about how you're architecting your books, we were talking about, okay, you have the facts of the story, you have the research, you have the scenes, but then as you write the book, it kind of elevates into a story. It's like a emergence that comes out. And then you were just talking about how you read The Lord of the Rings and like you weren't hooked. So when you think about a story, maybe in character, maybe in plot, what matters to elevate it into a story? But really, I care as a reader. I now care about what's going to go on rather than, it's a series of events. This happens, that happens.
Well, I guess emotional investment.
Did I not send this message out? Will there ever be new Twitch emotes? I would think so. I tend to add more to stuff that I'm building whenever there are people around to experience it. Otherwise, there's no point. It feels like, you know what I mean? Those 4,000 Twitch subs come from 2017. So most of those people are fucking dead, basically. Let me look at this. Where is this this right here in this chat right there. Reload, or gonna need a new one? I need a new one. Okay. It's not cool. Let me just reset this whole thing then. A new version available again. Okay, that's nice. Let's just see what they fixed, I guess. It's still not. Okay. That's super. I'm gonna have to go through some of these tabs. 5. Aren't there public? So why isn't that catching the thing? I need to do this instead, maybe. I'll be good. I gotta activate this one at least. Okay, dude.
Something that, like for example, I love Agatha Christie. She's a writer who her ambition was perfectly matched by her accomplishment. Her murder mysteries are utter delights. They're well written, they're funny, they're insoluble. Only with her short stories have I managed to read them and figure out, oh, this is the murderer. None of her murder mysteries have I ever, upon first reading, been able to figure it out. Even though once Poirot reveals everything, you say, oh Christ, I missed that. That was so obvious. Like, you know, Murder on the Orient Express. There's a scene where a porter knocks on the door of a cabin, and the person in there is this coarse Chicago gangster. So he knocks, and someone replies in French. You know, the porter says, are you all right, Mr. whatever, Mr. McGregor? And Mr. McGregor replies in French, non, ça va. And the porter says, okay, and he moves on. Well, once you resolved it, once you get to the end, you say, of course, why would a coarse Chicago gangster speak French? But she's so artful in how she puts things, you don't notice it. All these, and then you have all these little red herrings. You say, oh, that's definitely something. It's because she lures you that way. And so there's someone who perfectly.
What's going on?
So there, it's in a sense, your curiosity engages you. I do like things that are narrower focus. I don't particularly like grand epics. I like things like I remember loving a few of the great books of my life have been very individual stories. Like, for example, The Sailor Who Fell from Grace with the Sea by Yukio Mishima. Story of a sailor who meets a woman, ends up living with her while he's not at sea, and that staying with his mother is felt as a betrayal.
Everyone's getting crack nowadays. The biggest institution. Everyone's getting crack. What are you talking about? You mean that? Submission. This thing's always okay. This is old. Okay.
Failed by her son, who therefore doesn't try, poisons him. It's, it's a single individual story, but through that you see a prism on life, on a child's warped perception of what it means to be successful, what it means to be a man, his perception of his mother. It's narrow and small, but it reflects the universe. Another one, a wonderful. I remember reading this and being transported by it. Was sort of a forgotten. Oh, they did win the Nobel Prize. And Knut Hamsun, who was a Norwegian writer, he wrote a book called Hunger, and it's about a homeless man in Christiania, which was the old name for Oslo. A homeless man in Oslo, just wandering the streets of Oslo, and his perceptions of things. It's searingly subjective. It's just him. And this is set like in the early 20th century, so long before homelessness was a big thing. In a very bourgeois society, a homeless man who has no home, nothing. And it's just this slightly delirious vision of the city and the people he meets and what happens to him. So I like, I guess, few characters and going deep with that. So Lord of the Rings was too much, too symphonic, I guess. And I wanted a sort of a solo. But it all comes back to subjectivity, that wonderful subjectivity of art.
It is really nice, though, when there's a story that's really simple and it's easy to follow, but somehow it contains the universe in it.
Well, what you want, art is not about answers, it's about questions. So that's why belatedly I became interested as a secular person in religion, because I put religion and art together as magical thinking. They're both about magical thinking. You posit a fantastical school called Hogswart with a wizard called Harry Potter. You create alternate worlds that still resemble ours. You got to go beyond rationality, but that makes us more sane. We go beyond the rational to regain our sanity and live in this world. Same thing with religion. It has some reasonable mechanisms, like theology is a reasonable attempt to understand the divine, but it goes way beyond the rational. So to me, they're both magical thinking, and they're both about the sublime. They're both about getting beyond what seems obvious and comprehensible to a sort of awe, a sense of awe, a sense of the sublime.
Yeah, one of the things to that point about magical thinking, if you go to a Greek Orthodox church, they're always talking about the sacred mysteries of just this acceptance that the equation might not end up squaring itself. We believe it's true, but we just can't figure out how or why.
Yeah. And that you can achieve. It's funny. Just this morning, I don't know why, I remember this song from, what was her name? Mary something. Turn, turn, turn. And she quotes the Bible, and it's, to everything there is a season.
Turn, turn, turn.
Yeah.
That was the song that my dad played at his mother's funeral last year.
Yeah.
That was the song. To
Isn't
every
it?
season,
There is
turn,
a
turn.
Yeah, to everything there is a season and a purpose under heaven.
It's a
So
beautiful song.
It's a lovely.
It's like a very Ecclesiastes.
Yeah, and it's written by Mary. The Paul McCartney discovered her and brought her up. Mary something, and I forget her name. English. Lovely song. To everything there is a season and a purpose under heaven. So just thinking that, like, to everything there's a season, we can all get that. 4 seasons, we get old. We're born, we grow up. That season, but then and a purpose under heaven suddenly elevates it to, is there a purpose under heaven? What does that mean? How do I interpret that? So just that idea of the sublime can be achieved quite simply if you're open to it. And that's exactly what religion and art are good at, is putting you in that state of awe of the sublime.
As you're writing and thinking through flow and pacing, what is the role of punctuation in terms of the role of a period, a semicolon, a comma, and how that creates an experience for the reader?
Oh God, what a nice nitty-gritty technical question. I love punctuation.
I know you do. That's why I asked.
Yeah, I love punctuation. We all know words, right? We all know words. The word table, the word camera, the word sunny. That's pretty clear to everyone. But writing is about how you marshal those together and the rhythm you give them, sort of like music. And whereas in music you have tempo, it's literally on the bar, the tempo. It's not obvious what gives you the tempo in language on the page. In speaking, the breath somehow gives us the tempo. You can't necessarily speak in a super long sentence. First of all, you're going to forget where you're going, and you need to breathe. But in writing, it's punctuation. And I've always found punctuation to be something really rich. So I've always enjoyed, you got to be really sparing with the exclamation mark, because it's highly manipulative. That if there's an exclamation mark, it's supposed to be a big emotion. which very occasionally you can tell the reader, you can telegraph that to the reader that this is emotional, that's why I have an exclamation mark. Or if it's a shout, hey, that makes sense to have an exclamation mark. But you want to use that sparingly. The colon is a useful one for, here's a list, so get ready for a list, Semicolon's an interesting one because this is related, but you don't want to use too many of those and it gets tiresome.
Hello, how are you? How to talk.
Right.
You don't have too many short sentences in a row.
What was striking, reading how you think about this, is the way that the comma injects a sense of propulsion in the writing.
Yeah, commas is the toughest one. Everyone knows a full stop. Well, it's hard to, the Oxford comma. You have a list, Joe, Jack, and Judy. Is there a comma after the second name before the last name? Joe, Jack, and Judy. Is there a comma before the and? Yes, it is if it's something like, the Bishop of Bath and Ancaster, of Bath and Ancaster is one single unit. You obviously don't put a comma because it's together. But I find the comma is the one that I agonize the most about. God, this is so nerdy. But, commas, it's nice to have as few because then you have flow. But if there's too few, it gets confusing. So in this next book, the one that, Forgiven and Forgotten About My Mother's Alzheimer's, the one in a box, because each one is a single sentence, there are no question marks because a question is indicated by the tone, but usually by the punctuation mark, but it also finishes a sentence. So in this one, there's no question marks and there's only a single period at the end of each one. So I make use a lot of the comma. It's what gives me the flow. And I also do paragraph breaks because it's one sentence. I hate books that have single columns of text. Those are very hard to stay with. So I'll have paragraph breaks, even though it's a single sentence, but I'll make use of the commas because it's like the drummer in a band. To me, the comma is like the drummer who gives the rhythm of the sentence. That's achieved through the comma. Also, just for example, the use of the period will dictate how long your sentence is. One of the very few rules of writing that I sort of try to stick to is, don't have sentences that are the same length one after the other. You don't want to have 17 10-word sentences in a row. That gets boring. You want
See, listening to these guys makes me feel smart, even though I don't understand the thing. What's being talked about right now is basically like structure. I try to explain this sometimes to people that I'm talking to about like how to pace a video, how to pace it, a music video, how to pace pacing in general, and how I can relate to what he's saying right now. It's like how I subtitle things sometimes. I also agonize over like how I should like structure how many words appear on the screen at once, indentation. Oh, if this person speaks, interjects, and it's somebody else interjecting, how am I supposed to arrange this if this person talks while this person talks, but he only talks for like 2 seconds, and then when this person talks, the visuals change at the same time. So should I let the subtitles overlap to the next scene as well? Only if X and if Y and if Z, and it just goes on and it gets annoying, but you're trying to maintain some sort of cohesion because you want to make things as seamless as possible, so you're not bombarding a viewer or a consumer, a reader, or whatever you have, whatever person is engaging with you, whatever medium is allowing them to engage in your material. You're trying to pretty much present things in a way that is neat and orderly, so that you're not making their brains work too hard to figure out what's happening. Yeah, he unlike a lot of people that I can't talk. Unlike a lot of people that David Perel speaks to, this is one of the softer speaking people that I think he's brought on. Most other guys are kind of either uppity or they're kind of janky in how they speak, but he has there's a brown tinge to his voice, I guess.
And one that's longer, one shorter, one longer. You want to gently vary them, and that's all determined by the full stop.
When I was teaching writing, we had this idea called the reading the right edge, where basically what you would do is you would put every single sentence one by one. So rather than it being a paragraph, it'd be this sentence, okay, hit return, this sentence, hit return, this sentence. And then what you would do is you would have to see how far that sentence would go to the edge of the page.
Right.
And so what you would want is almost like an
accordion.
An accordion,
right.
Exactly, to just try to vary the sentences. And it is one of those things that when you vary the sentence, it is astonishing how much that improves the flow of your writing. And then once you realize these are the things that a long sentence can do, these are the things that a short sentence can do, and then here's how the ensemble of long, medium, and short sentences can work together, it is one of the simplest, fastest ways to improve your writing.
It is, and it's
How am I so wise and handsome? Wisdom comes with age. I'm 33. March was 2 months ago, so in about 2 minutes I'll be 34 because time moves that quickly. Handsome, appearance, objective beauty standards or whatever, clavicular type shit or whatever. I have to fucking load my brain up to say that name. All that stuff is kind of subjective to the most part, for the most part. But if people kind of look at you as some sort of authority on a matter, and you present yourself, I guess, as somewhat maybe inviting or interesting, then you don't need to physically be handsome to be considered to be handsome. People tend to tell me fairly often that like you must be like kind of like attractive, and I'm like, no, I'm probably like a fucking 5 out of 10 easily, maybe a 6 on a good day.
And you think that the reader, who after all their eyes are just gliding over they actually notice those. It does rhythm their reading too. Now, having said that, it is one of the quickest way to improve your writing. I've resisted these sort of nostrums about writing. I remember
I'm certainly not humble. I strive to be, but I'm pretty far from humble.
partner loves creative writing, and I slightly, because I remember once unfortunately reading something about how if you're describing a landscape, the best way to do it is from left to right and top to bottom. Your mind kind of like a camera, that if you're describing the farmhouse here, the mountain here, this there, that there, that there, somehow that's not as satisfying as a slow panning of the camera like this, and if you have to, like that.
Yeah.
And reading that now annoys me, because if
I forget what it is that I listened to recently, but like physical attraction does not, this should be obvious, but physical attraction does not correlate to long lasting relationships. I would almost assume that what I heard went as far as to say that physical attraction early on in a relationship is a predictor for short relationships, like early divorce rates, higher divorce rates, or whatever, something like that. I don't know. I'd have to fact check that. Not even just personality, but the ability to give space, ability to kind of just sit back and listen, and willing to like understand that if you're a guy and you're with a wife, a woman, and she's your wife, one thing you have to learn early on is that like as often as you may be right, you can never say it. You can never say it because it's the Shiro Emiya thing. Just because you're right doesn't mean you're what does he say? Just because you're right doesn't mean you're it's like some shit like just because you're not wrong doesn't mean you're right. And if you're like fucking like 16 or whatever, you think that's like funny and a contradiction, but like you don't understand the philosophy behind what he said. It's actually a very simple idea, which is that he's meaning moral right, not actual factual right. Just because you're not wrong that 1 + 1 = 2 doesn't mean that you can take 2 swords and stab little kids with them. You can't just take, oh, you know what 2 is? Okay, that's fine. How about you? Can you not kill 2 parents? Can you don't kill my 2 parents? I won't be able to live if I'm 7 years old. I need my parents to help me develop as a person. You just killed my 2 parents because you know how to add up 1 and 1 to get 2. So you can't just take something that is factually correct and then use it to commit atrocities. That's kind of, it's crazy.
If I ever have to describe something like that, it irks me to know that there's this so-called rule here about description.
Pretty sure you heard of that before, though. The idea that, like, not to step on anybody's toes if they're religious, but religion tends to be one of the few things that makes good people do bad things. because as long as you have some sort of factualness or faith structure behind what you understand about the world, then you can be driven to do extremely insane things.
It's too clean.
Well, do I follow it or do I deliberately don't? Do I deliberately jump around because it annoys me that there's this alleged rule, or do I actually follow it but feel that therefore I'm following a formula? Having just said what we just said, okay, the next time I got to write 5-word sentences in a row because, don't tell me what to do. It just has to work. And maybe it will work with 10 sentences that are exactly like a rectangle.
Have you done any photography?
Never.
So do you know what the rule of thirds is?
No.
Okay, so this is a core photography rule. So in a image, you have a grid. And
one of the main reasons why the rule of thirds is somewhat useful is because it allows the viewer to kind of immediately figure out what's important. I don't think that's talked about enough when people mention the rule of thirds. But the rule of thirds is one of those things where, like, you can see it in this shot technically right here on the screen. That this shot is actually pretty weird because it makes Higuruma's back of his neck look extremely fucking thick. But like, the subject matter technically isn't him, it's Itadori, but it's like Higuruma responding to Itadori. So therefore the subject matter is like, if you read a book, especially in Japanese, you read from right to left instead of left to right. So Itadori is the subject matter because he's on the left or the right, and then you move towards Higuruma. So technically the rule of thirds is kind of reversed here to some degree. For some reason Higuruma is really big, so you can see his expression, I'm pretty sure. This is a decent shot for, like, I think, like, a sort of comedic relief. So you're trying to balance your expectations of, like, setting the subject matter. Subject matter is, there's two different subject matters technically, but you need a reaction to an action. And the action is Itadori's, I guess it's, I don't know what you would call this, anxiety. Like, not confusion, but it's like it's distress. That's the emotion. And so he has to give his stone face reaction to it. That's the order you should be looking at this in, but it's kind of flipped around because his face is too big. If his face wasn't taking up so much space in the fucking canvas, you would see him first technically, and then you would see that he's reacting to that. So I think he is, like, kind of like breaking the rule of thirds a little bit here. But yeah.
So on the grid, you have 9 different boxes.
Okay.
Because it's 3 by 3. And basically, the temptation is, in photography, to line up your subject in the center.
Right.
But the problem is, when you do that, you don't have a certain kind of motion. So what you do is you either go towards bottom right, top left, bottom left.
Huh.
All this to say that it is one of those rules that once you learn it, you're like, yes, I'm so happy that I know about the rule of thirds. And every single time I take a photo, that is the first place that my brain goes. But I don't want to take every single photo in the rule of thirds and just be a slave to the rule.
Exactly.
This is... David knows a lot of stuff about, like, a lot of different stuff, but he never, like... I feel like he always leaves what he has to say open-ended. I had the same kind of problem with Jordan Peterson.
But I am so happy that I know it.
Because
so that then when I break the rule of thirds rule, I'm doing it deliberately.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. But, like, knowing the rule is kind of irrelevant because you can intuitively understand, like, if you really want to have things framed a certain way, you don't need to know the rule to obey it. You just learn rules to help you get some sort of structure, to see, like, to help build off of principles. A lot of what makes good things good is to have some sort of consistency so that everybody sees generally the same things. When an anime character turns their face to the left to be like in a portrait view or whatever, side view, profile view, and you see that their mouth is on the side of their fucking cheek when that's not fucking possible. If you don't watch anime, you don't know why that's happening. You think it looks weird that a character has their entire mouth moved to the side of the cheek. Or like when, like, the part of a person's face and the part of a person's lips. Let me see if I can find this. Right, this right here, this little invisible slit in the middle or whatever. Can I pull this up bigger? Like all these lines that are like not really there. This is something that if you didn't know what was happening, you would think it looked stupid. But like it's supposed to represent, well, like it's supposed to represent like I would say brevity, maybe the word that I want to use. Um, where things kind of bunch up, the brain autofills what that should be in terms of like what you know about reality versus what you know about stylization of reality. Why is it that JoJo characters have different color shadows sometimes, and the colors randomly change in certain images? It's to represent moods, because if you can get colors to exaggerate certain things in visual representations, and you can convey an emotion in the reader that you don't have to talk about. You don't have to talk about the emotion because you can use colors to convey the emotion, or some shit like that. Mm. So you don't need to know these rules to kind of understand what's happening when you see it, because rules, once they're done consistently, will present themselves to viewers, and then they will naturally understand what's happening, and then they will replicate the rules without even knowing what the rules are. And when they deviate from the rules without knowing when to deviate from the rules, then they will make a mistake, and they will see that there's some sort of inconsistency going on, and they will try to figure out why they don't. Why doesn't their stuff look as good as it used to, or whatever, when they try to deviate? Because you're not using a structure of rules, you're not using a form when you move into a new space. When you deviate from one thing to the next, you want to have structure basically everywhere you go for the most part. In order for you to make up your own set of rules, you need to be coming from a set of rules. All of America's rules they come from Christian values, and they come from basically European orthodoxy, that kind of general space, and a lot of other shit, a ton of other shit that we don't talk about enough, but whatever.
That's exactly it. You want to be aware of rules, I guess, in a general way, so you can artfully break it. Yes, that's a good point, because you can't break every single rule. So you can break the rule of thirds, but then you adhere to whatever other rules might be in photography to do with, I don't know, composition or something else. Same thing in writing. You can't, you can play with spelling, like through THRU. You can play with punctuation, have none at all. But you can't break all those rules all at the same time. Then you get really arduous stuff. Like I remember the French, the Nouveau Roman movement in the 50s and 60s. Didn't care about setting, didn't care about character. And you can see that, this is different. This is a different way to tell a story. But it's tough to survive. It's tough to have that endure, because at one point it gets tiresome. Not that you want familiarity, but you want a few handrails that you're holding to help you get into the story and move along with the writer. So you want to break some rules, but not all of them. So I guess there's an example, rule of thirds, and to be aware of it, and then artfully break it when it suits your purpose.
What are the other rules that you think of and sometimes follow, but also sometimes willfully ignore when you're at the keyboard?
Really none. As I said, I've never taken creative writing. I've never thought about writing as a craft. I learned how to write, it sounds stupid, but just reading good books. As a kid, reading books that moved me, and then eventually sometimes noted things like Conrad's. So I guess I did notice punctuation, but then I didn't go to find rules about it. I just figured, this is fun to play with. I will play with it and see what that yields. It's nice playing with parentheses too, and em dashes. It's sometimes fun playing. Some people really like their parentheses, things in brackets. So I don't have any rules. I just stumble my way to something that seems to work, which I guess means I'm sometimes reinventing the wheel. But it also means that it feels like my approach is fresh. Every time I write something, this works. And I've been lucky. In some cases, my editors have agreed, and other times they haven't. They said, this is terrible. Like I remember, for example, in Life of Pi, Pi's in a lifeboat with a tiger. He meets another person in a lifeboat, a blind Frenchman. So they're all blind, and they realize they're there, so they start talking to each other. And so they're blind, and their boats are being moved by the currents. I said, instead of having the dialogue be just...
If you don't mind, I sent you something in DC chat.
Indented by, and falling down.
I hope I'm not annoying you with this tag, but also it seemed that on noses and eyes in anime a lot, they don't fully draw any of these as part of the usual style of anime. A lot of Western animation have been inspired from anime, don't really implement this thing, so it can make them not really like anime. I mean, no, I wouldn't even give that any space to think to live, which is that one of the main reasons to not like anime if you're a kid is because anime takes too many pauses. The characters can just sit there and talk for like 30 seconds too long beyond what is normal for a normal cartoon. Usually, a cartoon character is almost always moving almost every 2 seconds, whereas anime characters can pause and not make a single motion for like a whole good 30 seconds to a minute. Um, so that just looks extremely stiff. Conversely, obviously, the ceiling for how many frames you can see in an anime is way bigger than a cartoon in America for the most part. Unless we're talking about, the 1990s and back or further back when before we had digital anime or digital cartoons without the 4x3 TV, CRT TVs, back when stuff was on cell sheets, when we actually drew stuff on actual pieces of paper or whatever, um, you had to draw every frame in those contexts. Whereas obviously in anime, they still virtually do draw every frame, with a couple of things being slightly different. A good example of it is actually what I'm doing right now in editing, where I'm like cutting out a part of his face that meets the edge of his jaw, the edge of his chin, and the upper part of his upper lip. I'm cutting out that region because in order to do proper lip sync on a character, as I've said multiple times already, when a man appears in anime, when a full-grown man appears in anime, he is closer to what a human looks like than any other character in the show. He is more human than a little boy, more human than a little girl, more human than a woman, because his face, his body will tend to have shapes that are closer to what you would get in some sort of anatomy in a real person. So literally, they have a jawline, and most anime characters seem not to have a jawline. A lot of anime characters can end up having Pac-Man and Kirby-like effects where their mouth opens up and their upper lip extends upwards. That's not physically possible. If you notice, if you hold the top of your lip, hold the top of your lip, and then open your mouth, and notice that your upper lip is not moving up. You can curl your upper lip back, but that's not the same thing as a hinging effect. Anime characters, if you ever notice, when they open their mouth and they're looking at you straight forward, their entire upper mouth is moving upwards. I call that the Kirby and Pac-Man effect because that's a hinged jaw, that's a hinged face. Where it's not just the jaw that drops down, it's the entire upper face that moves up in the cavity of the mouth. And I have to keep track of this because when I do lip sync, if I have the character's upper lip just stay stiff, but the lower part of the mouth drops, the track gets thrown off immensely. Whereas a lot of in some cases, cartoon characters in America don't have this problem. Their upper lip does not move up. It depends, but males virtually never have this problem when they have like a defined jawline and defined nose. This guy has a fucking like the Jew bone in his nose, I think. Like that's not common. Like for facial structures. What else? Like I said, the upper part of his lip is not going to move that much. It is somewhat because of the fact that I think this is an ingrained weird trope that is happening in animation and Japanese animation all the time now, but it doesn't really move that much. Whereas like do I have anybody here? Actually, let me see. I can probably see it here. Let me see what I get. Yep, see, that's impossible. This is impossible. Mouths don't open up like that. This line that's in the middle right here is extending up as soon as you open its mouth. That's not possible. You cannot move your mouth like that. And then the more their mouth opens, the more their upper lip it goes upwards. That's not how a mouth works. Whereas if I go watch Captain Planet from like 1980s or whatever, I feel like I'm not going to see that happen in any. Let me go look this up. Captain Planet. Don't ask me why I thought about Captain Planet out of nowhere. You see episode. Found one on YouTube or some shit. Yeah, you can watch episodes of Captain Planet on YouTube apparently. We just found some random scene. See? You don't see it. that upper lip is frozen. If it, to the degree which it moves because the way the skin naturally moves when the character mouth opens and closes, but it does not hinge upwards and downwards.
on the page in a straight line. I said, why don't I have their little bits of dialogue float around the page? So initially they're like this, and as they're talking, the dialogue slowly comes closer, then crosses exactly like their lifeboat. So you would visually see what they cannot, that they're moving through space while they're talking. I said, that's brilliant. I'll even have the dialogue start off the margins, like right on the left and then right in the gutter and move around. I thought that was wonderful. I thought this is really cool experimentation that will yield something. Well, my editor hated it, saying it's just you masturbating on the page, thinking you're really clever. It's just annoying. So we had that dialogue, just flush left. She said it really doesn't work. And I thought I initially resisted. And then I realized, oh no, wait a second. Yeah, you're right. That doesn't work. So I try all these things, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I try not to have rules, except to feel for the text, to feel that this is somehow coming alive to me. Because after all, as a writer, you're the first reader. And if you like what you've done, then fingers crossed, other people will.
Have you written with AI at all?
No.
Why no? You're like,
because why would I? It'd be like hiring someone to have sex for you. I love writing. I love the materiality of it. My partner volunteers on a lot of things. So at one point,
this is a horrible question to ask anybody who is doing like virtually one thing. Like if you say, do you use AI to edit your text? Like that's different from saying, do you use AI to write the whole fucking thing? That's insane. One of those kind of questions that he throws out there that's kind of like not very direct, like it's very vague, just to get a reaction to see what they're going to say. Like for me, in my case, it's completely different because I work at like every single production level. I do the writing, I can do the voice acting, I have to do my own audio engineering, I have to do my own production pacing in terms of scheduling. When does it happen? When does it come out? I have to do my own advertising. I have to do my own funding. I have to do my own this. I have to go I'm the one who goes into Blender if I want to go into Blender. I'm the one who pulls this out. I got to get this reference sheet. I got to go do this research. I got to go watch this thing. I got to go attend this event. When you were like a creator who's creating like works, like huge bodies that have to that need multiple pieces to run, you're putting on several different hats, and you having to be different people at different phases of a project. But if you're like a person who writes books, the most you're doing is like writing a book and then figuring out who gets to publish it. Somebody comes behind you to edit some things, give you a revision back of what words you fucked up, and then you argue with them about what words that you want to keep in because I'm using this bad word that is stylistically put in for this reason because I'm breaking the grammar rules here. That's not the same. And even then, AI can do the same exact thing where it's like, do you really need an editor to come in and tell you what the editor is going to make the editor of writing is going to make the same exact mistakes for like betraying styles as an AI would. You put too many these here, Mr. Writer, and then you say, well, that's because the these, it's like 5 these because I'm doing like a symphonic thing where like it says the, and the, because I'm like trying to beat a pattern, and you didn't detect it because it's at the first of every sentence in this paragraph and you didn't even notice it. I have that there for a reason. And then they say, oh, I didn't know, my fault, OG. They're not checking for that kind of stuff. They're just checking for like sensible grammar or sensible like pacing or whatever. You have one too many sentences here, Mr. Writer. You need to cut it down because the publishers, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, if I can't have this many sentences here, then I don't want this paragraph won't be here at all. If I can't have it like this, fuck you. And then the same kind of questions that the editor will ask are the same kind of questions that the AI would ask. Because if you don't understand the writer's intuitions or their stylistic choices, then you're going to make weird observations about their work and make weird criticisms, which is why it's good that a writer has a good relationship with their editor, which is achievable also with an AI. But since this guy is like 50 plus, probably he doesn't know that you can tune an AI to like be like a person that knows you. But still, though, the question came off as, would you let an AI write a whole book for you? And that's insane.
She had to do governance papers for a charitable organization. You know how their board works, like just legalese, small print kind of stuff. So she used AI to generate that because AI could access the kinds of rules that a charity should have in terms of how it operates so it's legally protected. So for completely non-creative stuff like that, sure, I'll go to AI. You know, my shoulder hurts, I'll go to AI on the computer. But for anything creative, I said, why would I want to use it when it's the very creative language that I like? So I've never used it. And I suspect we'll tire of that quickly. I'd rather read a bad short story by a human than a good one by a computer. Because after all, what you want in art is connection. It's connection with another human being. You know, and
This is where I like fall off a little bit here with this point, because a lot of people don't want connection. They want co-action. They want cope. They don't care about who's behind the thing. That's why when they find out that your favorite creator is like Hitler or Jason or whatever, like actually like Hitler incarnate, they don't care because they only care about what the person's producing. If I'm your drug dealer and I give you good crack, you don't give a fuck that I killed your mom. You'd known that she was dead for like 20 years. You had no idea that it was me though. Like if I did that, you don't even, you gotten over it already. And when you find out all of a sudden, what you gonna do, fight me for a little bit? Go ahead, punch me in the face, punch me, stab me a little bit. And when you realize that everybody else is selling you crack for $20 more, you're gonna come right back to me.
a chatbot that's your boyfriend or girlfriend, that's short term. Long term, you don't want that. You do want that human connection. So I find AI will probably be a useful tool in medicine, possibly a useful tool in the law, in the legal system. But for the creative endeavors, even for music, I gather AI music can be quite good, but it's a question of whether you know it or not. It's the deception. If I'm told it's AI music, if it's really background stuff, like, you know, really ambient background stuff, then possibly I guess I'll listen to AI. But if it's something that actually is meaningful, I want it to be human because it's precisely that imperfection that I want.
I think the question that's coming to mind here in terms of,
Oh, that's also kind of it's a populist stance. I want it because of imperfections. This is not. I don't. People are so weird about that word imperfections. Like that's not. You're not using that word the way you think you're using it in most cases, unless it's like a literal shit post where like the top part of a person's head is cut off because the person copy and pasted an image from Google search images. That's like an imperfection that makes it funny, but like imperfections don't make most art like good. Imperfections are like they tell a story, and that's not the point. The point isn't imperfections. The point is that to know that a person made it that you can walk up to at some point and ask questions about it, or like aspire towards something. But like the idea of aspiring towards somebody being better than you who has imperfections about them gives you the chance to say to yourself, well, if he can do it and he's imperfect, then so can I. That's not the same. I should say, I don't know why you would say that like AI can't do the same thing when AI, we know that AI is imperfect. It's the same shit. Like that's the very thing we used to criticize AI for, that it's imperfect, is the same thing that we like people for. That's insane when you realize what you're doing. And we know people are being disingenuous about this because why do you think people's main preferred usage of AI is a chatbot? There's your connection right there. Just because the AI won't nut in you doesn't mean that it's not doing something else that is sufficient in place of that ejaculation. If that's what you're looking for, you're not going to get it, but this is the next best thing, I suppose. Oh, this is better than a white semen injection. You know, it doesn't really matter. I mean, hello, are these video game characters real? You're having connection to a design thing in a game that does not exist outside of the game. What you are connected to when it comes to a character in a game can easily be described as a connection you get towards a character because of what people are also saying about that character online. For example, you get the secondary mode of connecting to the popular discourse of said character or said game or said setting. So that ends up being like a cake of like, oh, I like Gojo because my friend talks about Gojo a lot and like my friend, therefore I like Gojo by like 0.2 degrees more or some shit like that. Or this Naruto is really cool because it's the first anime I watched when I was dating my ex-girlfriend and things like that. Like it's this the context of people that engage with the culture, engage with the actual thing itself that gives you a stronger pull towards this fictional thing. This thing that is clearly not human, but it represents some sort of humanistic thing because apparently at some point the Chinese had ninjas. And the idea of a ninja that is very loud and wears orange and sticks out like a sore thumb is an interesting idea. And what makes you kind of like get wowed by that, I guess to some degree, is saying to yourself, wow, somebody made this. I want to make something like this too because I'm also a guy and I also live on Earth. And I also like drawing. So maybe I could be that good one day. And for like an AI to be able to like spit that out instantly shouldn't be you saying to yourself, oh, that took no effort. That's not interesting. No, it's more like, look at the fact that the AI had to learn about all the stuff that people have done. That's what you should be looking at that's interesting, is the fact that not what the AI produces, but what it means for it to have gotten to that point where it can produce that. But people don't see things like that. People don't see things like that. They see the output and they hear the narrative about theft and then just skip the part where the fact that like it's technically like your wet dream if you're a communist. If you're a communist type who says, how come we just can't all share? How come we just can't all get along? And that's what AI basically is. That's the back that it's designed off of. It's a bit contradictory for you to be against this thing that is technically like anti-capitalistic. Am I bipolar? No. You need to have a formal diagnosis of bipolar to be bipolar. So most people who tell you that they're bipolar are probably lying. If they don't show you a paper, then they're lying to you probably.
How much I want to read something written by AI is how much does it matter to me that there's a human on the other side of this? So I need to draft up a contract later this week. I'll probably use AI to help me do it, to think through the finances and stuff like that. Because when I send that out, the person isn't looking at me saying, David, did you dig into the depths of your heart and soul to write this? But then if a friend is getting married, this happened to me a few years ago. So AI was early. This was, Chat GP3 time. And we're at the wedding, and we're sitting around. There's probably 100 people at the wedding, and at every single table was a note that was written from the bride and the groom about why we meant so much to them. And so I sit down and I open it up, and it's probably 80 words, 100 words. I'm like, wow, that is so touching that they did that.
Don't tell me it was AI.
And we have some drinks, we're out partying that night, and I go up to the groom, I say, hey, I just want to let you know, that was one of the nicest things I've ever seen at a wedding. And he gives me the old wink, and he says, yeah, we got AI to write it. And I was just like, dude, exactly. I would have so much rather you written something that's half as sincere as that, filled and littered with typos, than to have AI write that. It felt like a violation and a betrayal.
It's like when I was a little kid and we had homework to do and you had to do research. This is long before computers. You go to an encyclopedia. Well, the obvious thing is, hey, they've written that, I'll just copy it. And you pretend it's your own. Well, obviously a teacher would much rather have something misspelled, poorly punctuated, but actually from you, showing your effort, than just copying out of an encyclopedia.
Look at the way that parents hang up crappy photos that their kids have, pictures that their kids have drawn.
Yeah, exactly. It's the authenticity, the
it's
connection.
It's not a Picasso, it's not a Rembrandt, but it's my son, it's my daughter. This is what they've done.
So I think once you know it's AI, then suddenly it's like special effects in movies. I find my kids, when they watch movies with special effects, they'll just shrug because we know a computer can generate anything. So sort of inflation sets in where we're less and less impressed. Then you have a great actor who's just acting with no special effects, and it's like, wow, that works. That's really amazing. So I just mentioned that movie, Begonia.
Inflation.
Well, it's just the value, the value of the special effects diminishes because it's so common now. Their currency is devalued. It takes. As I said, I find movies with special effects and just make me shrug. Yeah, they're kind of cool, but then I shrug and I forget it. Whereas what really has an impact is the actor emoting, the authenticity of that. So I just gave the example of Begonia. Emma Stone and Jesse Plemons, when they're acting, it's like the camera's right on their face, close up, and she's just speaking to this conspiracy theory psycho saying she's an alien. So she's saying, okay, yes, you're right. I am an alien. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. You can tell that she's lying, but she's trying to be truthful to this dumbwit who's a conspiracy theorist. So it's so rich to a person to see someone emoting. We want that authenticity, so we don't want the AI special effects of AI that could give to prose. If you don't know it's AI, you'll fall for it. But once you know it, as you said, it becomes devalued. You want the authenticity.
Here's a thought experiment for you. So what happened in art was we had the invention of photography, which could then capture the real world so clearly that artists stopped painting realism, and then they got into impressionism, and then that became Kandinsky, and then now you're in Rothko, modern art, Pollock, Here's my unique style, my unique vision. All this to say is, does this metaphor work that AI will get so good at capturing human writing that humans will then have to write in very strange, esoteric ways, and that writing will sort of devolve in the way that modern art has devolved, of rather than trying to communicate something, I'm just trying to show my distinctiveness and how different I am to prove that I'm not a computer?
I don't know. We'll have to see, I guess. I would argue no, because we're very visual animals. So just as we move, we see things. And their creative authenticity isn't necessarily apparent. So there on your wall, you have a New Yorker poster. Now, I pretty well know that that was done by a human being, just because it's the New Yorker and it's probably an older one. But that could have been generated by a machine, by AI. So there I've taken it in passively. Reading isn't passive. I mean, I suppose I glance and I see the word New Yorker, yes, but something longer, you have to want to read it. There's a more greater engagement in the reader. So I don't think readers will want to engage with something deliberately weird just to be contrasting with something super smooth called an AI text. I think, what thing is going to happen, I think publishers, there was that scandal just recently, that book, it became clear that it was partly or heavily AI written and immediately lost its credibility and was pulled out by the publisher. Hachette was pulled off the market. I think publishers are going to start saying, hey, it cannot be, beyond spell check and maybe minimal AI, you cannot use AI. And I think
This is not completely true, because what's happening is that, like the M dash thing, for example, some people are choosing not to use M dashes in their writing or in their text messages because they think it looks like AI. Because people normally don't say M dashes ever. When they do see it, they think AI is used at some point to generate the text. I used to use a type of M dash. It was the basic M dash, which is a hyphen. And I would use 2 sometimes because there's no M dash on my keyboard as far as I'm concerned. I'm looking at it right now. I don't see one. So I use 2 hyphens to create the M dash. If you text it out with certain keyboards, it'll create the M dash automatically. Otherwise, it's just 2 dashes, and it's supposed to represent an M dash. But what's going to happen is that because people will increasingly maybe start to discredit AI for varying reasons or whatever, people are going to drift towards a new presentation of their craft, not to spy AI, but to get around the fact that everybody is looking for AI. So you don't want to be seen as somebody who's using AI. So you will develop a style, not to transgress, but to just survive, and it'll probably get popular because of the fact that anything that deviates from the norm is always going to get popular at some point. That's why minority groups around the world tend to create a subsection of culture that could eventually blow up.
readers will agree with that. And that the ones who cheat on...
Probably heard of this before, but there's a reason why a lot of language in popular culture is either language from Black women or losers, incel type people. Like chud, looks maxing, all these different words that come from the incel type community. They made all that. They made all this stuff since 4chan. And then you get to stuff like king, queen, slay, they, all that stuff that sounds like TikTok talk. That's Black women for the most part. That's Black women and gay men. and culture downstream from like these two subsections of like people who are like extremely marginal, people who are extremely marginalized, and then it just popular culture takes it and they wear it like a costume.
On that will be seen as cheaters, and are not only not going to be published, but even if they manage to get published, won't be read. They'll be, they're not going to win prizes. They're not going to win good reviews. It'll be pointed out that this is not the way to do it. So, but who knows? I don't know. We'll see.
Tell me about the difference between genre fiction and literary fiction, and why that difference is important.
Well, because genre fiction follows rules.
How would you define them?
Familiarity. A murder mystery, you enter, or a fantasy or a romance, you have
this is genre fiction.
Yeah, genre fiction. You have certain expectations. In a romance, there will be love. Now, it doesn't have to be a man and a woman. Could be gay, could be lesbian, could be a man falls in love with a rock or his dog, but there has to be the element of love. Science fiction, you expect alternate realities that have a strong element of technology. So there are rules, there are expectations. I think we read genre fiction to be comforted. You read a Harlequin romance to be reminded that love can be wonderful, especially if you're unbelievably beautiful and your other opposite is unbelievably beautiful and the sex is amazing. You want to be reminded that love can be like that. There are certain expectations and they must be fulfilled. I think in literary fiction, there are no rules, which is both the problem. Sometimes they don't work because you don't know what you're doing and this doesn't work for me because it's so subjective, so individual, but it's also going to be exhilarating when it does work. So literary fiction, when you start a great novel, you don't know where it's going and it can be addressed to everyone. A great novel, a great novella, a great short story will speak to everyone. So a good example I give, when I was sending books to this Prime Minister of Canada called Stephen Harper, who was this dumbass, narrow-minded white male, I sent him these books every 2 weeks to say, this is what the written word could do. And the first one I sent him was The Death of Ivan Illich by Leo Tolstoy.
Yeah.
Dead white male, but it's amazing. It's about Ivan Illich who slowly dies, and it's about the reaction of the people around him. You cannot read that without somehow being wiser for it.
100%.
Anyone will read it, will be transported, and will be wiser for it. They'll say after that, I must live a better life. So you don't know where it's going to go, and anyone can read it. Genre fiction appeals to people who want a specific product. A cowboy, Louis L'Amour cowboy story, or a murder mystery. It has certain parameters that you want, and you want to be comforted. You want to be a world that this is the world that I know, and I want you to reinforce that. Literary fiction takes you to new worlds, and therefore that's why it can be distressing. It can be discombobulating. It can be upsetting. That's the greatness of literary fiction. There's no rules. It'll take you to new worlds. Genre fiction will not take you to new. It can push the boundary, but it still remains the world of whatever, horror fiction or murder mystery or whatever. You need both. You want variety. You don't always be eating, cordon bleu, 3-star Michelin food. You want your junk food too. You want not that genre fiction is necessarily junk food, but you want both. You want a bit of everything.
It's interesting that you use the word product, talking about a book there. There was, I was at Barnes & Noble. Actually, it wasn't at Barnes & Noble. I was walking back from the Nets game, and I walked past Barnes & Noble, and I was looking at the window, and there was a really popular nonfiction book in there that sold tens of millions of copies at this point. I was looking at it. I was like, what is going on with this book? What is this book? Why are people frustrated by it? But also, why is it done so well? And it occurred to me that it wasn't a book like many people think of books. It was just a perfectly delivered product. People had a problem that was perfectly solved in a very, almost like a pill-like form in text. And I'd never thought about that fiction could be maybe something like that, a product, until you were talking right there.
It just has to work, but we can never figure out what is it that will work. It always comes as a surprise. Speaking of punctuation, remember that movie, Eats, Shoots, and Leaves? Who would have thought that a book about punctuation could do so well? Well, we're a surprising creature. Our curiosity is aroused by the oddest things. Hence why publishing is such a venture, because if we knew what would be a bestseller, and sometimes we feel, publish the next Stephen King, yes, for sure it'll sell well because we know him, people like him, But otherwise, who knows what's going to be successful? We think this is good, it didn't work. But this one did really work. It's always a surprise what works and what doesn't.
What is your relationship with reviews? Do you read reviews? How do you think about reviews?
Not really. There's 4 kinds of reviews I find. There's, positive reviews for the right reasons. So those are great. Someone's read your book and understood in the way that you think it's meant to be understood, and they praise the things that you like in it. So that's great. Those are the best. But then you have positive reviews for the wrong reasons. People have misunderstood your book and said something about it that you don't recognize, and that's slightly jarring. And then you have bad reviews for the wrong reasons. They've misunderstood your book and didn't like it because of that, which is kind of annoying. And then the worst ones, of course, are the bad reviews for the right reasons. They pointed out weaknesses that you didn't see, that you don't like. But either way, there's something jarring about them. In a sense, the positives are the good reason. Well, you don't want your ego to get inflated. And you succeeded this time, but what about next time? That's a whole new book. So I generally, like just now, Son of Nobody's coming out, and my publishers, my agent, are passing along reviews. Although my agent just told my publishers he doesn't read all of them, so just send them to me, and I can use them for promotion elsewhere. I will just glance, like, is that a positive one? Good, okay, good. But I don't look at them too closely, because you know what? It's not about praise. Art is a gift. You create something like a meal. You go in the kitchen, you take these disparate elements, you create a meal. Well, you could create just for yourself, but if it's an elaborate thing, it's to offer to others. It's a gift. So you don't give a gift wanting a gift in return. It is, you give it to the world, and the world is entitled to do what it wants with your gift. Hopefully it'll like it, but if they don't, if they take your gift and throw it in the garbage can, well, I guess that's what they needed at that moment, and you can't, it's like with Buddhism, passionate detachment. You give all you can to this art, and then you give it to the world, and then you walk away. So right now the book has just come out. I'm sort of looking at them and gratified that the buzz is quite positive, is very positive. And after that, that's it. That's good enough, and I don't look at them particularly, because I don't know what I get from them. It's up to the reader to read it how they want and get what they want out of it. They'll always bring something surprising that you didn't expect. I saw that in spades with Life of Pi. Reading this book, like my books did really well in Korea. I have no connection to Korea whatsoever, but they read Life of Pi, and obviously it meant a lot to them. They brought something to it, and that's their business. It's not for me to say, like the number of times people ask me to interpret a book for them, Life of Pi. What did the island mean? What is Richard Parker? And ultimately I say, well, you know what is he to you? I mean, I may have an opinion, but I'm just one reader among many. You decide. It's your book in a sense.
I've been thinking of stories a lot like dreams, where a bit of what you're doing is you're creating a dream, and there's historically been dream interpreters, and once you're in the realm of dreams, you're dealing in the realm of archetypes, you're dealing in the realm of symbolism, you're dealing in the realm of guesses at different levels of confidence intervals. And maybe that's a little bit of what a story is it's like a very conscious dream that you're giving the world, but it's a vivid dream, and certain parts of dreams absolutely can say something. Oh my goodness, my best friend was attacking me. Wow, I didn't realize that we had so much tension and conflict in our lives. Clearly, that's what that dream is telling me. But also, the world was upside down. I have no idea what's going on there.
Yeah. I mean, the word that I have used over and over is that a book is a co-creation. You bring something to it, and therefore you make it your own. So it's not the role of the writer to say, that's wrong, that's right. You run with it. You make of it what you want. It's your business. So I see it as a co-creation. Everything I read, I co-create in the sense that I see what I want to see in it and disregard things that I don't want to see. And I think every reader does that.
How much have you taken from plays? I know that was a big part of your early writing process.
Well, that was because I became a writer as a result of a movie in the 80s, I guess, Reds, about an American communist journalist who wrote a book called 10 Days That Shook the World about the October Revolution. It was turned into a movie by and with Warren Beatty, and it was with Jack Nicholson. And Jack Nicholson played Eugene O'Neill. A young, charismatic Jack Nicholson played Eugene O'Neill. And there was a scene in that movie where Nicholson O'Neill is in his hotel room at a desk working on a play, and Diane Keaton comes in, and she in the movie plays an actress who's in one of his plays, and they have an exchange about the play. And I happened to have taken a theater course that summer where I read O'Neill plays, and I'd never made the connection in that way of a work of art being from a conscious artist, a writer. So you have this incredibly charismatic actor playing Eugene O'Neill, whom I just read, and I thought, hey, maybe I can do that. So I lamely went home and started writing a play, even though, it was a terrible play. I'm not at all a playwright. Moving plot strictly through dialogue in a way that increases.
If you had 5 rats, would you raise them, breed them, then guide them to homes just so you can play a flute for a few hours on end and then go away and the homeowners give you money? I don't know where I need to be I don't know where I need to mentally be in my life for this to transpire, so I can't really engage with the question. Like, there is no perfect movement from, I have to be homeless to do all this stuff. I'd have to be homeless. I'd have to be unemployed, massively unemployed. Because there's no part of my life that I can imagine where I need to enter into willingly to do all this stuff. I feel like you just casually just omit the fact that nobody knows how to play the flute. So you need to learn how to play the flute. I can imagine. Most people who are homeless don't know how to play the flute.
Tension that goes down is a knack I do not have at all. So I wrote a couple dreadful plays and then moved on to prose. But I've always been attracted to plays because there's something, you were talking about setting to start our conversation. What I love about plays is only dialogue. You don't have, and it takes place.
And why 5 rats? I feel like 2 or 3 is enough. 5 is insane.
Place in a stage that can be in your head. Yes, it's in a theater with 4, but ideally it's just in your head. Our head is the shape of a theater with 4 walls and these opening called our eyes windows, and so a stage can be portable. A play can be anywhere. It's just human beings speaking.
I don't doubt that this kind of stuff is happening in some corner of the fucking undercrust of the planet in the kingdom of Kur or whatever, but it's just outrageous that you ask me. This type of thing is the furthest from something I would even consider doing. I'm supposed to be getting asked questions like, would you put your brain inside of a vat? Or something like that. I'm rats? 5 rats? Not 1, 5.
So there's a spareness to plays, an orality that I find very attractive. So I have it in Beatrice and Virgil. It turns on a play. So I started with plays, but I quickly find prose much easier to handle.
How does what you learned from plays about writing dialogue, how does that show up in your prose?
Well, in prose, dialogue can play a much simpler purpose of just conveying information or an emotion as spoken by a character, but it doesn't have to have that seesaw sort of increasing tension. It doesn't have to sound natural while not being natural, while conveying information but not being too heavy.
Mm-hmm. And as you're trying to bring characters to life, and I'm trying to think of the different stages of bringing a character to life. That first mapping out the novel, then the first draft, and then the constant refinement that goes into writing. What are the things that you're doing to give a character texture and then also to make the reader care about the character?
I don't think about that at all. Like, you know what? In Life of Pi was at the end of my concerns. I wanted this idea of someone who was religious. You know what? All my characters are kind of the same. I don't like, when I read fiction, to have a completely, remember Carson McCullers? What's that one where one of the characters is a little person? My perspective is I want to look at life in a very personal way. I just want to look at life and understand it before the lights go out. So I don't necessarily am interested in strong blinkers. The character who is blind, the character who's a dwarf, the character who is this. I'd rather just have someone who is a vessel. Like, I'm in the car with you, you're the driver and I trust you, and we look out.
Yeah.
I want someone who knows how to drive and the roads are clear so we can. So I'd rather have an ordinary character in the face of extraordinary circumstances. And Pi's a perfect example of that. I never thought about Pi. I want someone obviously who is interested in the world, who's open, and then things happen to him, rather than someone who's really weird and curious and the banal happens. So, in Life of Pi, there's a shipwreck. In Beatrice and Virgil, the Holocaust befalls these 2 people. But those 2 people, symbolized by a monkey and a donkey, are just ordinary people who just want to get by. They want to have their 3 meals a day. They want to be loved and loved. They're completely banal, one might even say boring people, but then the appalling, the extraordinary happens to them. I mean, that's more interesting, because then my reader, because we all think we're normal. The weirdest person you see out there, like, whoa, you're so strange. You say, oh, I'm totally normal. This is who I am. We all think we're normal. So what we want to have brought to our attention is the extraordinariness of life. So that's where I focus on. In character, I never thought of the character of Pi. Just in my latest novel, Son of Nobody, Harlow Dunn, the scholar, he has a dissolving marriage. He has a daughter, he's studying this. I never thought about him in terms of his peculiarity. That's why I never describe my characters. These sorts of novels where someone is described in great detail, I find pointless because words are terrible at description. If you emphasize anything about someone's nose, you suddenly imagine this enormous nose. If you mention he has a little scar, you imagine this, this great cut.
It's a caricature.
It becomes a caricature. It's very hard subtly to describe someone's appearance because words aren't good at that. Photography is. Words are much better at thinking and emotion. So in Life of Pi, there's a lot of thinking about the divine. Emotions, it's great. So I never dwell on characters. I never describe Pi. I never describe Harlow Dunn. He is just a vessel to look at something, and what he's looking upon is what I'm really interested in. So I never think of character.
Can you tell me more about the extraordinary moments of what makes for a good one
In a story
that
I've read or that I'm creating?
you're creating or that you've read? But I like that idea that you have these ordinary characters, you have these extraordinary moments. What makes for a good extraordinary moment versus one that feels contrived?
Well, all kinds. So for example, Son of Nobody has a rather unusual format. At the top of the page you have verse fragments of this lost Trojan War epic, so it looks like poetry, the line is ragged. And at the bottom you have footnotes that comment on the text, and they're unusual footnotes. There's dialogue, they describe Harlow.
You said half of our perception is mass advertisement. But it's a lot more than half. How many things that you have around you that aren't like a name brand? You think it's a coincidence that you ended up with a Wacom tablet instead of a non-Wacom tablet if you have a tablet that is pen-oriented, stylus-oriented? You think it's just a coincidence that like Microsoft dominates the computer market? And then there's a logo on everything? There's a logo on everything. You know how people watermark memes? Or what do you think they got that from? What is the utility to have a logo on every car? There is no functional utility for a logo to be on a vehicle. That is advertising. You don't need to know, not really, that like Kellogg's makes all these different cereals. All you need to know is that this is Lucky Charms and this is Cinnamon Toast Crunch and this is this. That's the functional thing. You don't need to know the difference between these two different things you want to have in any way beyond the fact that like you don't want Lucky Charms if you want Cinnamon Toast Crunch. So this box being designed this way looks like that for that reason. But why is Kellogg's on both of these boxes? So I can go get more Kellogg stuff. If I pick up a thing of soda and I want to drink a drink that tastes like Mountain Dew, then it helps to actually pick up a can that says Mountain Dew, but it's different flavors, because it means that I get to stay inside of the continuum of Mountain Dew flavors if I like that. But it doesn't really matter because Pepsi owns Mountain Dew, so I'm still entrenched inside their consumption sphere.
Was dissolving marriage. The wonderful moment for me was, hey, that's a great idea. I could elevate the humble footnote. I like footnotes, not technical ones, but ones that illuminate something that can't quite fit in the text. They can be really illuminating. I remember reading Dante's Divine Comedy and endlessly enjoying the footnotes because they flesh out what Dante was talking
about. David Foster Wallace.
Yeah, see that.
He just goes crazy in the footnotes.
Yes, so I like footnotes. So I like, as at one point there's a line in the novel, which I did there, you talk a moment of wonder. I have this line where I say, we're all footnotes to a greater story. To me, that's really true. We're all little footnotes. We're the little minor things. I'm just one little person here. I'm a little footnote next to other little footnotes, but collectively, that is everything. We are the American nation is the result of 300 million footnotes going about, creating this texture that appears on the top of the page that is this great American civilization. So I like this idea of, so one moment of wonder was just a purely theoretical way of devising the layout of this page that would be in verse, in footnotes, and elevating the humble footnote. That was a moment of warble. As a writer, you always have sentences that you're particularly happy with, that just seem to say something that either is artfully told, and that is true, that speaks to you as a human being. And so I said that line that I just said, we're all footnotes to a greater story. I kind of like that. I'm not showing off about it, but it spoke to me as saying who we are as human beings.
Would take me back to the what makes a good extraordinary moment.
So one thing that I often like to bring out, for example, is that the foundations of Western civilization is Homer's Iliad and Odyssey and the Gospels. Whether you've read them or believe in them is not the point. But these are the two. Everything out of the West came out of Greece through the Iliad and the Odyssey, and then Greek philosophy. That's half of who we are, and the other half is the story about Jesus of Nazareth. Whether you like them or not is not the point here. And it's amazing to think that none of them have any facts attending them. There's no facts attending Jesus. We don't know when he was born. December 25th was the Romans mistaking it for the winter equinox. In fact, it's the 21st, not the 25th. And they thought, what better day to have Jesus be born but the days when the winter days get short and there's more light in our life. Here's a new God. He's bringing every day more light to us. So let's have him be born on the winter equinox. They got the day wrong. That date was devised 300 years later. We don't know when he was dead. People say, oh, Easter Friday. Well, that's a day. It's not a date. And when the day he dies varies every year. People die on a specific day. Warren Harding died on August 2nd, 1923. I don't know why I mentioned that. U.S. president. He died on that day, every single year. It's the same. It doesn't vary. Jesus varies. We don't know most of his life. We know nothing about him. So the moment of intellectual illumination to know that these are foundational stories of which we know nothing. There are no facts to do with Troy. There are no facts to do with Jesus. But what do they both have is story. There's something about them that we endlessly want to storytell about, where sometimes things have a billion facts attending them, but they don't live in us. I just mentioned Warren Harding, like a forgotten U.S. president. Well, we could actually go back and find a million facts about him, but no one talks about Warren Harding. He's forgotten. There are facts there with no story. So there's a moment of intellectual illumination that, you know what, you don't actually need facts. You don't want lies, but facts only go so far. Then you want story. So that's intellectually illuminating. Then there are moments of emotional intensity in Life of Pi. When Pi reaches the beach, he lands and the tiger leaves without saying goodbye. We like closure. Goodbye, good seeing you. If I just left here, it'd be like, we want that full stop to go back to punctuation.
I might be back later on tonight in this chat. I'm going to move to my friend's VC. That he has conflicting beliefs because he seems to be fundamentally a tool of the state, so he never has a chance to actually figure out what he likes himself. But his character, he can contradict himself. He never actually disliked communists. He's only told to believe that he should dislike communists. You do realize this is like an allegory for how like a bunch of patriots in this country like Nazis for some reason, right? What's up, storage box? Oh, I gotta.
Yeah, let me put my dick in your stump. Shit like that. So him and Soldier Boy get into
Spread it.
Yeah, him and Soldier Boy get into an altercation about it, basically, where he says that he didn't love her and that he was treating her like shit and yada yada yada, this, that, and the third. But then later on he comes back and he basically says that he hates Homelander, but he loves her so much he's willing to make Homelander a god, since that's what she would have wanted. He says, I love her more than I hate you. It just feels like the Soldier Boy's character essentially like completely flipped on its head, because in season 3, when he found out that Homelander was his kid, Homelander tells him that he's his kid. They have like that whole conversation on the phone, and he pretty much tells him that the way that Homelander turned out is not how he would have turned out if he had actually been around to raise his son. He tells him he's a fucking disappointment. Even this season, he was saying some of the same shit. He called him the softest, wettest boy and shit like that. And then 2 episodes later, he was like, well, my girl was in love with you, so I guess I gotta help you.
Yeah. I can't speak to any single point about the series or the character, except for the fact that, like, if anybody's trying to write anything political, they're not going to have any sort of hyper nuanced take. They're literally just going to parodize, like, Republicans, basically. That seems to be the shining, thing that we do nowadays, is to make a parody out of Republican and conservatives.
Yeah, Homelander has been a Trump allegory for like 3 seasons now. Everything he does is essentially, they literally go and they look at what Trump does, the most outlandish thing that Trump does, and they have Homelander do it in the episode. It has essentially devolved his character to be, I wouldn't say uninteresting, but like basically predictable, because nothing that he is going to do makes any amount of sense.
But the Soldier Boy thing it's like the thing about the falling in love with a Nazi, that's like, so you can get on Twitter and see that. I feel like Pete Pet said we're gonna find out that he is dating a Nazi at some point.
Have you seen his tattoos?
You mean the ones that he didn't know were Nazi symbol?
No, the white supremacist tattoos. No, I think I knew.
And then that's what he said. I don't care what he knew. I think it's funny to hear what he said. That he didn't know that it was he didn't know what it was for 20 years or whatever. And then he got caught out when somebody had to tell him, and then he had to take it away or some shit like that. Like that's peak. That's just peak fucking. Oh, I'm a nationalist. I love America, but like Hitler wasn't too bad. That is peak that. That is peak Khalil.
Oh, hold on now.
In the show, what's her name does come over with all those other paperclip Nazis, Khalil. That is literally the Nazis created the the formula that gives these niggas their superpowers in an attempt to make this.
Yeah. I was telling you, like, yo, most of NASA shit when they first started came from them boys.
He said that he didn't know that she was a Nazi. He mentioned it this season. I don't know. People are saying that it makes sense that Soldier Boy would be in love with her because he is a racist and she's a Nazi.
See,
I mean, well,
And I guess Nazis are also racist.
yeah, it's literally the main unifying point. Actually, isn't just that they both hate minorities or whatever. It's actually that like a lot of people who don't like the state of the country are Republicans, so they don't care if the country comes down and gets shut down because it's rife with too much democracy. So they end up by being anti-democracy, they are like super authoritarianism. So they end up siding with the Nazis instead.
Yeah, in season 2, I don't know if you remember when she said it when they were talking about her being a Nazi. I forget who called her out on it. Maybe it was Homelander, but she said the people love what I have to say. They believe in it. They just don't like the word Nazi.
Well, no one likes the word
Yep.
Nazi.
Well, it depends. You can go on a surrounded debate and listen to somebody like Mehdi Hassan debate a bunch of conservatives, and if you call 20% of them a Nazi, they're not going to shrug. They won't even bat an eye.
All the other stuff that he's done does make him a bad person, right? He's
Well, yeah,
racist. He sexually abused a child. He abused his team physically and mentally.
Yeah.
There's other stuff. I just can't remember the whole list.
Yes. Again, all those things make Soldier Boy a bad person. But again, to say that he's bad because he loves someone who happens to be a Nazi, it's not the fact that he loves Stormfront because she's a Nazi. And I don't think that would.
He doesn't love her because she's a Nazi. He's in love with her in spite of the fact that she is a Nazi.
Yeah,
her being a Nazi is not a negative for him. But you would agree that for any rational person, someone being a Nazi would be a negative. That'd be a negative for them, right?
Well, yeah, it'd be the same. It's similar, just like you find your lover as a killer, a serial killer, or they like a CP. They like getting fucked by like wild rabbit animals or some shit, like all some weird, like off the wall, like heinous, that's vile type shit, like, oh, my lover likes to chew gum and then I don't know, spit it on the floor or something. I mean, that's not crazy, but it's not nothing. It's not evil. Like, oh, you just like chewing gum, spit it on the floor. That's not evil. But I think I just watched this video with this one girl found out that her boyfriend was in the CP. He had like a bunch of this shit on his phone. Yes, 100%. That's evil.
So
You get me?
coming in midway into the conversation makes it sound like Khalil was defending Soldier Boy. What's going on?
He basically doesn't see a problem. I mean, when he was talking about it this morning when I asked him, he was getting real smart about it.
Look, he asked me. This is exactly how he said. He said, does this make Soldier Boy evil because he loves Stormfront, who happens to also be a Nazi? And I was telling him, I'm like, look, I don't think loving someone and then them having like a bad or horrible trait makes you evil.
That's not a trait. That's
well,
like
you know what I mean, like a persona, a personality, or like a belief system or belief, right? That wouldn't make you evil. Now, after it's you just love someone, right? You can still love someone and knowing they did some heinous shit, you can still have love in your heart for them, if that makes sense.
I feel I'm pretty sure that like I'm not able to pick up on it completely, but I'm pretty sure you're being inconsistent. Because you just mentioned the whole thing about CP earlier.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say that. Hold up. She, I guess let's say the woman in this situation that found out her boyfriend was involved in CP.
Wait, let me put it to you this way. Let me put it to you this way. Would you still date your girl if she was a Nazi?
I asked him this, and he literally said how. He said how.
Would you still date your girl if she was in the CP?
No.
Why not?
that's
You
way
can't
too
love her in
extreme.
Wait.
spite of the fact that she likes child
I
pornography.
how do
Wait,
I, how do I
wait.
word this? I
Well,
can
you don't
I
have to,
would
because I
still
doubt you can properly. So,
I
but
would
you know what? You go
still
ahead, try it.
I would still have love for my girlfriend, but we would like the person we would no longer
That's what I
like to be
asked.
together.
That's what I
Like
asked.
it.
Yeah, you're not going to say anything different. So there's no real distinction. You said no. So, but so the why is the Nazi thing different? They're both dehumanizing people.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. If I'm being honest, it's most likely
Because
my
there is a
personal.
difference between consumption of CP versus actually being a real legitimate predator. So like,
It's
and
it's
there's a
illegal
difference
on
between being a Nazi and a person who was in the Nazi military and going out killing Jews. Those are two different things. So we're leveling these two things. Now, to be fair, Stormfront is a actual Nazi guard type person. She is killing people deliberately based off of her belief systems. We gave you a basic example of somebody who was into the consumption of illegal material, and somebody who was into an ideology that is leading to people's deaths, but she is not participating in the system herself. So these are pretty much leveled. We're just trying to figure out if you can be consistent.
like across the board. Like
With these two examples, these two things are not them contributing directly to harm to any person, but they still believe in things. They still are participating at a sub-level system where it is perpetrating a form of harm, nonetheless.
is it are we going off of the American laws in this? Because CP consumption is illegal, but being a Nazi, well, I mean, I think
No, this okay. If we go off of American laws, we can do this. We can say this. Let's do that fundamentally, because we need to set up a condition where the person is consuming CP despite the fact that they shouldn't. They know that they shouldn't.
Mhm.
So you're taking a stance towards this thing that you're going to consume this thing despite that you know you shouldn't, and it's unlawful to do so.
right.
It's vice versa. And the person who is a Nazi is taking an immoral stance towards people that they think are immoral based off of their faith system. It's not a proven system. It's a system that is based off of a predisposition towards hatred towards a group of people for whatever reasons. Anti-Semitism. They're both leveling out because they both perpetrate a form of dehumanization towards a particular class of people or whatever. So, and when you nuance it down, they're about the same when it comes to like outright, I don't care about these people. They're just a tool that I see that is either in the way of something or give me what I want. In the consumption of CP, in that particular case, that is a toolizing of something. Toolizing of something, meaning like I'm just consuming this up because this is my thing that I'm going to do to help me cope or whatever, I don't know. And then with the person who's the Nazi, they're saying that, society is held up by people who are in together in a group. They don't want us in. They're keeping us out. They're evil, therefore, because they won't let us in. The reason why all the world's problems are the way they are is because of these people, these Jews, the Jewish cabal, etc. They believe all these things, and it perpetrates hatred towards them, and these people get caught out in the middle of the street and get stoned to death by people who are like white supremacist types. So you don't have to participate in the stoning of the Jews to believe that is, oh, well, they are Jews, to be that kind of person. And if you are the person who consumes CP, then you say, if you have a friend who consumes it, then you say, man, you also consume it. You say, well, I can see why a person would consume it. And this perpetrates people going out to go create the CP and then distribute it and then cause more harm. So it's the same harm thing in both directions. If your maid is like Jewish and you don't have a problem with Jews, but your girlfriend does, you have to be worried that the Jew is going to get killed at some point, probably. Maybe. As a crazy example. If the maid is a child,
then you have to worry that your girlfriend is gonna fucking fondle the maid at some point. Like
Yeah.
either way, you're gonna be worried about this person around a certain person that she doesn't like. If she doesn't like cats, you're gonna be worried that she's gonna get a fucking felon for beating up the cat at some point. She's gonna catch a felony charge for abusing an animal. It'd be better to just leave this person. You can say you might love him from a distance, but it's the same thing across the board. You should break up with the Nazi and the other person, but you don't have these things leveled out properly, consistently, because you have a problem with a pedophile more than you have a Nazi, which is that's your thing. That's fine. It's just that nobody has I'm, I don't mean to run cover of pedophiles, but there are well, to be fair, Hitler was one apparently. But anyways, nobody exterminated a bunch of non-pedophile people as a pedophile. There's no super pedophile named Hitler, but spelled backwards, that exterminated people who were not pedophiles. What happened was that Hitler went out to exterminate people who were Jews because he went out of his way to exterminate a race of people because he thought they were committing atrocities. Conversely, there is no pederast from the kingdom of wherever those pederasts were, Greece or whatever. No Grecian leader who was a pederast came out and said, "I hate everybody who doesn't like kids. Let me just kill them all." That comparison, a metaphor, is being made to say that, like, it's crazy. I'll give you this one. This is easier. It's crazy that people would like run cover for Hitler, but would never do it for any pedophile ever. Not a person who hasn't touched. Like a person who just says that he likes 16-year-olds. That person is the devil. That person is worse than Hitler somehow. Even though Hitler would kill your black mother, your slightly half-mixed brother, your Jewish person, another German too. And that's fine, basically. People can conceptualize that like a pedophile is way worse than a Nazi because the pedophile will touch kids even though there's no history of it. There's no record of it. But the Nazi is better, even though the Nazi has a record of going to people's doors, knocking on the doors, saying, "Can you come out so I can put a fucking hole in your chest?" And then knocking on the second door and doing the same thing repeatedly. I'm just presenting something to you. I'm not trying to like
No,
get you to
I'm
change your mind
listening.
on anything. I'm just saying this because like I know that people can't budge on these type of things because it's in their like it's ingrained in their system at a certain point. Well, like I'm cold and logical, so I can think outside of myself and say to myself that the reason why Hitler is worse and Nazi is worse is because that he causes mass damage and it's proven to be mass damage. While meanwhile, most of us, maybe not most of us, a lot of us know people who are weird about kids and don't do anything about it.
You can't do that to me.
I'm
That's
not
wild.
doing that to you. You shouldn't even do that. You shouldn't even say that. I don't know why you did that. The point is that when you this stuff was popular as fuck. Didn't MG Kelly literally said like I don't know what you guys are talking about. 16-year-olds are hot, and that just blew over.
He did.
Now,
say
no
that.
Nazi can ever say
the-
I love white supremacy and that blows over. That guy's out of business for good. This because we take that shit when it's serious, and we take it pretty seriously.
Yeah.
Democratic institution, for example, will not let certain Democratic officials ever be found out that they were ever into Nazism at some point. We will get them out of here. That's why Pete Hesse is catching so much crap. And the other Pete Buttigieg, whatever, all this different stuff on these political ends, you're held to different standards and expectations, so you get shut down immediately when you're found about this kind of stuff. But for Republicans, it's just different because everybody has plenty of reason to believe that Trump may be a pedophile, but they don't really care because if he can destroy trans people or whatever and keep Kamala Harris types from running, then all is well.
Yeah. Which is the Republican Party in a nutshell.
Oh no, man, it's not your party.
No, I'm definitely not Republican. I don't like either side. Yeah, I think both sides are corrupt. They don't. Like,
Yeah, but both sides wouldn't tear off the whole world. Only one side would.
no, it's just really just Trump. It's just Trump's
Both sides wouldn't create a crypto coin and distribute it across the planet. Only one side would.
Trump's a crook. Hold on,
Both sides
Republicans are very.
Both sides wouldn't fucking take the cabinet system and then strip it all the way down to the unmentionables to only have people that are sycophantic there. Only one side.
That's just Trump. Like
You say
that's
that, but
still
like people conspired to get him into office. So like
yeah, no,
that's not
like,
just
yeah,
Trump. Trump don't do shit by himself. That's why he had to strip down the entire administration system the second time he ran around, because he had some people around him who wouldn't let him be just Trump. So that means whoever he has around him who props him up to allow him to do what he is doing is for Trump. That is you saying that's just Trump. No, Trump has clones of himself. Therefore, it's not just Trump.
yeah.
That
His
is MAGA. That's not just Trump.
his
It's MAGA.
his first administration,
Was not MAGA.
he he was pretty much getting stone. How do I word this? He would
Stonewall.
get stonewalled
There's
with a lot of his.
the fucking the walls held or whatever. The when Ben Shapiro says the stone guards, the guardrails held, they held.
Mhm.
They're not holding this much. They're not holding this much this time.
No, it's literally like a what do you call like you got in order to get anywhere in politics or anywhere even in the government official office, like it's like higher up, you gotta suck this nigga off. There's no way you gonna suck this nigga off. If you don't suck this nigga off, you can pretty much get moved out of your cabinet
You
seat.
said
moved
first
out.
term though. That's not what was going on.
And
with
his
the first
second,
term.
I'm talking about his second term now. His first term, I'm not very familiar with his first term.
His first
Yeah, I
term
was not in the-
was normal, because we had a lot of normalcy up until this point in our presidential elections.
Yeah, that's
like,
what I'm saying.
The last time that people like wanted to do a recall was with fucking Al Gore, when he tried to do a recount of the ballot polls or the ballot punch cards or whatever during the Bush v. Gore thing. But like, I forget why he did that, but like that was the last time that somebody actually like tried to stop. I won't say stop an election, because he didn't try to prevent the peaceful transfer of power like Trump did. But no, like
No, it's because it's alleged that Al Gore lost one of the states. To Bush.
But he did it from multiple. He did it from multiple counties, though. It wasn't just one state.
Like rigged elections. People claim rigged elections and shit, like how Trump claims he lost to Biden, and it was rigged and whatnot. So that's why Al Gore did
it. Yeah. The main point is that, like, to say that both sides are corrupt was like as a fine and dandy statement to have said, before we saw everything that just happened within the past couple of months. But like to say that, to let that persist as a statement you could utter now is a bit out of touch.
I mean, well, like it's Trump is just more upfront and brazen and crazy, unfortunately. Very rash, impulsive.
So you're saying that we would have found out on accident that like Kamala was doing her Kamala coin?
No, Kamala would have done no Kamala coin. I highly doubt.
You're saying that we would have saw on accident that Kamala had people shot in the streets with ICE protests, and the budget would have increased exponentially underneath Kamala Harris to fund the ICE agents.
Well, yeah, Democrats do.
Look, we've never funded. They have never funded the ICE like that. That's why they were underfunded for a long time by comparison. But I'm pretty sure the budget for ICE is like almost tripled over the past couple of months.
It's been tripled on the Trump. It's tripled on the Trump, because Trump is very big on deportation.
So it's not the same.
I mean,
it's not the same. When a fucking Joe Rogan guy who sucked Trump's dick in front of people for like 6 hours, or basically 2 hours per time he had Trump on, when he sucks his cock and has all those blonde old man hairs in the back of his throat, and then he can still say in front on camera, they're like the Gestapo. And I think that if he can say that, then I think people can admit that like there's more corruption on one side versus the other one.
Well, I think it's both.
You could say that there's both, because that's what I just said. But like when you have people who are supposed to be admitted officials into the government, who are supposed to be like the attorneys of law, who can't even admit that Biden actually won the election without any sort of rigging going on, then like we have a massive problem going on. When these officials know they have to say that because they don't want to get shit up their ass by Trump.
I agree.
Who is scared of Obama like that? Who is scared of Bush like that? Trump is striking fear into the hearts of people. That's not the same type of corruption in the democratic institution. And for you to try to level it out, it's a little bit you're minimalizing. It's a little insane. I don't like the Democrats either. I don't like the Democrats either. But I'm not going to say that like they're corrupt in the same regards.
So are you trying to say that the Republicans are more corrupt through the judicial process versus the Democrats?
I'm trying to say that when a Pam Bondi gets up on stage and tries to
Mhm.
pivot for Trump, and then he fires her a couple of minutes afterwards, like these are unprecedented events that are like happening because anybody running cover for Trump is doing so because he told them that they should, and he's like doing like this mafia boss tactic and pivoting constantly to prevent people from like trying to figure out what's going on in a way that is, as you said, in your face, brazen. But at the same time, he's convincing you that he's not doing some of these things. You're saying he's brazenly upfront. He's also brazenly lying.
The Trump is a very he's just an asshole. I don't he'll say one thing then do another.
I'm not trying to be
He'll
mean
do another thing
or
and then
overly
do
like fucking liberal, like, but just some of these words you're using are like very minimalizing. Trump is a, what did you say? Trump is just an asshole. No, like
no, he's insane. He's
no,
like
he's
a,
not insane either.
like a
He is corrupt.
narcissist.
He is corrupt. Let's use the actual word. He is corrupt. He is one of the most corrupt presidents of all time, like by far. If he somehow cracks top 15 presidents of all time and like pushes Ronald Reagan out of the way, we will be in a new place in our history when we consider him to be a good president. He is about as corrupt as he can get. Putin is like having wet emissions, nocturnal emissions, thinking about what Trump is doing over there. Because who would do this stuff? Think about that. Who would do all this stuff? Bush looks at what Trump is doing and he's like, yeah, fuck, if I would have ran again, I would have been able to get away with it. Third term, that sounds good to me. Trump is one of those people who says like, you're looking good enough to rape. I mean, I wouldn't do it unless. He's one of those guys who says unless at the end.
The difference between Bush and the past presidents compared to the current one is, if my honest, the other past Bush, Obama, Biden, at the very least, had morals and at least an acceptance, or they believed in the laws, if that makes sense, right? The laws are
That's
laws.
the end of the conversation, Khalil. Right there.
Yeah.
But you just said that the difference
I'm not
between
defending Trump.
one
not
president
defending
versus another president is that one believes in the laws and the other one thinks he's above the law.
Yeah, that's
And doesn't
exactly
just
it.
think it, but also demonstrates it and creates a system so that he can do it. So they can be above the law. He doesn't just believe he's above the law. He is creating a distance so that he can act above the law. That is a bit
I know.
unprecedented.
Trust me, I know. I'm not defending him. I didn't vote for this nigga. I didn't vote at all.
Right. But you have to understand that the people who put him in power is the MAGA coalition and subsections of the conservative movement. Therefore, they're all
dick suckers.
conscriptors.
Yeah, they're literally dick suckers. You can point out Trump's fault. Be like, yo, Trump did X, Y, Z, and they'll finagle some way to make it seem like it's not that important, or that wasn't his intention, or it was the Democrats did it before him. So why does it matter? You know, dick suckers. There's no way around it.
I just want to know what these Democrats examples are of like them doing it before Trump. Because whenever they bring that shit up, they don't have much to say, and you can prove whatever they say wrong, and they say that dumb shit. Well, Democrats used to be Republicans. Like what is it? That is a factoid, a sort of a type of fact that isn't really a fact. What do they like to say? Those two dumb things. We don't actually live in a democratic institution. We live in a Republican official, some shit like that. And then they say the shit about the flipping of the Democratic Republicans and the conservatives, or the conservatives and the liberals with the whole democratic institution thing, as if they're supposed to mean anything. What's that thing that people say nowadays? This sounds really smart to be retarded. Yeah, Democrats used to be Republicans.
Yeah, because way back in the day they used to be flipped Republicans.
Yeah, but this doesn't
Democrats.
mean anything though.
And then doesn't really doesn't.
Yeah, we don't live in a democracy. We live in a republic. It also
It's
doesn't
just
mean anything.
It's just a political talking point, the buzzword.
It's a thing to fucking pivot to run cover for your point so you can shift the fucking blame onto something else.
we want, so when in Life of Pi, when the tiger, and that, I didn't think that out very much. I just did it spontaneously because he's an animal. He's not going to go turn around and growl a goodbye. That's anthropomorphic. He just walks off into the jungle, not knowing it's a Mexican jungle, hoping you'll survive. He does not say goodbye. But Pi is devastated by that. And readers have moved, so that's a great discovery here. That's emotionally powerful. He's constructed this story with his tiger, who he doesn't realize until then hasn't necessarily co-created that story with him. The tiger just wants to fucking survive. And he's finally reached land again, and he goes away. So that was a moment of, emotional wonder that was nice to come upon and to create. And they sort of come by happenstance. You try to plan these things, and sometimes it happens, and sometimes it doesn't.
As we begin to wrap, what makes for a good ending?
One that properly concludes a reader's expectations without answering everything. You want a degree of mystery as to what might happen next, or even what has happened. So you want a degree of closure, as we want for a funeral, but without forgetting the deceased, without forgetting what has just happened. So you don't want something rushed. You don't want something completely unexpected, because then the reader feels that they haven't understood what has preceded it. So yeah, you want to come. See, that I find easier to finish than to begin. You asked me about the beginnings. I can't even remember the beginnings of my stories, but I'll remember the end of each one. So Life of Pi, I very clearly remember what I wanted. Same thing with Son of Nobody. I very clearly remember how I wanted to finish it.
I hope the
I
virus
think you
ain't
want
that
the reader
bad.
to be left with a sense of wonder and questioning, while yet feeling that their expectations were fulfilled.
I was also thinking of detective stories as you were telling that, of all the little strands that show up in a detective story. And we were talking about this earlier, the things that you end up missing that then all come together. And there's a certain sense of almost pleasure of, wow, this person connected all of those things that I had seen that I didn't know that they were going to come together. And I didn't even realize that I'd been thinking about those things, which all just came together. And they had given me all of these ways of seeing that then, boom, ensemble at the end, and it comes together at last.
Well, genre fiction, I think the conclusion just has to fulfill very clearly the reader's expectations. If you're writing a lovely romance with a lovely couple and they're great and the sex is great, and then the last page, he cuts her head off and puts her in the oven, eats her and throws her head in the bin, the reader of the gentle, sweet romance would be horrified, saying, this is not what I wanted. They want confirmation that love is beautiful. In a murder mystery, you want the murder resolved. I remember seeing with my partner a murder mystery. Was it by Tana French? No, it's Jane Harper, in which one crime is resolved, but as part of that crime was another one against a child in a forest, and it's very prominent, and it's never resolved. And I remember that's really weird. So maybe it worked in the book, but in the adaptation it didn't, because I was left like, well, who killed the little kid? How can you not address the question of who killed the little boy?
Right.
Well, other stuff is addressed. So I guess in genre fiction you want a confirmation of your expectations. In literary fiction it's dicier, because you don't know what the expectation is not necessarily clear, but the writer has to make it sort of clear at one moment at the end.
The words that have been coming to mind for me are satisfying and mysterious. And what I mean by this is there's a certain satisfaction to a good ending. Like I was saying with the detective novel, it all came together nice. But also what you were saying earlier is that there has to be a certain mystery for a story to live inside of you, because if there is that sense of mystery, if not everything has been wrapped up, then that story you begin to grapple with that story. That story becomes part of you. That story lives on in your mind. And you're like, what is going on there? It's a puzzle that you can continue to solve over the years. And satisfying and mysterious almost feel like antonyms in a way. They feel like they're at least in contradiction. But I think a good ending might hit both of those notes.
Absolutely. Like if you think of the ending of Moby Dick, which ends with a description of the ocean just endlessly rolling and hitting the beaches. I forget the bit, but that's perfect. Contemplation of the ocean, its ceaseless movements, the eternality of time. It works wonderfully. You exactly, that's what you want. You want the reader to have something that they can behold at the end of a story, but not necessarily all resolved. That they can it still glows with sort of a degree of mystery. They're pondering on it. I said a work of art is ultimately a thoughtful, emotional product. You have to feel something, but if you feel too much, then once the emotion settles, you forget it. It also has to be thoughtful. A good example of that, for example, here's a good example, is of Gregor Samsa, the Metamorphosis. So Gregor Samsa wakes up one morning, he's a big dung beetle. He's an enormous insect in his bedroom. The horror of his parents, who reject him, and he lives in his little room now. And because now he no longer works, they have to hire boarders. And the sister plays the violin. There's a wonderful scene in Metamorphosis where the sister plays the violin for these boarders who are quite arrogant types. And Gregor, who's this beetle, is in his room, and he's transported by the music, because despite being a dung beetle, he's still human, and he feels the music of his sister. So he edges out into the light and horrifies the boarders. And so I think it's his father throws an apple at him, and he gets stuck in his carapace. And, then it's the downfall. He begins to die. So there's a story where eventually he dies. And so that's a clear, beginning, middle, end. We were born, we live, and then we die. So it follows that arc. That's satisfying. But then what do we make of that story? Why did he become a beetle? What does it mean to become a beetle? What does that mean to us? So there's a perfect example of it's resolved, the ending, and yet it remains mystery. You live with Gregor Samsa. It's a famous story that this absurdity of it lives with us, because in some ways we are always touched by absurdity. So I said, you want resolution, but not that resolves everything.
What's the famous line? You want a ending to be surprising in the moment, but inevitable in retrospect. Does that land with you?
Oh, I never heard of that one. That's a good one. So yeah, it does land with me. That's a good one.
Well, let's end here. Indifference. Why can't artists be indifferent?
Well, they can't be indifferent about what they're writing about, because you have to be passionate. But there is the mistake that we made, that thing that artists might have valid opinions about things beyond their art. Like, I have opinions about what I've written, my books, what they might be about, what I might be trying to say. But my opinion about Donald Trump or AI, I'm no more prescient than anyone else, any other citizen, in fact, maybe less. So one thing we have to remember about artists is they're solitary agents. We have no obligation to anyone but to ourselves, which is great because we're free agents, which means we can say the outrageous, rock and roll songs that in the 60s scandalized people because it was all about sex. Well, yeah, we want to talk about sex. We enjoy sex. We don't want to be repressed like you old people. So art can break rules. And it does that because it has no obligation, no constituency except the artist himself, herself. So we are free agents. And that's exactly why tyrants are afraid of us, because we will say whatever we want, which will shock some people but delight others, and it's the way of staying free. There's something inherently free about art, and it's because we don't owe anyone anything. But the downside of that is then, because we have no constituency, we don't represent anyone but ourselves, so our opinion is just ours and may not reflect a greater, wiser judgment when you do want cohesion. Like in a political body, you want people to vote and have one set of policies. You don't want random artists who are just doing whatever they want. That's not good for governance. It's good for freedom of mind, but not for a functioning society necessarily.
Jan Martel, thank you very much.
My pleasure, David.
It's good to meet you.
Yeah, same here.
Today's guest is a stand-up comedian, a podcaster, and one of the heroes of my heart, this beautiful little Lychee. He's my good friend, and I'm so thankful to spend time with him. Today's guest is Mr. Bobby Lee. Oh, no, leave that on. That shit's tough, dude.
It's heavy.
It is? Okay, sorry.
It's heavy.
Dude, you look like Daniel Day-Lewis a little bit.
Thank you. Dude, you look like Idris Elba to me, dude.
You think so?
Yeah, dude.
Bring up Idris Elba.
Yeah, you know what Idris looks like, dog?
Just in the dick, you mean, huh?
No, your dick is medium.
Yeah.
It's fair. Dab.
No, I got that limited cock.
You got limited cock, dude?
Yeah, dude. 1.5 bars, bro.
Dude.
That's it on this
Yeah,
one.
mine's a minion, dude.
Yeah, you got that minion?
Yeah, I got minion dick.
Oh, I like that.
Horny as fuck, bro.
Hey, hard work. Hard worker.
They do.
Yeah.
They're very hard workers. They have overalls, goggles.
Dude, yeah, bro. If your wiener's going in with goggles on, dude,
It's got the whole thing, dude.
you're a champ.
You're a chink.
Hey.
Hey, dude. I can't say that.
But here's the rule. You could say it, I could say it. That's my rule here.
Well, I can say what? What can I say, dude?
Oh, guys. Dude,
Bro, bro,
Good to see you, man.
Let me just get in my zone, guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to pray first? I'm happy to pray if you want.
Can I start?
Yeah, you want to pray?
Yeah. Do we have to hold hands?
No. We can, but I think we can put our hands however you want. It will get warmer in here. I know it's cold.
Yeah, it's really cold. I feel like an Eskimo right now, though.
They're charging us more for heat. I think Israel's doing it.
Israel is definitely doing a lot of things.
I
mean, they're like, what do they do?
I know.
What do do? What BB do? BB do bad. Right?
You no say.
You no say. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do a prayer, man. You want to lead us in it, man?
Yeah. But when I do prayers, dog, look at me first before we even get into it.
Yeah, for sure, man.
I don't like getting interrupted.
Okay.
So I like to finish what my prayer is gonna be. You know what I mean? And it may go long.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
No, dude, I'm just happy to be here with you today, man. I love you. I'm going to give you a hug first.
Oh, sweet shit.
I love you. Dude. Thank you for coming to the season.
Yeah.
That's the truth, man. That's the truth, bro. When the streets call me, bro.
When the streets call you, they call me. You know what I mean? We have the same caller.
Yeah.
Dear Heavenly Father.
Hold on. What do you need? We're praying.
What are you doing? Huh?
Sorry.
Bear Dick? That's your new name, dude. Bear Dick.
Give it to him.
Really? Oh, love your type. Bear Dick.
What do you mean, dude?
Yeah, he loves it, dude.
Likes women.
Yeah. He loves the chunk factor. You know what I mean? Because if I was gay, guy, you know what I mean? I've done some stuff.
Like, what do you mean, man?
I've licked a couple.
No.
Yeah, just like a I just want to know the flavor.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What happened?
What do you mean? What happened?
Or like,
what's the flavor?
Or yeah, I don't want to know. Yeah, I mean,
salty.
Ooh.
Well, what do you mean?
What part do you lick, the top or the bottom? Licking the bottom's gay.
That's gay. Dude. Licking the top, dude, ain't gay. It's just tasting.
I mean, I don't.
No, it's omakase. Dude, you ever go to an omakase restaurant? You don't know what you're gonna get, dude. That's what I'm doing, dude. Omakase, dude. Okay, yeah. Right? And sometimes, dude, it's like I go to omakase with my girl, right? And there's certain things I go, you have to eat it. You know what I mean? Like we went to, I've been in the jungle.
Where have you been? I did not know that.
Yeah, I've been in the jungle.
I mean, I know historically.
Look at my face. Yeah. What do you mean historically?
No, I mean, I'm just saying.
No, wait, what do you mean historically?
I just mean like over.
Yeah,
like,
I'm not Nam.
I know.
Yeah.
Bobby,
I'm
know
Korean,
that.
dude.
I know.
Yeah, there's no jungles in Korea, dog.
I don't know.
When you say you do know.
I'm saying historically.
Historically, you've been watching Platoon. You've been watching, you know what I mean? All kinds of movies like Hamburger Hill.
Letters of Iwo Jima.
Yeah, well, there's a jungle in Letters of Iwo Jima.
It's good.
It is a good movie. Let's give Clint Eastwood a round of applause.
Did he make that?
I think so, dude. I think he made it.
I didn't even know that.
He made it when he was 116 years old. It's
Dude,
amazing.
God.
What amazing work. So anyway, I've been in the jungle, and when I say jungle, I mean Waikiki.
You were out there?
I didn't go in it, but I saw it.
Bro, what were you doing out there?
Dude, I was doing all kinds of shit out there.
Were you doing ayahuasca or something?
No, I go out there vacation, and so there's a lot of cool omakase restaurants there.
Okay.
Right?
And what is omakase for people that don't know it?
Do you know it?
I think so.
Well, then tell me about it.
I think
Tell me, because I don't think you fucking know, dog.
omakase. Well, hold on, let's sound it out.
Oma, which is Oma in Korean is mom.
Mom.
Yeah.
And kase is
a house.
Oh,
Mom's house.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I don't know what omakase stands for, but I know what it is.
Okay, omakase.
Okay, so do you know what it is?
I do not.
Okay, so an omakase restaurant is it's a set menu.
Yeah.
Right? And they feed you in order. They'll tell you what you're gonna get from beginning to end. And generally, my rule, if I'm with a date, or, I have a girlfriend now.
What?
Yeah, dude.
Oh,
whoa, dude.
What's happening, dude? So what are you gonna do? You're not gonna.
This is what I do, dude. You know what am I doing right now, dude?
Why are you doing it if you have a girlfriend?
No, I'm killing myself, dude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's omakase.
Yeah. I choke myself and I kick myself in the heart, dog.
Okay.
I ain't jerking off, guy.
Oh, good. Yeah. As long as you ain't jerking off.
Yeah. You got to do it 21 times a month, though. That's what I heard.
Masturbate?
Ejaculate.
No.
Yeah, because you'll get testicular cancer.
No. Oh yeah. There's guys that like some people their eyes go bad or whatever.
Like mine?
Huh?
Hello.
No.
Anyway,
You look like
Omakase is this. You
You
have
look, like, you look like a bug that played for the Red Hot Chili Peppers right now, dude. You look good.
I look good, dude.
Yeah.
I look real good.
100%.
So omakase is like set menu. So we went to one place.
You look like a fireman, like in San Francisco, kind of like a little bit, you know?
Yeah, I do. But I was in the fire. Yeah, right?
Or you just had something.
I got lost and I'm like in the fire, like I don't know what to do. That type? Yeah.
And you brought just a mouthful of water.
Yeah.
That's the gayest thing, dude. If you're at a fire and a like kind of a gay firefighter shows up, he just like is just spitting water out of his mouth or whatever.
You look like an albino raccoon.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, let me finish with the omakase thing and get to my point, dog.
Sorry, dude. I'm interrupting you.
Yeah.
I do want to pray.
So anyway, we'll do the prayer later.
Doug Mai is officially mayor of
Chinatown.
Chinatown. Let's go.
Can I finish my omakase or?
Yeah, that's
Why
fair.
do you do this?
What do we do? We're just bringing up information.
I understand that, but we're going into a thing, and then you bring up some Chinese firefighter.
He brought that shit up.
Yeah, so the Bear Dick did that.
These
Yeah,
guys.
I'm not
yeah,
Bear
yeah,
Dick.
Yeah. Oh, you're not Bear Dick?
That's Bear Dick.
Oh yeah. What are you?
Preemie Nick.
Nick was a premature baby, and look how far he's gone.
Oh yeah. Did everything get mature?
I think my skull size is a little small, but
Yeah, I
everything
can tell.
else, yeah.
Anyway,
Look, he's 32 years old, but he'll never hit 9 months.
so
That's the thing.
and we had this.
Lest we forget, bro.
Lest we forget, dude.
Onward.
We're at this restaurant, and
Okay.
they gave us the bones of a fish,
Hmm.
and they flavored it like it was a potato chip,
What's up?
but it had
street?
the brain, like the eyes and the brain, but just the bones of the fish.
No.
And you had to eat it, right? And it's like, I ate it, and I looked at her, and I go, "You just got to eat it, right?" So when a penis comes out, you kiss the tip.
Oh yeah.
That's basically why
like- yeah.
What?
That's why I was.
So that's what I told you before, that when
I am editing a video.
I said that I've kissed the tip of a penis. You know what I mean? Yeah, what do you mean? Whoa, why do you keep doing
It
that?
just makes the back of my neck hurt.
I know,
when you
but it's
say
just
it.
it's a flavor thing.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Yeah. That's how we got into the omakase thing. It's a
sure.
flavor thing, dude.
Yeah.
Well, if you went to omakase, whatever they gave you, you'd eat it, right?
Try it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's
So
like
if they
a-
had a penis, we'd kiss it.
It's like a glory hole for food or whatever. Like
Yeah. A glory hole for food.
Well, it's like whatever's in there, that's what you get or whatever.
That's what you get. Yeah.
Yeah.
So no matter what they give you, I just eat because it's supposed to be like, you know what I mean, elegant, or you know what I mean,
avant-garde. Yeah.
avant-garde.
It's
It's Epstein class.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, BB. You know what I mean? Yeah.
It's like off the Epstein tasting menu or whatever.
Yeah.
What kind of video? A parody video?
Yeah.
It's just like young fish or whatever.
No. Please, let's stop.
Sorry.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. We'll take that out.
Yeah. Maybe take that out. But so basically, I don't know how I got into the PP thing, but let's do a prayer.
But, okay. No, but you said you had tasted a little wiener or something. Or you had a little.
Years ago, I tasted the tip
And
of one.
was it on a. What type of person was it on?
Color
Yeah.
or style?
Color.
Can we go style?
Yeah, style.
Rave.
Oh, at a rave.
No, a raver.
A raver.
Yeah.
So you just took a nip off a little raver wiener.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
What you do?
Yeah.
It's cultural.
Oh, yeah.
Glow sticks.
Yeah.
You'd have glow sticks, right?
Oh, if.
And then you would, right? And then,
yeah. And then you're.
every once in a while, they just come out, right? And you take a little taste of the salty tip.
Yeah, dude. That's
Yeah. It's cultural.
So basically, you've been to a couple major laser shows, is what you're saying.
That's exactly. That's like exactly what I'm saying.
Okay,
Doc.
just say that,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
Just say that.
You never kissed a tip?
Oh no, man.
Yeah. How about have you had opportunities to?
I mean, I remember when I was a child, you always try to get a real close gander at your own wiener. You know?
I don't know Southern language, dude. You're gonna
But I'm
have to
just saying,
describe
you-
it to me.
Like, I'm sure if you're a kid, a lot of young, we can't talk about children, but
Yeah.
a
I don't
lot
wanna
of
talk about
people that haven't grown up fully will try to
I've never tried it.
will try to just get.
Yeah, I never tried it.
I never got. I never.
If I had been raised with yoga, right, and I could bend that way,
Mhm.
you know what I mean? Like I had like a, you know what I mean, a master
Yeah.
as a kid. You know what I mean? Bobby son, You know, we have to strengthen your spine.
Yeah.
And you go, why, master? Right? So one day you can kiss your own tip.
Oh.
All right?
Like
But
a-
I never had that, master.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck karate.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck jiu-jitsu, right?
Karate's just kicking like invisible people.
I know, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Also, in the UFC, you never say, he's a karate guy, right? It's always jiu-jitsu, right?
Yeah.
Or boxing or kickboxing, right?
Yeah, it's never like
It's
his-
never Tai Chi.
Yeah. It's never,
Yeah, no one's out there at UFC doing Tai Chi, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
So it's like,
Yeah, it's never one of his credits is like his mom wanted him to be able to defend himself, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, rarely you see Taekwondo in UFC.
Right.
It's usually boxers, kickboxers, jiu-jitsu guys, wrestlers.
What is some of the stuff Nick knows, actually? So let's go to Nick on that.
Yeah, I mean, he named all the big ones. There's a few select karate guys, Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, MVP.
Yeah.
But jiu-jitsu and taekwondo, I think, are the biggest from traditional martial arts.
From traditional, but generally it's wrestling, kickboxing, boxing, right?
100%. I think
Like Holloway is like one of the best strikers with his hands in the biz.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's you don't even know who he is.
I do. Is Max Holloway. He was right. He lives and trains where you just were, right?
I know.
In Waikiki.
And I smelled his essence around me.
Did you go see him?
No, I called him to see if he wanted, you know what I mean? But he was going through something.
Yeah.
You know, as fighters do. Dear Heavenly Father.
Okay, you want to pray? Let's do it.
Well, I just started.
Okay, sorry.
Dear Heavenly Father, Lord and Savior, Father of all, thank you so much of the gratitude of the fish in the sea.
Amen.
And the deep fish, like the Greenland shark, who lives 500 years. 500 years ago.
Does he really? Sorry, go on.
No, see, that's what I'm talking about.
I forgot.
What do you mean? Look at me right now, dude. No, just look at me right now, dude.
Can I open my eyes during the prayer?
Yeah, because the prayer stopped because you interrupted.
All right, what?
Don't do that.
All
All right. Greenland shark. All right. Thank you for the trees, nature. Thank you so much for the war.
What war do you mean, son?
The war within my heart. You know, the war that I want to start with Theo because I did one line in his movie and he put me on the fucking poster. And that's my prayer, dude.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah.
My bad.
I mean, as if I was in the movie, he put me straight up in the middle of a movie poster, dear Lord, when I had one fucking life. Sorry for swearing, Lord, but I'm very angry. I have a war in my heart. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You know, one line.
Amen.
And no, I'm not done, right? I also had a patch over my face, so most people didn't even know who was fucking me. You know, Lord, please give me the forgiveness, you know what I mean? And the solitude and the confinement and the love for Theo. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, God.
Us boys, go watch it in your local theater and video and streaming. You know what I mean?
Bro, you were, first of all.
No, first of all, what? First of all, what?
First of all.
No, first of all, what? Because let me tell you something, Bado. I'm going to take my glasses off, dude.
Okay.
Let me tell you something, Bado.
Take my hat off.
All right, I'll take my fucking beanie off.
You
dude.
will?
Yeah. All right.
All right, hold on. I'm going to put another.
Yeah, I'm going to put this down. All right. Why is this house over there?
I don't know.
Oh,
This one's over here, but
yeah.
I didn't pick that one
Let
up.
me tell you something, Bado.
All right.
Okay? I'm not afraid of you. We're friends.
Yeah, we're friends.
Yeah, we're deep. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? We were in the war. Okay?
Yes, we were.
Yeah, we was, right?
This hat gives me like gone with the wind vibes.
This hat gave me gong with the wind vibe. Okay.
Or gone with the yins.
Yeah, Nians. Yeah.
You know how you spell that word? N-U-N-G-U-Y-N?
No, what is it?
Spell it out. N-G-U-Y-Ns. N-G-U-Y-E-N. The most common Vietnamese
Last name.
surname, yeah?
Yeah, Nguyen.
Nguyen.
Yeah.
Oh, that's how they said Nguyen.
Okay, well,
But also,
why
a lot
did you
of
have to
people,
look that up.
a lot of black people, if they're asking like if something's gonna happen, they'll say that.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
That.
Nguyen.
Yeah.
Like, what's up, Nguyen?
No. Those,
Oh.
You'll be like, dude, are we going or not? And you'll be like, yeah, Nick win.
Oh, I see.
Don't you think? Or
Yeah,
is that,
I've never heard that. You know what I mean?
But is
Yo,
that-
what was that party like? You know what I mean? That was Nguyen like a motherfucker.
no, that's not
That's
it.
not it? I don't know how to use it.
That's racial. I'm saying
No, that wasn't racial.
this hat seems racial, I think.
Yeah, this hat piece seems very racial.
No,
I'm taking
dude,
it off.
dude, Bobby.
Yeah, just take the hat off.
We'll put them back on in a minute.
I'm gonna go back. Let's go back to our regular
All right.
attire. Yeah.
Put these on too.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my glasses on. Let's get regular. So, it was just a joke. I'm grateful that you used me in the movie.
Yeah, for sure, dude. I wish you weren't available for more days for one.
That's insane.
You were shooting something.
That's pure insanity. I have nothing going on.
It's your schedule. This was 18 months ago.
Yeah, it was 18 months ago. Yeah. So anyway, I'm glad I was involved in that.
I
And,
agree. We probably should take it
yeah.
off of it.
What?
I didn't make this poster, but I did. But I should have said something then. I should have asked you.
No, it's fine. I mean, here's what it is. If you had a line in my movie, I would put you on the poster.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like, you're a big draw.
But I should have asked you about it though, probably.
Can I be honest with you? Because I like to set boundaries now.
Yeah,
'Cause
for
I'm on
sure.
Lexapro, and
I just got off. 2 ships passing in the night.
I
dude.
why? Like through the night of Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We just slowly passing through the night.
Yeah, like we don't have any oil.
We have no. Yeah. We only have like plastic containers.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
We're just collecting semen.
Or seeds.
Yeah, we're collecting seeds. Yeah.
Seeds and semen. you
We're
know.
just wandering. We're lost.
We're lost. Yeah. But anyway, I don't even know why we got. Oh yeah, we're passing that. I'm on Lexapro.
Yeah.
So I like to set boundaries, right? And I like to be real. And I want to say something real to you. Is that
I'm ready to hear it. Sorry.
I get it.
I'm ready to hear it, man.
No, I just said it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so I get the bus. It was just a joke, the prayer, right? And you know what I mean. But I have to admit, when I first saw it, I was annoyed.
Yep.
You know, and I have to tell you that as a friend.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm grateful that when people ask me to do things, you know what I mean. But
You felt like we were using you.
Yeah.
Hmm.
A little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But being on set with you guys and having fun, I already expressed myself to Dave. You know what I mean?
I didn't know that. He didn't even mention it to me.
No, he showed me it. I was in my mind. I didn't say it then, but later when I saw him, I said it.
So
And then he goes, next movie you'll get bigger role. Yeah.
This was the much wider used poster. I think.
Oh, here we go. What are you, Pakistan? You're Pakistan all of a sudden, trying to be middle?
This dude's poster
Yeah,
stand.
nah, dude. Right, we're at war, guy.
Yeah, dude.
All right? Nothing you can do. All right. He has a 15-point plan. I got a 10-point plan. They ain't mixing.
Dude.
Right,
Trump's
dude?
like, I got a 6-point, I got a 40 point plan.
40 play. Yeah, it ain't happening. So my point is this, okay?
I'm off the bed.
You know, I really like, you know what I mean? Because I've heard your stance
See you later.
on Rogan. You know what I mean? About your feelings toward, you know, what's going on, especially in that area of the region. I really
In the Middle East?
No, dude.
In Austin?
Alhambra.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know what's going on over there, dude.
Yeah, bro.
The bubble shops are shutting down.
We're shooting pool with J-Rod today.
No.
You follow J-Rod, dude? He's the
No,
best.
I don't know J-Rock.
Oh,
No, but my point is that I really, you know, I think I agree with you with a lot of these things that you're saying. You know what I mean? I don't say it out loud because, you know, I'm a libtard. I've always have and I always will be. I've always have been.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, who is? We're all liberal about some stuff. I think we're all just whatever.
I'm full-blown libtard.
Oh, you are?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Full-blown, yeah. I don't give a fuck about no immigration.
I didn't know that, man. And it's okay. I don't know.
I mean, I don't, you know,
I think-
I don't talk about politics, but I just
Well,
want
you never talk about it.
You never have, never will.
You never do.
Yeah. This is the first time I've ever brought it up.
Yeah.
Really. And I want to say to you that I like what you're saying about it. That's all.
Well,
It's
thanks,
confusing.
man. It's confusing.
And you know, all you have to do is you have to ask a question and you go, why is this happening? And you do some research, right? And then you figure it out. You have critical thinking and you go, and then you look at the past and it's a little confusing, you know, and I have a lot of questions. Why are you looking at me like that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to absorb what you're saying.
Yeah, these are things that you know.
Huh?
Hello?
No, I'm just saying. Right now, you look like kind of like a wasp that listens to 311, kind of.
What? Dude, why always have to be a put down?
You're right. Sorry.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah. I'm giving you a compliment. You look like I look like a mosquito from some sort of southern land.
Yeah, dude. Put him back on. Then I'll give you a better.
Yeah,
one.
give me another one. Dude.
All right.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
look like the you look like the 8th dwarf, homie.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There's like sleepy,
yeah.
sneezy,
What am I, dude?
sleepy,
Yeah,
sneezy,
yeah,
dopey,
Yeah.
and ramen.
No, it's gonna be E.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sleepy, sneezy, dopey.
Gookie.
No.
Why?
Gookie is not a word, I don't think. Gookie monster.
Oh, okay.
We're the Gookies.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
Have you seen the Gookies around here?
Yeah.
Oh, chocolate chip Gookies.
Yeah.
And it's just a Chinese guy with a fucking handful of chocolate.
I remember the days of I was thinking about some of the stories you told back where you grew up and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's so weird. And I thought to myself, what if there was a Korean Theo Von? That'd be so funny. Oh, back when I live, in Busan, we had a guy in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
We called him Crazy Cho. Left eye was Chinese, right eye was Japanese. We don't know what we're communist. I mean, that's like, some of your stories, and the people that you grew up with is so, it's so believable and true.
Would it translate to y'all's culture, you think? My culture and y'all's culture?
We have the same fucking culture. What the fuck are you talking about?
What, you know what I'm saying? I'm just,
No, I don't know what you're saying. I'm an American.
Bobby,
No. I'm tired of this shit.
I'm not saying
Yeah, you are.
Bobby, I'm
You're
not.
doing this thing again.
I've never done anything.
Oh,
When
you're saying you're trying to separate us when we're the same. You and I have the same empathy.
All right.
You're a very sensitive guy. Are you not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that you have a tad bit of ADHD.
Okay.
Okay. And these are things that's why we're friends, because I understand these things about you. You know what I mean? And you're a sensitive, empathetic gay dude, really.
Whoa, bro.
Whoa, dude. I mean, let's be real.
Huh?
And you've kissed the tip.
I've never had.
Yes, you have. You've kissed the tip, dude.
Dude, I never even went by anybody's wiener in my whole life. One dude was trying to get us to like play Navy in his bathtub or whatever. And dude, I didn't
You didn't play
re-enlist.
Navy?
Huh? I didn't re-enlist.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't really? All right.
No, I
Yeah.
wouldn't, dude.
I signed up for the draft for that game. Yeah. I
Oh
was
my
on
God.
that boat, dude. But yeah.
Who would you fight for if they had a draft?
I mean, here's the thing, dude. If they, because I'm 54, so they said there's a draft and we're extending the age to 55.
Yeah.
I think I have a compelling reason to get out.
What is it?
Well, one of them is that I will kill more of us than them.
You think?
I'll go in a circle, yeah, and just do a full circle.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? And they're like, dude, you killed Jim, Frank, you know what I mean?
Like a yard,
Joaquin,
like a yard waterer.
Yeah. I would kill more people than them, right? I also have like, you know what I mean? I get hungry real quick. Like some of these boats that are out there, U.S. Vessels are out there.
Yeah.
They're running out of food, right?
Mhm.
So if I was in a jungle fighting in a war, I was just biting trees and shit.
You eat whatever.
I would eat anything.
If
I would, dude. If you got shot, I'm gonna take some.
What you'd eat part of my body?
It's
You
just
say?
some.
Well, what part would you have first? You think? Be honest.
The tip, dude.
Ooh. Bro, just have it all if you're gonna have it.
No, just the tip.
Just
dude.
if you eat the tip off, dude, it's gonna fucking look so
You're
weird.
dead. Who gives a fuck? Man?
I'm a POW, I said.
No, I want. This is what I want.
If I was a POW,
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
don't eat just a half of my wiener.
You
a
know what I
little
would do?
bit.
I would cut all of it, your testicles and your penis, right? And I would tuck everything inside a hole. And then at your funeral, people are gonna go, Theo was a fucking
Trans man.
yeah.
No,
I do tricks.
dude. What if I was trans man and they buried me in a Trans Am, dude?
Yeah. That'd be
bro.
shit. I'll be there at the funeral, but no.
But dude, that'd be crazy. Like, yeah, just don't eat.
What would you draft wise? Would you?
Well, let me finish this up. Do you just threaten to eat my wiener in a fictional
I was
story?
kidding, dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, say that then, because
There's a comedy podcast.
yeah, I understand that.
Do you understand that?
But when you show up with your energy, and
What do you mean my energy?
some of it seems today to be a lot. and a little bit threatening. Is that fair to say?
A little bit.
Oh,
Yeah, and you say, I'm gonna have a- I'm gonna-
Pakistan again, huh?
Yeah, you're just like, I'm gonna, yeah. No, when you say I'm just gonna nip off the end or whatever.
Yeah, I would never do that, dude. You know what? I
don't want my wiener to be missing the end of it, and people are like, what happened? I'm like, it got nipped or whatever.
I do, dude. The honest truth.
Can we say nipped or not?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I would nip, right? I wouldn't lick. You know what I mean? I wouldn't gargle.
Oh,
You know what I mean? I wouldn't smell.
what are you talking
No,
about?
what I'm saying, if you died on the, in the war,
Okay.
and I would literally take your tags.
Yeah.
Right. I would bury you. I'd make a little, you know what I mean, tombstone.
Yeah. Thank
Here
you.
lies comedian Theo Vaughn, and I wouldn't do anything. You know what I mean?
You wouldn't do anything to my body to desecrate it?
No, dude. But everyone around me, other soldiers, yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, because I know you. There's no way I'm going to eat the tip or
Well-
eat any part of your body.
Dude, I'd fucking have a little bit of your ass, boy. Not your ass, but
Don't
just.
say it like boy.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
Let me put this hat on.
Yeah. I'm going to put my hand on it.
Bobby, can you scoot your chair to the left a little?
What?
Just scoot left a little when you get seated.
Okay.
You know what time it is? You know, rat jokes. Five vendor and already been paid. ENTS. Crypto is risky and it can be volatile, so do your own research and trade responsibly. Dude, I remember the summer, bro. Name you.
But
You look like Tokyo Drift AF, bro, right now.
Thank you, man. Another one, huh? I'm just gonna keep going.
I'm just saying, look like Tokyo Drift as fuck.
It's a fun game. Movie, I mean.
Huh?
Hello?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Okay, so in a war, now what would you do?
in a war,
Yeah.
I would. Okay, hold on.
Okay, yeah.
Chill out, man.
We're fighting again. Let me give you the circumstances.
Okay, give me the
Yeah,
circumstances.
yeah. We're doing Vietnam 2.
Ooh.
There's got to be a sequel. Yeah, because we lost the last one.
Did y'all?
Y'all, I'm always on your team. What do you mean,
Okay.
y'all? Dude, I was born here, guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. You do. Yeah.
But I'm saying.
Yeah. I'd still be, dude. If I was an American soldier, I'd still be wearing this hat.
You would?
Oh,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I can sneak onto the other side.
Bro, we would be in the best military ever.
You and I?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, we would fucking stay up all night,
Yeah.
partying,
Oh, dude. I would relapse.
eating Twizzlers. Oh, yeah, dude, we'd relapse on opium, dude, that our own government would sell to its soldiers.
Yeah. We would be shooting opium,
Yeah.
listening to Purple Haze.
Some folks are born.
Yeah.
made away. We'd be cutting
War.
our. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
Say it again. Yeah. And we're like shooting opium, right? And they're
Yeah.
just like kissing tips.
Yeah. Dude, and no.
Yeah. You'd be kissing the tip. With music, heroin, just the tip.
Bro, I just want to be straight and help my country.
I'm straight too, dude. I have a girlfriend now.
Dude, here's what we'd be doing. We'd be staying up late and we'd get pissed off.
Yeah.
And I would cut one of my nipples off and just throw it and you'd catch it in your mouth.
Oh, that'd be cool, dude.
That's how fucked up we'd be.
Yeah.
That's partying.
Yeah.
That's partying.
That's partying, dude.
Oh, yeah. it is. I know it.
And then I would sew it back on your nip. Yeah, dude.
Good God. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
Say it again.
Born
That's
in
a
the
good one.
USA.
Yeah. But anyway, we're
One of
Vietnam
us.
2. Vietnam 2. What would you do? You're drafted. Theo Von drafted.
Okay.
Born in the USA isn't a Vietnam song. That was written way after.
I know, but I'm just saying. and
Don't sing that song then.
it
For
doesn't
that
even
war.
apply to both of us. So I won't sing it. Let's go on. What did you ask me?
What do you mean? What?
I mean, bro.
Dude, I'm USA all the way, dude.
Are you?
Oh yeah, dude. Well, guess what? One of my favorite restaurants are Cracker Barrel.
Oh, it is?
Am I American or what?
Cracker Bar.
Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Bar.
Yeah.
Really?
I think it's the best breakfast.
Dude,
It's a good breakfast spot.
it is. Sometimes they
But
get.
when I walk in the South, there always is like everyone stops working
Yeah.
when I walk in.
Yeah. Well, there's kind of like a moment of remembrance. Like when
You think so?
I
They're
think-
not saluting me.
No.
They're like, what the fuck is this?
Well, it's because some of it's just like there's like an old like I remember this like my stepdad and he was in the wars, right? And he
What war?
I don't know, he was in at least two out of three. And he would take my mom to the Chinese buffet. It was called
In the war?
No,
Oh.
in town. He would take this. They had like this place called Yellow Bellies or whatever. It was a Chinese buffet or whatever. I don't remember what was it called. See if you can look it up. But he would take my mom over there. I'm not even joking,
Yellow
dude.
belly.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he would. I'm not joking, Bobby.
No, it's not called yellow bellies.
It was.
There's no way it's called yellow bellies, dude.
Bro.
Yeah.
It was called Yellow
okay,
Bellies.
okay,
and they
okay,
changed
okay.
the name. They changed one of the letters on the sign
Yeah.
to like Yellow Bells or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's better.
Because the eye burnt out or whatever. So it was just like Yellow Bells, and it was just like,
Oh, it was a belly with an eye at then?
yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
yeah.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's a play on words.
Oh, yeah.
But it's so anyway, what happened was he would, after dinner, he would always go sit my mom in the car, and then he'd go back in and he would like apologize to some of the workers that worked there for like things that had happened when he was in
Vietnam.
different conflicts. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Because when you
but
think,
we've never been in a conflict with China. Is it a Chinese restaurant?
yeah,
So your uncle would go into a Chinese restaurant and apologize.
it
to
wasn't
a
my uncle. It
country-
was somebody that my mom.
Oh,
smashed.
all right, whoever your mom smashing.
Somebody my mom.
Yeah. So we've never been in a war really with China. So he's apologizing to a group of people that they have no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
They know.
No, they don't know. Chinese people are like, thank you so much for apologizing because we were feeling so bad about it.
No, but dude, not everybody. This happens a lot in small towns, Bobby, and this is the truth. A lot of small towns, if they open up a place that is ethnical in the town, and it's different,
Yeah.
they will hire anybody that even looks like that culture to work there.
So I could get a job at Yellow Belly.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Manage it.
Huh?
Management?
Maybe assistant manager.
Okay. Okay.
You know, maybe
Yeah.
they might let you manage on Sundays.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is this. So he would go in and kind of apologize. And you have to think, this is something kind of crazy.
Yeah.
So a lot of people went and fought in some of these wars, right? Then they came back and they never saw anybody from any of these cultures until like 40 years later when a restaurant with some different ethnical food showed up in their town. And that's kind of crazy to think that, you know? Does it make sense to you?
Let me get this right.
Yeah.
Okay. So what you're saying is let's just call this guy Jim.
Okay.
What do you want to call him?
His name was Charlie.
Okay. Can I call him Charlie?
Huh?
Yeah. Ironic that his name is Charlie.
I mean, look.
Yeah. And he was a nom.
You were going to call him that no matter what. But sure, you can.
Yeah.
And he died, and he wore a lot of gloves.
Rest in peace, Charlie.
He wore a lot of gloves.
So what you're telling me is Charlie came back from the Vietnam War.
Yep.
Didn't see an Asian person for 40 fucking years.
Yeah.
Right? And all of a sudden, Yellow Belly opens, a Chinese restaurant.
Semi-Chinese, Chinese.
Oh, yeah. Semi-Chinese. All right. And he walked in there, and because he hadn't seen a Vietnamese person in 40 years, he went up to a Chinese person and apologized for the Vietnam War and what he did.
Yeah.
Okay.
His heart had been changed.
Yeah.
That's the truth, Bobby. Bobby, that's the truth, man. I swear.
I know. But maybe go
And
to
my mom would tell
I
you.
understand that, but maybe go to a Vietnamese person.
But they don't have all
They don't
that.
have a Vietnamese restaurant in town.
It doesn't. At that point, it's like you just take what you can get, bro. They'll hire a fucking Mexican guy who's fucking
Who's high?
no,
Whose eyes look Chinese.
yeah, who's
Yeah. A high Mexican guy.
yeah, or just like
you smoked dope 24/7 when you work here.
whose eyes, you know, he's got those lowrider eyes, you know, like
Yeah. Oh, sometimes you see those.
yeah.
Yeah. So what you're saying to me is that, and did Charlie feel better about doing that?
He felt no. I just think over the years his heart had been like he just kind of like something he just had probably some remorse.
Yeah,
and
I feel empathy for that. But I'll tell you what the Chinese people were thinking at Yellow Belly. What the fuck was that about? Yeah. That's what they're thinking. What was he talking about?
no.
Yeah. Because they're not in the Vietnam War. Do you understand?
Yeah,
I feel like no. I think that there's.
I know exactly what you're saying.
I think no, because we do this all the time.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do. We do this all the time, and
What do you mean we do this? You saying you and I have this conversation a lot?
Yeah, you and I always go into, and I don't want to do it anymore. I think this is the last time. Okay, give me the other hat then.
Huh? Oh, you want that sharecropper hat, huh?
How you doing, man?
Huh?
How you doing, man?
I'm good, sir.
Yeah. Billy Lee, that's my name.
Billy?
Billy Lee.
Billy. I love you. I love you. I'm happy to be here today working for you, sir. What can I do for you?
I just want to apologize for what I did to your people in the Vietnam War. I apologize. What's your name, man?
My name?
Yeah, man.
My name's Clark.
Clark, I apologize. But see how that feels? You have,
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, you have nothing to do with the fucking Vietnam War.
Yeah.
You're a white dude named Clark wearing that hat because you just happen to get a job as a busser at Yellow Belly, right? And some guy, Charlie,
I've been working there for almost 3 months.
Yeah. So, hey, Clark, I want to apologize because I know you're wearing that hat. You're probably, you know what I mean? Yeah, I slaughtered a village. You know what I mean? And I feel bad about it, man. So, hey, I want to give me a hug, man. We hug, right?
Yeah.
Here's a little tip. $5, right?
That's what he would do. He'd go in there and he'd hit him a little extra.
Yeah. And Charlie seems like he would hide the tip. So there'd be a nice, like in Heated Rivalry. You ever see that show?
I haven't seen that.
Yeah. You know that show? The gay hockey show?
Is that a show?
Yeah. You never heard of Heated Rivalry? It's the hottest show in America, dude.
Is it really? I think my friend Josh Morrissey's in it.
Yeah. It's about these two top gay hockey players, but they're in love.
Oh.
There's a lot of gay love in
Is
it.
Gianni Paolo in it?
Yeah. No.
I think Gianni and Josh Morrissey might be in it.
Yeah. But anyway, in Heated
No shade, Josh.
there's
No
a
shade.
scene in Heated Rivalry when one of the hockey players passes a water bottle, right? So I'm going to just show you what one of them does.
All right.
Right, so they're not out, you know what I mean? They're like these like manly hockey players.
Right.
Can you pick it up with that hand, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Like
pick
this?
it with that hand.
Okay.
Yeah. And he passes it like this, right?
Mhm.
And then he does this. How does that feel?
Do it with this hand so that people can see it on the camera. So you know.
Okay.
Do it with
So-
your other hand.
So do it with this hand?
Use your left hand.
Yeah. I don't have a lot of control in this hand. I'll try.
I don't give a shit.
Okay, so you pick the pick the top.
Okay.
So
Pick the
you
top.
grab it like
All right.
this, and he goes.
What?
Yeah, and then you take the bottle.
Ooh.
That's like one of the first episodes.
It's like kind of like a gay relay race.
yeah. It was a gay relay race, but it's also a way to show, like, you know what I mean?
Right. There's foreshadowing.
Yeah, there's some foreshadowing.
Yeah.
So if I did that to you and I doing a show together at the store, yo, Bobby, hand me a bottle of water, right? And I handed you a bottle of water,
And you stayed
and I kind of just briefly with my finger rubbed your finger.
Yeah.
How would you feel about that?
I would feel like you were rubbing my finger, and I would feel like you were trying to say something to me, with just your finger without even saying something to me that was gay,
Yeah.
and it would be something that was gay.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this right now, I don't give a fuck.
But would you do that to me? What if I was unconscious?
No, dude. You have to feel the finger.
Oh,
You know that slogan, feel the finger? Yeah. My grandfather used to say it all the time. Feel the finger.
but do you? Yeah, see.
Yeah.
So your grandparents can do that kind of shit.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
my grandparents can't go into a
Chinese restaurant,
a buffet and
a Chinese buffet.
a Chinese buffet
Yeah.
and try and reconcile some differences. That's what I don't understand. I'm saying that
You can reconcile differences with people that you have to reconcile differences with.
Yeah.
Not some other nation or people. It makes no sense.
I don't know if that's.
You know.
I don't know if I agree with you.
Make your argument.
Well,
Make your argument.
I'm trying to make it.
Yeah, make your fucking argument.
You keep attacking
I'm
me,
not attacking you because what you're saying is nonsensical.
bro. I'm just.
No, bro. No, you don't know anything about. You think here's what you think,
Bobby.
I'm sorry, Pakistan. Right? I've been here so many different times. Right? And I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. Okay,
Bro,
You think
you're giving angry sharecropper energy right now.
Yeah, and I am one.
Okay.
Okay, I have farm. I'm a farmer.
Okay. I'll go do it.
Okay.
Hold on.
You seem to think that the whole country, a continent of Asia,
Yeah.
right, is one block. That we have the same traditions,
Mhm.
language, writings, culture, etc. They're all
I'm listening.
completely different.
right?
I believe
So
you.
it's like saying, oh yeah, an American's like somebody from the Congo.
That's not true.
Yeah.
It's not. What if you said like, okay, somebody from Mississippi is like somebody that's from North Carolina? They're similar. They look similar, but they're different. One of them probably watches Outer Banks, and one of them probably listens to the soundtrack at the gym of Mississippi Burning or whatever.
But the continent of North America, how many countries are in there?
On the continent of North America, 51.
No, there's,
Isn't
there's
there?
3.
Dude, so you're fucking setting me up, dude.
No, I'm not setting you up, dude.
Yeah, you are. You're a
There's
spy, dude. You're Mossad.
I'm not Mossad, dude. I'm the opposite.
You are?
Yeah, I'm in rubble.
You what?
I'm in rubble.
You're in rubble?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is there's 3 countries on our continent, which are what?
North America, South America, Mexico.
No.
What is it?
Dude, that's why, you know what I mean? Charlie shouldn't have said shit, dog.
But dude,
He doesn't understand.
I would like that.
Geopolitically things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand.
There's Canada, America, and also Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now is Central America? No, what is Central America? That's not a part of.
Okay, this is when the wizard runs out of his magic, right? This guy.
Give me how many countries? I mean, how many countries are in North America?
This is including Central America.
Yeah, but in Central America, North America, I don't think so. Just put in North America. How many countries are in North America?
Bro.
No, just let me finish.
It's never going to end,
many?
dude. How many countries are in North America? 11.
That's Central America and stuff. It's including, but yeah, in this.
Ooh, Haiti.
Yeah, in North America, there's 3 countries.
Okay. Ooh, Grenada.
Right. So it's like,
okay.
yeah.
But here's my defense in defense of Charlie is
defense of who?
Charlie.
Oh, okay.
He would call, bro. They don't. What I'm saying is, in some smaller communities, they will open up a place that has a cuisine from an area, even a realm, right? So
realm. What do you mean, like Lord of the Rings shit?
Yeah, they'll open up with some fucking Mongolian.
Mongolian restaurants. Those are my favorite.
Or you know what I'm saying? They'll open up a Mandarin.
Yeah, or a Mongolian stir fry place.
Chinese adjacent.
Like, Chinese adjacent. Yeah.
Yeah. So they'll open that up, Bobby, and then the people that work there. First of all,
dude, there's no way.
Anybody?
There's no way to win this argument. It's fucking crazy. Let me take this hat up. There's no. I'm going to hear you out.
What's the problem with the hat?
Yeah, I don't like it. I want to just be myself. Yeah. So what? There's no way to win this argument, but I'm so interested to see how you're going to do it. Go ahead.
Okay. This is my final rebuttal. All right,
go ahead.
And this is like the end of that movie. Have you seen A Time to Kill?
No. Give me another movie.
All right. Lincoln Lawyer, but I don't.
Yeah. Give me another movie.
All right. Bridge over the River Kauai.
Yes, I have.
Okay, so this is different than that.
Okay.
Here's what I'm gonna tell you.
Hold on, it's Santino.
It is?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, what's up? I'm doing Theo's, so.
Project Hail Mary is one of the best movies I've seen in years.
I know, it was an amazing movie, right?
What's it called? Busboys?
I cried like 4 times.
I told you, dude. That's one of the best movies I've seen in years.
What's it called?
And then right after, I went and I watched Busboys, which is now in limited theaters all around the country.
Yeah, and how do you feel about Busboys?
Busboys is up there with some of the greatest fantasy sci-fi dramas I've ever seen.
Yeah, I agree.
Loved it. I loved every second of it. Hi, Theo.
Hey, brother. What's up, man? We miss you.
Miss you. Love you guys very much. Sorry to interrupt. I'll
But
later.
we'll talk about the movie later.
No, but what was that movie called? What was that movie called? No joke.
I'm going to tell you after we hang up.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Okay, let me get
Project Hail Mary.
Project Hail Mary. It's great, huh?
It's so good.
I want to go see it. Is it in theaters or it's on VOD?
I would recommend you watch it in theaters, but you're not going to watch it.
Yeah, well, I'll go watch it.
Would Charlie watch it?
Huh?
Would Charlie watch it if he was alive?
No.
Then you're part of the same.
He liked to be in the shed and he liked to curse a lot.
But here's like the Unabomber.
I don't know about that, bro. No.
Okay.
But he took care of my mother. He had a small dog. But here's what I want to tell you, though.
Oh, yeah. Finish the argument.
Okay. A lot of times in small communities, Bobby, people, if anybody seems semi-Asian, if anybody seems...
What's a semi-Asian?
A guy who's Asian, but also you don't know if he's Asian, man. If somebody just has dark hair and...
It could be a white guy, but he has funny eyes.
Even just a trans chick who can't see that good, right? Like, people will fucking... It all works in that sort of place.
It doesn't work. It's wrong.
It doesn't work for us, bro. But in that kind of place, you just take what...
You take what you can get.
Right.
Right.
And so they'll have people, sometimes you'll get a Mexican guy that's been in a fire even, and they'll be like, oh, this guy's Taiwanese or something. He's not.
Right.
But people don't know, dude. They just, so I'm just saying, like, sometimes that kind of shit happens, and people try to make bridges where they can.
Okay, if there was a guy that was slightly blue, would you think that was from the movie Avatar?
I'm sure Charlie would have went up to him, and offered him a fucking... Dude, speaking of...
yeah.
But let's move on.
No, I don't want to move on. I think I see your point of view, right?
I'm not saying it's right or anything. I'm just saying...
What I'm saying, though, is that this is small town,
Yes.
you know what I mean, worldview.
But also... Big,
No,
there's
it's not New York shit.
Bring up that Asian fella we had on here, that young boy or whatever.
Yeah, I remember. I saw some clips.
Yeah. Asian Ray, young boy Asian.
Bobby, can you scoot to your left?
Yeah, and listen to what he said one day that brought me into some crazy racism that was happening.
Okay.
I don't think we'll find it there. It might stop us, but maybe it won't. Maybe it will. I don't think it's on here. The full one might be on YouTube Shorts or something. Can you just find it? Dude, did you see those? Listen how messed up this is, dude. Did you see?
Okay.
There's moving slot machines that are going on.
Tell me, I would like to see. They move?
Watch this.
They move now.
Oh, yeah. They're going to be coming after y'all.
All right.
Look at this, Bobby.
Whoa.
So say you're...
I know.
Yeah.
Taking a shit. No?
No, and it comes looking for you or whatever. No, that's crazy. But say your wife's like, all right, you can't gamble anymore tonight, and you have to go to bed or whatever.
Right.
And that thing comes knocking on your door later with like a little bottle of wine or something.
Oh, that'd be crazy.
You know?
Yeah.
Or even just for like...
You put $100 in it, though, no?
Yeah, but that thing could pin a fucking... Dude, that thing could pin an older Taiwanese man against a wall and make him spend every buck he's got.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
I'm just saying, that's just messed up, dude.
Yeah, I think that this is too far. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Moving anything, but ATM machine, too, then. If they do this, they do ATM.
Yeah.
What else machines can they do?
The
crane game?
Oh, yeah. That one I would like, though.
Yeah. I've never gotten one, have you?
Really, you haven't?
I can never grab it, dude.
Huh.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll have it hook onto like on a plush toy.
Mm-hmm.
There's like the little whoever made in China. There's like a little bit of a white. I try to get the crane, you know what I mean,
metal go part through the part of the ticket, the little label.
The little label, and I try to pull it up that way, but it somehow slips, dude.
Oh, dang, that's a good strategy though.
Yeah.
But
what kind of age?
What kind of what?
What kind of age is he?
This age?
No, Asian.
Oh, he's Thai.
Oh, I like it.
He's Thai.
Yeah. Tell me about him. What do you say?
He's Juan. He's Mexican, or he's Taiwan, sorry.
Yeah.
He's Taiwan.
Am I center?
No, I'm just saying, look at the kind of shit that these kids are coming over here and saying, Bobby.
Okay, I want to hear it.
I will let you call me a chinchang. I'll give it a pass.
Really?
Yeah, just call me one time. It's okay.
What about
I know you want to do it.
I don't want to do it.
It's
I don't
okay.
think.
Like I'm cool. Like you feel me? I'm gonna give it a pass. You can say chinchang.
I would not say. I would think of something better.
I want to hear it.
I don't like ching chong that much.
Why?
I would maybe call you like a slot machine boy or something like that. Something that Asian people like to do. Look at this little kind of
slot machine.
Look at this little slot machine. Yeah.
What you mean by like we slut like ding ding? Yes, yeah. Ding,
that's a slot machine. That's not.
Yes.
I'm not saying that.
Yes.
No, I think that's slot machine.
Winner. It's like it'd be like a slot machine. Just add like when you hit the bonus on a slot machine and
You're
the
like,
money goes up.
Ding dong, ching chong chong. Dong pong, chong kang chong ding dang ding dang ding.
That's crazy.
Well, let me tell you something. That's unfair.
You know that guy?
We all know each other. I can call Un right now, dog.
Kim Jong Un.
That's right, dog.
You know he was supposed to play your role in the movie.
Who?
KJU. Not even joking.
You gonna give him one line in a movie?
We offered him. It's 4 lines.
Are you gonna put him center of the?
It was the only.
Wait. I was second choice, dog.
No,
wait. I was second choice for 4 lines in your movie.
Hold on.
That's crazy, dude.
I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah.
I believe you.
Yeah, you were a producer, and you wrote the thing,
dude. We barely got through it. We made it during the fires, Bobby.
Yeah, I understand that. Listen about this Asian guy, okay? Number one.
I don't want to give him any more airtime. This guy's kind of fucking
rude. Brought it
All right.
You made me watch the whole video and then like watch it. I can't say anything.
All right, then go on.
Right. He's from Chingchong.
Go on, Bobby.
All right. He's from the land of them. He ain't no American. I'm American. Yeah.
I know you are.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like Chingchong hits different with me than that Chingchong.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's like,
that little fucking,
and also, let me say something.
that little octopus knuckle, he ain't shit.
He ain't
dude.
shit, dude. This little octopus knuckle, dude. You know what I mean? And let me say something. Slots, I know why you said that, man. Because a slot is a slit.
Nah.
Yeah, that's why you said it. A slot is a slit, and a slit is a slot, dude. Bro, I'm doing parables, dude. Yeah, let me say something about.
All right, tell me something.
I mean, let me say something, okay? Right? I give you permission, maybe not on camera, but off camera, to say whatever you want to call me, because I'm not going to take it personally.
I don't do that.
Yeah, you do. You have. And I've called you certain things.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Just to you, off camera.
To me? Was I there? Yeah, is that what you're saying? I was there? Yes. Oh, off camera you have, yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Not behind my back, though.
No, not behind. No, behind your. You know what?
Wow.
Well, I don't
The
want to.
defense rest.
Yeah.
We're gonna break for lunch. Will very best path. The visit. He wrote this can simple capture off his episode. Filming. I'm gonna check where he go.
No.
The judge is gonna return to his chambers. We'll be back after lunch.
Yeah. Okay.
Dun, 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 dun. Remember that show?
Yeah, I love that show. Yeah. Yeah, I've said some stuff behind your back.
Ooh, Bobby got the hitter, huh?
What's up, dude?
What flavor is it?
That's fucking tobacco, dude.
Yours is just tobacco flavoring.
Yeah.
Wow.
I quit smoking it over a month ago, so sometimes I'll take a hit.
That's insane, bro. Yeah, that's how I quit. Yeah, the same way I'm fucking not quit.
What do you mean, dude?
That's not quitting.
Dude, if you're smoking a pack of cigarettes a day, 20 cigarettes.
Yeah.
And you do
20 cigarettes and I lit me one. Have you heard that song?
No.
Morgan Wallen?
No.
Dude, I went to his concert.
I don't know the modern shit.
I went to his concert the other night.
Dude, I saw fucking Karen Carpenter at the Coachella. I didn't know one song.
Really?
Yeah. She came out, and I had not one song. No.
Sabrina
Carpenter.
Oh, yeah.
Karen Carpenter died.
Her and Madonna.
Yeah. Sorry.
Dude, no, Morgan Wallen, dude. You got to go see him, bro.
No, I'm not going to see.
Bro.
Yeah.
You got to do his walkout with him, bro. Have you ever seen he does walkouts where people walk out with him? Nick Saban freaking walked out with him, Bobby.
Yeah, I don't even know who Nick Saban is, dude. I only know people.
It's not Nick Saban, dude. Like he's a guy who freaking makes coupons.
He might be saving something.
It's Nick Saban.
Yeah, listen to me, guy.
Bro, he loves you, dude.
Yeah, and I love him back, dude. But what I want to say to you is this.
Last night we let the liquor talk. Bro.
Last night we left the liquor talk.
That's good stuff,
Bro,
dude.
Listen to me, dude.
I've been listening.
It's
and
a
it's not doing.
It's a regional thing, dude. You're out there in Nashville. You know what I mean? All your shit, right? We don't do shit like that, dude.
You're right.
You know what I mean? Spoons. That's your shit, dude. You know what I mean? We do different shit out here in LA, dog.
What?
Yeah, rap, punk bands. You know what I mean? Y'all are.
You're right.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel you.
Last night my bus fell down a river. Like music I don't even relate to. Last night my dog came, said hello. I mean, those are like, that's your music. You mean my corn's growing like sombreros.
Like Nevada.
I'm sorry.
Let's try the country song real quick.
What?
All right.
What?
I woke up and I couldn't see this morning.
Then I realized it was night.
So I had to re-download my iPhone software.
I put my white hat through the door.
Yeah, amen, bro.
Johnny
I like
song?
the ending is it's like CBD.
It's a CBD.
TBD.
Why'd you say
To be
CBD?
decided. It's like to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
continued.
yeah, it could be
Oh,
CBD.
TBC, you said.
Except what?
Dude, did you see that gay volleyball?
No, hold on a second.
We keep, but bro, we don't even know what we're saying, bro.
I know that's the thing. That's the thing. When you and I are together, right?
Just say it, man.
There's anxiety and we want to get to the next thing, right? Because we think that silence is bad.
Oh, that's a good point, huh? I do feel like that. Have you always felt like that?
No, but what I realize, it doesn't matter with you and I. It's going to be good.
Well, let's sit here.
It's going to be good, and there's no need for anxiety, and there's no need to like what's clippable. And, because when you and I are together, sometimes it gets clippable and it becomes sometimes viral.
Yeah.
And when I was coming here today, there's a reason why I haven't done your shit in a long time is because I don't like the pressure of doing it with you specifically, because if we don't create magic, right, then it was just a waste.
I brought that up to Nick today before you came.
Yeah.
And I prayed about it before this.
Yeah, but what I believe is that then when I was driving, I was like, I don't care. Whatever it is, it is.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? Because we're both doing well in life. And I believe that you're a very good person. I'm a good person. And just not rush through it, man. Okay. I'm here as long as you need me. You know what I mean? But I think we have something. I mean, where's Bear Dick at?
He's over there.
Yeah, Bear Dick.
Yeah.
Did we get stuff already?
Yeah, I think you gave the Clippers some fuel, yeah.
We got some stuff, right?
You got more than enough.
We got it more than enough. So what I'm saying is that
can you slide to your right a bit? You're in Theo shot. I know.
Honestly, dude, what you're doing right now, dude, is you said to go to the left, now I gotta go to the right.
We haven't had this problem yet. You just you're full of energy.
Does he look on center to you?
He's just creeping into your shot. So move your mic over.
Got it.
Move your mic
okay
over.
Here?
Move your mic and you're good.
Bobby, look at this right here. This is you in the movie. But no, look. This is you in
your anxiety. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
That's the guy you beat out for your. That's the guy.
Okay, first of all,
that's the guy. Bobby, that's the guy you beat out.
No. That's Kim Jong-un as me in the movie, dude.
No, he came in for a read.
That's the guy you beat out for your role, you freak.
So he came from North Korea
okay,
and read, went on set and read for you, and he didn't get it? Yeah, and then you were like, what other, you know what I mean? Chong-chongs do we know? No. And then you called me? How many people did you call before you called me? Did you call Ken Jeong? Did you call Jimmy O Yang?
I did send a text to Kim Jong. He didn't text me back.
Ken Jeong.
Kim Jong.
Yeah.
And I did also, we did reach out to Ken Jong. Or Ken Jong-un. What's his name?
Yeah,
at least
Kim Jong-un.
Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
No, that's Ken Jong.
Yeah, it's Ken Jeong. Dude, he said no.
He said no.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
he did. You know what he did say though?
What?
And they wrote a letter back, like his affairs person, or whatever.
Yeah.
And they said that they loved David Spade and Dickie Roberts. I thought that was just hilarious
cool.
that they
really
put
funny.
that in there. That was pretty cool.
Who else did you offer before you offered it to me?
We offered it. You were right. You were second.
Oh, so it went Kim Jong-un, the dictator from North Korea.
Yep.
And then I was second.
100%. I promise.
100%.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
You know what I mean? Because I think
you got it.
If you got dictator, like Viktor Orban.
And then we got Dick Taster. So I think we did good.
Dude, it's not fair what you just said.
Bro, you didn't have a lot.
Yeah, I licked the tip.
I only had a little.
I
only had one piece. Yeah, I only had omakase.
I omakase did. Okay, dude. That's all I did, right? And you know this about me, dude.
I do.
I might be 5% bi.
Hey, that's not a lot.
That's not a lot, dude.
Bro, these days,
dude, they go all the way at 100%. Dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like I didn't get that.
No.
I would be okay if I had 100%, but I'm only 5%.
Dude, if I was gay, I would just, I think you're
3%.
3%?
Yeah. I think in the right circumstances, you would kiss the tip.
I would.
Henry Cavill.
Who's Henry Cavill?
Superman. The one before.
No, I'm not having some guy who's working all the time, out meeting people at night and shit like that.
Okay.
Here's what I will say this. If I didn't get married to a woman at some point, and there was like a cool dude who was not trying to like do any sex or touch my ass or anything, but wanted to chill, separate rooms, maybe he is a chef or something. Maybe. If I also don't have to talk to him every day.
Okay. So it's 1%.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You're 1%.
1%.
Yeah.
Or even, dude, I dated a chick with hard tits, and that freaking that was a lot.
Dude, I dated a hot chick.
Yeah?
With Sarah Connor ass.
No.
You know Sarah Connor from Terminator?
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, like she was buff, right? So her ass felt Schwarzenegger like.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Where I like it when it's like there's like some fat, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she was beautiful, but her ass was Sarah Connor, and I couldn't do it.
And
Yeah. Like, because I'm not the Terminator.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't have those robotics. You know
Some
what I mean?
ass too. A women, they go to the gym so much and their ass has a little bit of hair on it. That's the craziest thing.
Yeah, like how much hair?
Not a lot, but just enough where you feel they shaved a couple times. You know?
Yeah.
And that's not crazy. I don't care.
Yeah.
But it is a surprise.
It's a surprise. Sometimes when you go in the cave and you see some foliage.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That I don't like.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I like my caves clean.
Okay.
Yeah. And we have now the technology to do it. I don't want foliage because I'm not like a cave dweller.
Dude, would you go back in the 1400s, you think, and eat a little bit of ass or what?
In the 1400s, I would pass on that, dog.
All right.
Yeah, man. You get the measles.
Ooh, you will, huh?
Yeah. You'll get some sort of like, you know what I mean, thing that would kill somebody back then. Yeah. I'd have like one of those Asian, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You get
COVID masks.
You get that polio.
Yeah. Would you eat 1400 ass?
Polio? No, dude, I'm not doing that shit. Dude, I will tell you this, bro. No, hell no, I wouldn't even answer that question.
Yeah.
Crazy,
Why would
dude.
You asked me.
I know.
Yeah. I wonder, but here's the thing. Let's just, before you move on, because you're feeling anxiety. I know you're doing
You're right,
your
I'm getting anxiety. Let me chill out.
All right, chill out for a second, okay? You know, because I'm a podcaster as well.
I know, dude. You're a professional. You guys have one of the top 10 podcasts in the world.
So are you. So,
that's crazy to think that, though.
I don't think about it.
But it's still crazy to think.
I don't.
Or it's crazy just that it's
people tell me. I go. Oh, I guess.
Is your podcast big in like in other parts of the world?
I don't know.
As it is
I don't know the stats. And it's like, you know, it's like that old term. You know what I mean? I don't live in the results.
Cooked pot doesn't boil or whatever. What is that term? What is it?
A watch pot doesn't boil.
Watch pot doesn't boil.
A cooked pot does boil, though.
A cooked pot does boil. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, how about this? When you use terminology sometimes, think about it first. I think that's one of your problems. You know what I mean? When it pops into your head, I don't think there is that thing that goes, let's think about it.
Yeah.
You just say, what's that term? Cook pot, you know what I mean? Boils, you know what I mean? And it's like, it's not the right thing. So I think that's a part of your anxiety.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
It's hard for me to leave that space in a place. I'll just like, if something's like if two people are sitting there and nobody's talking, it gets really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You're that way too, Bobby.
No, I've changed for me.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, I'm so serious.
What would you really do to change that? Because that's a big thing. A lot of people deal with it.
Because I don't really care anymore. I have empathy and I care about the world, and that's not what I mean. I don't care, like, whatever direction my life takes, I'm just gonna go with the flow. And it's not my responsibility, or I'm not a psychic. I don't know what's gonna end up happening to me.
But what question are you answering right now? What I'm asking you is,
what do you mean?
If, like, say you and I are talking, or say you're talking to anybody, right? And there becomes a moment of silence. This happens to me a lot in relationships. If there's a moment of silence, it's hard for me to just sit there and let there be silence.
Yeah, but
you said that you've changed with that. So what I'm asking is, how have you changed? What have you done that's changed? Because that's kind of.
I think therapy has helped. I think Lexapro has helped. Sometimes I'll take Ritalin for my ADHD. I didn't take any today.
How much pro you on?
Yeah, what?
Lexapro.
Lexapro?
Yeah.
10 milligrams, I think.
Okay, that's a low dose. But
It's a dose. Yeah. You know, it's like when they say when you're performing, a lot of comics hate the silence, but that's when they're listening, right? And I feel so comfortable with you because we've known each other for so long that we could take a break. We don't always have to like chase a laugh or say something super interesting. That's the thing. It's like we perform for the algorithm and for what people are going to want to watch.
I think with you, sometimes it does turn into that. Or this is the first time I've ever thought that. So it's funny that you said that before you came over, whenever you got over here, because I did think that. Didn't we talk about it, Nick? I said, what did we say?
What are we going to talk about? And I was like, let the moments happen.
Yeah. And if the moments don't happen, I'm okay with that too.
Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Because we'll podcast again.
Yeah.
And again.
And I don't want to lose out on a chance to have a good time with you.
I'm already having a blast.
Me too.
You know what I mean? The things that you talked about, Charlie, was insane.
It's not that.
And it's fucking insane.
What?
And that's already something that people are going to go, what the fuck is he talking about?
Well, because he's a small town, like he likes to go out to eat or whatever.
No. I don't want to. Don't do your fucking confused white face. You guys do that a lot. Your confused white face.
Who does? Who are you?
You know, you guys. You guys do that a lot.
Oh, you think
Like,
we're all?
"Oh, we didn't start a war.
What?
And your eyes crossed. What? You know what I mean? You started it. You started it.
We didn't.
Yeah, you started it.
Well, it's been going on for 47 years.
That's fucking.
I mean, they were about to have a nuclear weapon. Come on, man.
Don't do confused white face. I get it. I know the tone. Yeah, I've been around a long time. I know confused whites.
That's Trump and his fucking.
I know, but sometimes you're a confused white.
You think so? That's Trump and his fucking missile monkeys doing that.
But those missile monkeys are also confused whites. They're monkeying around.
I know.
You know what I mean? And what I'm saying is that, you know what I mean? Don't confuse white me, dog.
You right.
You know what I mean? Because I'm a confused yellow.
No, you're not.
Sometimes I am.
Really?
I get confused, yeah. But the Lexapros
You always
help.
seem confident. Has it really helped you? What has it helped you with? I'll say this: you seem a little less shy. Because sometimes you get shy. You ever try to put your hand in an aquarium and try to get one of the fish out of there?
Yeah, like a koi fish?
Or just at a party or whatever,
Yeah,
and
I've
they
never
keep
done that.
going. They will not come into your hand.
Yeah, because it's a defense mechanism.
But that's how you are.
No, but they're like, you know what I mean? A crazed white is, you know what I mean, trying to grab me.
Oh no, I'm not.
Confused white.
I'll keep my hand open and just wait till something comes in it.
Will you clutch it?
No, it's kind of softly open like this.
Do they ever do it?
Never.
Never. You know why?
Why?
They're scared.
That's how it remind me of you.
Yeah.
That's the behavior I get out of you.
I'm not really that scared anymore.
Good.
Yeah. Are you scared?
Fuck yeah. No, I'm happy to hear that.
No,
I
are
think
you
some of
scared?
it-
Are you scared?
I've gone through a period recently in the past few months where I've definitely dealt with some fear.
Yeah.
I think scared of like, I don't know, dude. Like things get scary in the world, and you think like, if you say certain things that people are gonna do something bad to you, or something bad could happen to somebody you know.
Now, do I
or
get
something.
death threats and things like that? Yeah, that's scary. You know what I mean?
You get those
Sometimes I have.
from who?
I'm not gonna. I blocked them immediately. I don't know who.
Have you ever gotten a stalker before?
Oh yeah.
No way.
Have you?
Nope. Never.
Can I tell you something that's you're confused about again?
Yeah.
Right. And this has happened to me 4 or 5 times. I'll match with somebody with Raya.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take them on a date, and they go, "What's Theo up to?" And I go, "Cause I was hanging out with Vancouver, and then like I couldn't get in touch with him, and it's like, like tell me, you're right." And 4 matches listen, hear me out.
I'm listening.
4 of my Raya matches, right, were because they were trying to get to you, and that's when I deleted Raya.
You're off.
I'm off of it.
I've never been on it.
I know, but my point is that, you know what I mean? Like,
What is it?
My point?
Yeah.
That women probably do stalk you. I believe they do because I have.
saying.
Yeah, I do have a lot of women, you know what I mean, on my Instagram going, you know what I mean? Tell Theo I think he's hot.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And it's like, I'm pretty hot.
Yeah. Dude, if I were a gay dude, I would fucking smash you, dude. Or I would date you, or I'd ask you out. Sorry.
Don't smash right away, man. Where are you going to take me?
Huh?
Where are you going to take me?
You know where.
Yeah. Yellow belly.
Yeah. My guy, bro.
And we'll apologize for Charlie.
Hey, free appetizers.
Yeah.
No, dude.
No, you would take me somewhere nice.
I would take you somewhere.
Like if I said what town is this? LA?
I would take you to Homokase if they have that, dude. It's just 2 gay dudes disguising their wiener as fish.
Yeah.
Like, oh.
No, I think you would take me somewhere nice. Like if I go, hey, let's take me to Mastro's Steakhouse.
I would take you somewhere nice, like
really
that.
nice. Yeah.
My friend Matt Weiss used to take me there all the time.
Would we make out like if you were gay and I was at your date? Would you make out with me that night or?
I don't think so. I don't like to make out on a full stomach. So
Oh yeah, me either. Yeah.
it's crazy.
Yeah. And you know what I've been doing lately, dude?
What
Inner
is it?
cleanings.
What is it? Are you talking?
I've been doing inner cleanings, dude.
Are you? And what do you guys? And what do you mean by?
What do you mean, you guys?
What do you mean by it? When you say inner cleanings, are you talking about
When I say inner cleanings, what would that?
What you talking about?
I just had a colonoscopy.
Oh, damn, that butt fountain or whatever.
Yeah. I got a butt fountain. They found no pulp.
Did they?
Yeah, and they found no cancer.
Let's go.
Yeah. And now I do inner cleaning. So what I'll do is by my bathtub, I have one of those Japanese toilets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, dude.
Right.
Yeah.
And I sit on it, it warms up right away.
My stepdaddy would shoot those if he saw them.
You Charlie would?
He wouldn't shoot, but he would draw on it.
Yeah, he would draw on it.
He would draw on it.
Yeah. Oh, wait, it's a flashback and trauma. Yeah. Of course. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah. Anyway, and what I do is I have fancy body wash next to my toilet, right? So I have a bidet. You have a bidet?
No, I don't have that.
Do you know what one is?
Yeah, I know it's something that washes in your ass and stuff like that. And I respect it. I'm glad we have it as a culture, but I don't want it.
Why don't you want it?
I'd rather wash my own ass like a fucking man.
I know, but the thing is that when you use dry toilet paper, right, you're not getting the innards.
But sometimes you'll put some wetner on that toilet paper, dude.
What's a wetner?
Wetner, keep your little stash of water by your toilet.
Yeah, well, just get a fucking bidet. It just does it naturally when you press a button.
Yeah, if
you're gonna have a fucking wetner. It's the same fucking thing,
dude. I'm not fucking letting some Waymo fucking clean my ass, dude.
All right,
I'm doing it myself.
But you can control the angles.
I'm old fashioned.
All right, dude. So I control the levels.
Yeah.
So it hits the hole.
But that's not a colonoscopy, Bobby.
I already had one last week.
Okay.
But I'm talking about cleaning my innards.
Do they let you keep anything that comes out of it? Like if they have like a
they found a fingernail.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah. They found a fingernail.
Fuck yeah, I knew those are in there. Somebody said those are in there.
Yeah, those are in there, dude. Dang. No, but so I
So your health is good?
No, let me finish my innards story, dude.
Okay.
That's what your problem is.
You're right.
All right. And I take some body wash. I let the bidet hit directly into the, you know what I mean? Calamari is what I like to call it.
Okay.
Because that's what it looks like.
Okay.
Right. So I hit the calamari, right? And then sometimes I'll open up my own cheeks, right?
Oh, damn.
So that the water sprays right into the hole.
Into the Hormuz, huh?
The Hormuz, straight to Hormuz, right? Ooh. It does close. It does close, right? You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? We're charging. We're charging $2 million per vessel.
That's what you got.
I charge my poo, dude. Yeah. I charge my poo $2 million, dude, and they pay it.
Bro, that's what you got to tell your butthole. It's like, hey, blink twice if you're in trouble, you know?
Yeah. So anyway, I spray it inside, and then I'll take a tissue paper, some body wash, right? I'll get it inside the hole, and I'll do a double spray.
Ooh.
Right, in the hole, right? Then I do a dry wipe.
Okay.
Right? And I leave so that, like, you know what I mean, when you're having sexualities with my girlfriend, right? You know what I mean, there's no problem.
Right.
I mean, aren't you self-cleaning when you know you're about to hook up?
Yeah, I'll wash my whole body. I've been taking a little break right now from dating and stuff like that.
Okay.
But I'll wash my whole body.
I do that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I only wash that.
I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. You're fucking.
No, wait.
Have you ever met yourself? Have you ever met yourself?
Have you met yourself? It's crazy.
You're crazy, dude.
You're fucking crazy.
Whatever,
You're a confused white, dude.
Whatever. You told me that.
Yeah, you know. When I tell you what?
Huh? You said you used to work on the Andrea Gale, dude. That fishing boat that went down, dude.
Yeah. And I survived it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I survived it.
And
dude.
you lied to me.
Yeah, I lied about it. So my bad. But let me say something right now, okay? Of course I wash my body before I do that process.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. That's all. That's all I'm saying, all right?
All right.
Yeah. So that's all you do is wash your body.
I wash my body.
You
I wash my
steam?
whole body. Huh?
You steam your body?
I go to sauna in the morning.
In Nashville?
Yeah, Nashville or here.
Oh, you do? I've never been to sauna with you.
You haven't?
No, I'd like to do it one day.
Yeah, I'd love to go over there, man. If you know, there's supposed to be some good places that people go, like as a group and stuff. I haven't been in any of those. I'll just do it at home, but also I'll go to Equinox over there and I'll go over there.
You mean as a group?
Like, you know, people will
Like
get
a boy band?
There's like a bathhouse or something.
Oh,
no.
yeah.
No, I'm not talking like an O-Town reunion
BTS
or
is
something.
going?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, okay. Like if we gathered a group of comics, me, you, Gillis, Santino.
That'd be so fun.
That'd be fun. You know what I mean? And would you be like one of those people? Because Alana, and I know I'm bringing White up a lot, right?
It's all right.
All right. But what I'm saying,
I knew you were going to do it before you came here.
Well, you bring up Asia a lot. Like you're confused about the whole fucking continent.
Well, you guys aren't sharing a ton of information.
To Iran, we are.
To Iran?
Yeah, we have satellites.
Well, we're not getting much. You guys aren't sending
me.
I'm
an American. Let's move on.
Okay.
Okay, but what I want
to say is, have you seen this volleyball player that we were trying to find a movie role for you. When I was on Bad Friends, we were trying to find a movie role for you that would be really, really great. And we're like, What would be a great movie role for Robbie? And we found, have you seen this guy?
Yeah. Let's see it.
This is my boy Jordan Lucas over at CSUN, dude.
Okay.
Splash, baby. He gets it done, bro.
Oh, Oh, I see. I understand.
Welcome to
I understand. Yeah, I understand.
Valley Ball, baby. That dude is got it.
Yeah.
He's in the Valley, right? He's at CSUN?
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
Northridge.
Yeah.
Up in Northridge,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
He put that flamenco on
I
him,
understand,
baby.
guy. Yeah.
He's flashing that flamenco.
Yeah. So I would play a black gay man in a movie.
No, this guy's not black.
He's not? What is he?
No. Jordan Lucas?
Yeah.
He's a fucking boss. That's what he is.
Oh, he's a boss.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. He seems like a black boss.
He's sassy, bro.
He's sassy. Yeah. Now, would you be intimidated playing against him?
Bro, game set sassy, bro. That dude's a fucking boss, bro.
But would
I be? Yes, I'd be intimidated playing against anybody that plays volleyball well.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
He's a boss. Bro.
Yeah.
Shout out CSUN. And what's their team name? And it says right there, I can't stop watching the vid of this Northridge College volleyball beast diva. LOL. That's where we're at, bro. The beast divas have launched, homie.
They have.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
That's what you need that kind of like energy in the world. You need aggressive, capable gay males. Or semi-gay. I don't have no idea.
I don't know.
This guy definitely has he said that he is gay?
We don't know.
Be saying that.
I saw an interview with him. He's gay.
Oh,
Okay.
he could be straight and have gay moves.
Now that's
I've done some gay moves, but I'm 95% straight.
we know, dude.
No. Like I'll wait and I'll go.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But that doesn't necessarily mean.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like when I kiss the tip, I do it manly.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's not
like a dad like kissing his son goodbye.
Yeah.
The one
He's
kiss
going
a
off
year.
to war?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like that, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, aggressive, but like hetero.
Yeah.
Hetero. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
dude.
have you seen the Thai draft? So there's a draft in Thailand.
No.
Yeah.
Bro, you're Spike Lee. That would be your name, dude. If that would be your Asian name, bro. If you play volleyball,
dude, that's so funny. Yeah.
That'd be so fucking sick, dude.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Spike Lee.
Yeah. And I'd be spiking it.
Yeah. Dude, you would be.
do a show.
We should
kinda
do a
like
movie.
Heated rivalry where I'm Spike Lee, right? And
we're not putting you on the poster if we do it.
you're Volley Vaughn.
But we'll do a movie. You and me are the leads, and just I'm on the poster.
But it's like heated rivalry where I hand you a.
And you touch
there's
my finger.
There's a finger, right? What do you think?
So you're saying will we do like
It's a movie, so it's not.
It's not real.
It's art.
It's art.
You think Brokeback?
Jake Gyllenhaal?
Yeah, I know Jake.
You do?
I love him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I had dinner with him once. He's a great guy.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you never even said that.
Well, how would you know? You never asked me.
You think you would tell me?
Yeah. Well, I don't tell you everyone I've had dinner with.
I know that, but at least you would say, "Hey, Jake Gyllenhaal." I had dinner."
Yeah. He's a great guy. She's so funny.
Who's your dream guest to have on your podcast on Bad Friends?
Oh shit, dog. My dream guest
Or on your own podcast?
Tiger Belly is my own podcast.
Yeah, but I'm saying Tiger Belly or Bad Friends.
The dream guest would be Brad Pitt.
Wow.
Yeah. I just want to see what it's all about.
To see it up close
and personal, yeah.
Damn,
I
bro.
want to see if it's an illusion or if it's real.
If it's makeup.
Have you seen him in real life before, Brad Pitt?
I saw him one time.
Yeah. Is it real?
I mean, I was
or is
so
it illusion?
scared. I didn't know what to do, and I just.
Yeah. You tremble, probably.
Oh yeah, I was like opening a door for him, and I got all scared and shit.
Yeah.
He went in the building. I followed him.
Yeah. I know, but when you look at him,
but he moved quick.
Yeah, I know. Like, he looks like a very quick guy.
Yeah.
Like one time I was, you know nothing about soccer.
No, I know the World Cup's coming to the USA.
Yeah, that's good. But anyway, my favorite soccer team is Arsenal FC.
Mm-hmm.
When you do it, I do it. And so the soccer team has
Spike Lee.
War. Good God. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. Okay, so I'm an Arsenal fan.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear? Here's the thing about you. You don't listen. Here's the thing about you. You're already thinking about what you're gonna say next, like a different topic. So when I know your eyes, right? So when I'm talking, right, you're already thinking about something else. You're not really listening.
Okay, my bad. Let me drop in.
You want this to be over?
No, I don't. Tell me about Arsenal, dude.
All right, so their legendary player is a guy named Thierry Henry.
Thierry Henry, Thierry.
Yeah, how'd you know that?
Because I've seen him before.
Yeah.
He's one of the greats.
He's one
People
of the
say he
greats.
looks like Sully McCullough as well, a little bit.
yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
Fair, right?
Yeah. So Henry, I was at a hotel.
And you met him?
No. So I was in a hotel in New York, right? I was shooting the movie The Dictator, right? And they put us at, I forgot what hotel it was. And I remember being in the elevator and Henri walked
Did they
in.
put you on the poster or not, The Dictator?
No.
They didn't
And
care.
I had more lines than Busboys.
But they didn't care about you.
Yeah, they didn't care about me.
Type
You
shit.
cared about me.
I can't believe
Yeah,
they
yeah.
didn't ask you that.
Anyway, Henri walks in, right? And, you know, obviously it's like, hey, I'm a huge fan, or can I get a photo, or whatever.
You said that to him?
No, nothing came out of my mouth.
Oh.
I was so in shock that he was the last person that I ever thought I would dreamt meeting or seeing in real life, dude.
Of course.
That when he got off his floor, the words couldn't come out.
No.
Yeah. That's how much of a fan I was. And then when I missed my moment, I missed my moment. You know what I mean? So the other day I was at Pizzeria Bianco, right? And the dude that created it, I'm a big fan of, he was in the restaurant.
No way.
Yeah. And I walked right up to him. I go, can I get a photo? And he goes, sure, kid. So I do it every time now. Because I'm not fans of like, you know.
Thierry was in the restaurant?
No, this guy that created Pizzeria Bianco.
Oh, he was in the restaurant.
It's one of the best pizzerias in the world.
The creator. Who's it? Bring it up. That's him right there.
Yeah.
Chris Bianco.
Yeah, Chris Bianco. Yeah.
Oh, I've seen him before.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's one downtown in LA. Very good pizza.
I don't go down there too much, but I will.
Yeah. But anyway, so now when I see somebody, can you listen?
Yeah. I'm back. I'm here.
Okay. Now when I see somebody, like, I'm not like fans of like, oh, there's, you know what I mean? Sabrina Carpenter or
David Robinson. Or so like a
yeah. I'm not like what
Mitch
normally,
McConnell.
like Mitch McConnell, like Turtle Eyes.
Yeah.
I call him, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you know, so most people be like, I gotta get a selfie with Mitch. You know, when he's in he's a zone.
Yeah.
His froze zone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When he freezes up. That's my favorite part of him.
Oh, he's glitching.
Yeah, he's glitching. Yeah. You know what I mean? But anyway, that's his cum face.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Oh.
Yeah. This is. Anyway, like Mitch McConnell.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. That's his cum face, dude.
Bro, we're gonna go to hell for doing this. That's a real face. Or
Yeah, that's a
something?
real face, dude. Yeah.
See, they're using some of these senior citizens, dude.
Yeah.
They're using them to just
But imagine
smuggle.
his Chinese wife underneath him, and that's the face he uses.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude. You know what I mean?
You got to use that.
Yeah, you got to use that. Anyway, so are you fans with somebody that's weird that if you ran into them that you'd be starstruck?
I think probably Marilyn Manson. Probably.
He's dead.
Huh?
Someone alive.
Oh.
Yeah. I could
he's
go out through
dead?
history like Genghis Khan. That'd be cool. Yeah, but Marilyn Manson's dead. Yeah. Either somebody that you would like. You're in an elevator.
Die?
Are you thinking Marilyn Manson's still alive? Charles Manson.
Oh,
dead.
you meant Charles Manson. Oh, Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, Marilyn Manson, dude.
Oh, my thank God. Oh, thank God. Thank God he didn't die.
Oh.
Fuck. He didn't die.
Yeah.
I know him.
You do.
Yeah.
Dang, dude.
Yeah. I do know him.
Yeah, I was talking to like somebody that works with him for a little bit, and then yeah, I think probably him would be somebody that'd be really neat. The
Yeah.
Pope, maybe.
Oh, Pope Leo or the previous one?
The new one, the one that's beefing with Trump
Oh, yeah.
online.
What about the one that JD Vance killed? You remember that guy?
I haven't even heard about that.
Yeah. Remember JD Vance visited him and the next time he died?
Oh,
yeah. So it's like, yeah. So that's why.
I mean, I will say, look, JD has a strong handshake.
I know. But now this Pope, wherever JD's at, he's not there.
Oh, I see. What you're
Yeah.
saying.
Like he was in Africa, and then JD was like in DC. And if JD went to Africa, the Pope would go to Antarctica. You know what I mean? That Pope ain't fucking with no
the
JD.
Pope on a rope.
Yeah,
homie.
he's a Pope on a rope. Yeah.
Yeah, that last one definitely was.
Yeah. So if you ran into the Pope,
Yeah.
or what about? Can I just name some names?
Yeah, I'm trying to think because people I'd be starstruck by.
Yeah. And that you would like be like, oh fuck, I got to get a photo.
Oh, Julia Roberts, I would be starstruck.
Oh yeah, you get a photo?
I don't know if I'd ask for a photo, but I would just be starstruck.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd ask for like. I think sometimes it's better to just say, "Nah, I'm okay without a photo."
This is what. So here's the thing, okay. When I was
That's
at,
how I feel
when I was at
most of the time.
Coachella.
Yeah.
Right. And I saw the Sabrina Carpenter, and I went for the Strokes. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I got front row.
So did Mitch McConnell.
Yeah.
That's an old. Sorry, it's a bad joke. All right, let's go on.
Yeah. Oh my God. Dude.
My poker face.
Yeah. He does look like a turtle, dude.
Does he? I don't even, that part I don't even see. I just see
What'd you see?
a senior man that's getting getting used to funnel ideas and danger through.
There should be
What do I
an
know?
age. You believe there's got to be a limit?
They got to
there.
put a cap.
Yeah. What's the cap? 60?
65.
65 cap.
Yeah.
After 65, you're out.
You're out.
Yeah. I think so too.
And as a
Because I'm 54, I'll do crazy shit.
would you ever run?
I'd run fast.
Would you ever run for office?
Yeah.
Would
fast.
you?
Yeah. A
We need-
congressperson or something.
We need somebody.
I think so. Yeah.
You know, one of
But
the
my ideas are cray. I mean, I don't know. Ask me about something, I'll tell you what I would do.
But here's the thing: we have the first Vietnamese House of Representatives person was from Louisiana.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Look him up.
Yeah. So you can differentiate between Vietnamese and Chinese, and
I wouldn't say that, but I would say that that's our boy right there,
all right.
Joseph Cow.
And he's from your homeland.
Yeah, that's him right there.
Yeah.
He's a boss, dude.
He's a boss, dude.
Born in Saigon.
Yeah.
Born in Saigon. Went to Baylor.
Yeah. So you think we need more Asians in Congress?
Yeah. And more Filipinos. If it was all Filipinos, I don't think anything bad would ever happen to the world. Do you?
No, dude. You're
Not
right.
great.
I think you're right.
That's the truth.
Yeah. But there'd be a lot of
You could run on the same ticket, dude, with Jake Paul.
Jake Paul as my but we're different parties.
Would you ever, dude? Because this is actually something I did here. Jake, somebody said you got offered to do WWE. Is that true?
No.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Stop pointing at me, dog.
Sorry.
Yeah. I'm fucking serious, bro.
All right. Are you serious?
Yeah. I'm serious, dude.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. But here's what happens, right? I don't get 80% of it. You know what I mean? It goes through like a funnel to me. Because my people know what I will and will not do.
For sure.
And WWE is something I probably wouldn't want to do.
Really?
Because I would lose. Yeah, I would lose.
What if we did a tag team match against the Logan Paul and his brother?
I would do that, dude. Yeah, let's challenge Logan Paul, right? And his brother, Jake.
Yeah.
Tag team us. We have to wear costumes now.
And the winner has to pay the other's taxes.
For how many years? Just 1 year?
For 1 year.
But you think we would win? Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
I think they're not all that.
Dude. Of course.
I would tag you real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You would?
Yeah, I'm opening.
And I would tag you. You just keep you.
Yeah, we tag each other. Dude, that's what we would stay in the corner and we keep tagging each other.
Yeah.
I mean,
Till they get
and then
dizzy.
we become a cyclone
Yeah.
of tagging, right? And then they get all confused, right? And then we both get onto the ropes, right? And we do what?
We jump off.
Yeah, and
we attack them.
And we attack them.
Yeah.
Dude, we attack that way.
Yeah.
Through the air.
Yeah.
Like we did to Iran.
Or we get a drone to take us up.
Oh, right. Ukrainian or Iranian?
Whatever one still has a little bit of gas money left.
Yeah.
Whatever one, yeah.
Yeah.
And we take that up, dude.
We'll take that up, right? And we'll just glide right into them.
We could do it. But would you get involved in personal even in local politics? Like Spencer Pratt is running for mayor of LA now. You know that?
No, I don't know that.
You don't know that?
No. And and that'd be cool. I don't know if I'd vote for. You know what I do?
What?
When I do? I donate to candidates sometimes.
To help them?
Yeah. You ever do that?
I love Canada.
Excuse me?
I love Canada.
Yeah. Oh, you give Canadian politicians money?
No. I don't donate to them, but I love Canada. I think it's a great place.
Yeah, I love Argentina. What the fuck are you talking about?
They have the best posture. You don't even know Argentina.
Yeah, they have the best soccer players.
Argentina
Aguero, Messi. Yeah.
I saw Messi play one time.
With Miami?
Nashville.
Oh, right. But it was with the Miami team?
Yeah. They played there. Dude, it was great. I would like to watch soccer more. I think I'm going to try to go to a game when it's here.
Yeah.
Would
you
you
like
go?
those things?
It's
Can I
fun.
tell you something about something that made me real sad?
Yeah.
So when the last UFC fight that you and I were at.
Yeah.
We're all right. What kind of seats did you get?
We got good seats.
You did?
Yes.
What would you think my seats were like?
I saw your seats. They were good.
Better than yours?
No. It depends on what you're looking for.
I'm looking to get closest to the
Okay. Well,
the cage.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. You think I want to be out there?
They put you.
Yeah.
There is a like zone where there's a lot of like people that
Influencers.
no.
Okay, what kind of people?
Or people, yeah, influencers, but people that are like, there's a lot of people that have like, it's like wheelchair access. It's like
Yeah.
impaired. It's like
Yeah. That's why I saw that.
people that are impaired, like people that are neck braces, back braces,
Yeah.
people that are on fluids
Yeah,
and
exactly.
shit. And
Yeah.
You were right there though, along
with
the row
fluid people.
where people come out.
They have other attachments to them.
Yeah, you're like in the neck brace
Oxygen,
section.
water.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have a
basically.
cane. Yeah, I mean, the biff.
Yeah.
They have the biff.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
Just
Well,
an aquifer, basically.
Yeah.
People that were just like,
Exactly. So I'm in that section, right? And for a split second, I was kind of like, why am I here? You know what I mean?
probably because
So
it was
I-
your first fight.
Really? So the next time I go to a fight, because I love the sport,
Mhm.
can I just go with you?
Yeah.
Will I still be in the oxygen
I don't-
area?
I can ask Dana if he would allow me, if he allows me to go.
No, you're always around that.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of the sport. You're always around that.
But it's still at his grace, you know. It's like he picks who can go. right?
Wait. The people that your friends aren't bigger than me that you had around you, are they?
What do you mean, like a popularity wise? No, Gianni's with me all the time.
Yeah, is he more popular than me?
To in the urban circles he is. There
Yeah,
you
this
are
was
right
me
there.
at the oxygen area.
You're having a good time.
Yeah. Yeah, I was having a spasm,
But
dude.
bro, look how close. I've never gotten to sit where you sat here. That's amazing, bro. To cheer people when they come out.
Yeah, but then you put your hand out, they don't never slap my hand.
Bro.
Yeah.
That guy's a beast, dude.
And then what's
Who is that guy, Nick?
Ateba Gautier.
Yeah.
Is he like on a 6-fight win streak?
Yeah, all
Yeah,
first
yeah.
round knockouts.
I like okay, yeah.
And dude, you got to see Rose Namajunas when she came out.
Okay.
Is that how you say her last name? Nick?
Namajunas.
Namajunas?
Yeah.
Dude,
I
Thug
love
Rose,
Rose.
bro, just to see that, yeah.
You're right.
I've sat in a lot of different places. I haven't always gotten to sit up close, but it has been fun when I got to.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And next time you sit up close, because I've never been there.
I'm going
Can
in
I just
July.
go with you?
Yes, please. I'm going in July. If I am able to sit up close, then I would love for you to go.
And just ask Dana, like my friend, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna send him a JPEG of you. Straight up, I'll say you used to fight.
Just say the real thing.
You did used to fight.
No. Say I'm your friend.
I'll say it's my friend. Yeah,
He's a
you're right.
big
I'm not
podcaster.
gonna lie to him.
Yeah. Well, then why would you lie just now?
You're right.
No, you're not right.
You are.
Why do you lie?
I'm not lying, dude. I was thinking about lying,
Okay. Anyway,
and I said I'm not.
so what'd you think of today's podcast?
I thought it was
let's,
good.
Let's do a regroup, and you know what I mean?
Okay, let's go through some stuff. For one, yeah, I do feel. For one, I'm happy to get to see you. Oh, I do want to say also, Brittany Schmidt's dog passed away. So
Oh no.
I think we can just say,
So sorry.
Brittany, we love you. And the
We
dog's
love
name
you.
was Biggie.
Yeah.
And that he's in a better place.
My dog Remy passed away a month and a half ago.
Oh. Did you have to
I did that. That was great.
what?
Aw.
Did you have to have someone come over and help put it down? My friend just had to have that. My
Dude,
friend
it's-
Tim, remember
it's-
Bizzle, who you always
yeah,
fight with at the casino?
Yeah. Where is he?
Huh?
He's the one that's trying to shit with me on fucking line, dude.
Dude, he just texted me earlier today.
Dude, he just texted me today. This is what he said. Can I tell you what your biz? Is this him?
Yeah.
Hold on. This piece of shit.
Dude, I'm not even joking. The text he sent, he goes, "Tell that motherfucker to wash his ass." That's what he
Okay,
said.
this is what he said.
What are the odds of that?
He goes, "Bro, you trying to beef with me saying I invite this shit? Don't come into the studio today trying to start beef or you're going to get got."
Type shit.
Where is that guy?
Huh?
I want to get got. I want to see what that means.
He's in.
You know, because I'm going to tell you this right now, dude. He's pussified.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll destroy him.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'll-
He's strong, right? But I have ways. I'll go nom, dude.
I think you could.
I'll build a tunnel and a pathway.
Oh, so it's okay for you to go nom and just completely
Yeah, we can do it.
be a culture vulture.
Yeah, we can be a culture vulture.
But
Yeah, I'll go nom.
My stepfather can't walk back in.
He's a confused white. No. Yeah. There's a difference between being Asian, right, and being a confused white guy.
Yeah, you're right.
You're right. I'm just trying to be
I know.
philosophical, guy.
I know there is.
Yeah.
It just breaks my heart.
Yeah, what?
It breaks my
It breaks
heart.
my heart that we can't, get closer and with that divide, dude.
I know. We're gonna do it better.
Next time we'll do it better,
Yeah,
dude.
I think this is one of those.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I think this is one of those times where it's like, yeah, we kind of hit a spot where it's like, okay, yeah, sometimes I do feel pressure. Like it's like you get clips that are viral and like you do see that you can't even not see it. And it's like, and then like people every time, you'll be somewhere, like there's a video somewhere, there's a funeral and the guy's yelling, Bobby at it, it's like, what can you do? But it's like, you do feel some pressure and it's not, and that's
why I've been avoiding it.
But what I'm saying, right. But those moments aren't like, it's not fair for me to bring in it. Like I thought about that before you came. I thought about, great listening. I thought about that before you came and I said, God, like, let me just have this is so stupid that we're even thinking about this, but let me just have a nice conversation with my friend and let me have a new experience.
Yeah.
With
and
my friend.
I felt the same way driving here. Like I've been avoiding doing it with you because there's just so much pressure on it. You know what I mean?
But we had so much fun when I came into Bad Friends.
Yeah.
How great was that?
That was great. You know what I mean? But we might have not gotten anything today.
Well, it took me 600 episodes to even invite it over there. If you go on and really want to look at the calendar. But I know you guys are busy.
No. Look at me right now, dude. That's tragic. I'll tell you this. We're not a guest-driven show. We've had maybe 10 guests in our whole whatever the run.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. We've had Jack Black, Shia, you know what I mean? Theo, we get the biggest people we can get to do the guests. What's that tall orange man who plays basketball?
Women Yum? No.
What's that tall orange man that plays basketball?
Blake Griffin.
Blake Griffin.
Oh, yeah.
We're the tall orange. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Vitamin C, they call him.
Yeah, the vitamin C. When we got vitamin C, we got it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we were lucky to have you. But it's
fun.
like, it's not a personal thing.
No, I didn't feel it.
It's a scheduling thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so let me ask the boys in the booth, what'd you think of today's episode?
There are great moments, and I just think you guys talk so naturally, funny to each other. You don't realize there's going to be some viral moment from this that we don't know.
That's the good point. So you know what? Don't live in the results. We did it. You know what I mean? I think there are some things in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we had a good time.
If there isn't, fuck it.
I just want to have a good time with my friend.
Yeah, I had a good time at times.
And that is true. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that sometimes you're confused, but that's what I like about you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, but I'm trying to learn, man.
And you're a learner, dude.
Sometimes you help me, sometimes you don't.
And I could say that's the same about you.
And I cannot believe that David Spade put you on that movie poster.
I think you did that. He said that you did that.
No, we did not.
Yeah, you did.
I would never do that.
Yeah, you would.
I don't even know how to do.
You know what?
Photoshop.
I
don't even know how to Photoshop.
No, your people. These guys know how. And I went to Spade. No, just listen. I went to Spade and I go, dude, it's kind of fucking weird that I have like 2 lines in this movie and you put me in the center of this poster. And he goes, really? Theo. That's what he said, dude. That's what he said.
We should call him. Should we call him?
Yeah.
I don't think he'll answer. He's probably busy eating dinner or something because he has so much money.
Oh, sushi, probably. It's always sushi with him. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. With a lot of you guys. Let's see what he says. That's a nice picture of us.
Let me call him.
Okay. He could be taking a minute.
Are you guys calling me together?
No, what are you talking about?
No.
Oh, Theo just called me.
Yeah, but you know what I love? You picked up for me and not him.
I knew it.
Yeah. I love the fact that you picked up for me and you didn't pick up for Theo.
No, I love Theo, but I'm at dinner.
Yeah, but why would you pick up for me?
Because I knew you were in cahoots. I go, we got a situation.
Yeah. Well, just real quick, I want to clear something up, right?
Yeah.
All right, so when I said to you, you know what I mean, why am I in the center of this poster? I only had 3 lines. And you said, oh, fucking Theo. So Theo did it. Yeah, Theo did it.
I don't think Theo knew about it. I think it was somebody made it and they were exploiting you guys.
Oh.
They put me on it too.
You're the star of the movie.
Who cares, Bobby?
Oh, you're right. Dave, I'm sorry. Are you eating Asian food?
I'm eating Asian food, yeah.
Yeah. I knew it. So I love you, dude. No one's to blame. Thank you for putting me in the movie. I love you, okay?
Yeah, and tell the waiter we're sorry for everything.
Okay.
I love you.
Bye. It was you.
It couldn't have been me because I don't even have Photoshop.
Okay.
It was somebody.
But did I
though,
guess
for
that he
sure.
was eating Asian food?
But no, I do feel bad that I didn't ask. I should have asked
I
specifically.
don't care, dude. Dude, it's...
Well, I should have asked. I didn't really think about it. I think you would feel like...
Bro. I'm so grateful that you asked me to do something that you've been working on. I mean, what a blessing that is. You know, I just did an episode of a show of a friend. I can't say it, but and he asked and I did it. You know what I mean? And you know,
I knew who it was, Peyton Manning.
Okay. And
was it? He has a new show. You have a new show.
Yeah, the bad show.
And you didn't even tell me about it.
Yeah, the bad show, game show. And then also my Hulu special comes out in November, my first special. Finally, yeah. And go check that out. But
and what took so long, to be honest, when you really think about it? Was there a real reason that it did take you a while? Did you not like doing specials? Did you think it was not what it's about? Like really?
Well, it's so funny. Ask yourself why I wouldn't do it.
Why wouldn't he do it? Because he didn't like to try it. He doesn't. Oh no.
Yeah, because I've been doing the same act. You know what I mean? I slowly add jokes. It was just no hurry, really. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it got to the point where it was like, I was on stage and I was like, I couldn't hear it anymore. Like, I don't care if it gets a laugh. Like, I just gotta evolve. And so I penned a deal. I go, I'm gonna get all this out there. And it's gonna force me to write new shit.
You penned a deal? Are you fucking Thomas Jefferson?
Dude, yeah, I penned a deal, dude, like the Constitution.
Facts, my bad.
Yeah. And I did it, and it went pretty good. And I'm gonna, when it comes out, I'm already writing way new shit. Let's go. And I'm gonna, the next hour will be better. I think I'm evolving. I really do.
I feel you, dude.
Yeah. And so, that's why it took me so long. It was never like, here's the thing about me. I don't know why, but you know, I was a club guy. What I mean by that, I did comedy clubs, and I always sold out. Even before podcasts, I would do well. So in my mind, there was like no hurry. I never thought about theaters or coliseums or anything like that. But I made a living, you know, playing, you know, I mean, the Yuck Yucks or whatever, right? So
there's so many great clubs.
Yeah, so whatever. And now it's like, it's getting bigger, the audience, and I want to grow with my brand, and I want to expand. So that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. That's cool, man.
Hey, man.
Yeah, dude, it's kind of crazy. It's like evolving's kind of scary. It's all kind of spooky sometimes, like growing up, you know? Does it make sense, kind of?
You gotta live on the edge of your comfort zone.
Fuck yeah.
That's how you grow. That's how great men make it. Take risks and go through the fire. And I've always been afraid of that. And I think, like we talked about earlier, silence, you know what I mean? That's all okay.
That was almost great.
Yeah.
But you know what is great, dude?
Yeah.
Is seeing
really
you.
good to be here.
Anytime I get to spend time with you, I feel lucky.
Yeah. So
and your new show starts when? When does it start so people can watch it?
The Bad Game Show will start in probably September, October. It's
Where's it
super
gonna be?
funny. YouTube.
Let's go.
Yeah. And there's the deadline.
All Things Comedy on the Bad Game Show. Dude, you guys look great.
Yeah.
Holy frick.
And we have guests on, and two guests compete against each other in games we developed.
Dude, put me on the poster.
You said no to the game show.
Did I really?
Yeah, you did.
But you know what?
What?
Put me on the poster anyway.
Yeah, I did.
And I'll share that
All
bitch.
right, dude. All right, thanks for having
dude,
me.
I love you and thank you for being somebody
Wait,
that
he just texted me again, Spade. He FaceTimed me.
Let's see what he says, because he might be on some bullshit. Dude, he was in freaking Dickie Roberts.
I know, dude.
Dude, you seen this laser? Puts a little cock on your shirt.
Okay.
Oh, that's the tits.
Rick, I'm just gonna hang up.
No, wait one more time. He's getting older.
Yeah, so did you FaceTime me?
I tried to.
Yeah, here's the.
What's up, dude?
I was trying to save Theo and get him out of that interview.
There was no controversy.
He hacking password, and I was like, oh, that means save him.
Yeah, dude, I did.
Wait. So thank you so much for that information. I'll see you soon. I love you. I'm gonna hang up the phone, okay? All right. I love you, bud. No. I love you, bud. All right. So you did.
Did I? To be continued.
To be continued.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm feeling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Reach that ground, I share this piece of mind I found. I can feel.
Yeah, like, rough 3 years, man. Because these shootings and everything are going to keep happening. You guys are just going to keep acting clueless for where it's all coming from.
You guys are constantly saying things about how the president needs to get killed, but Republicans in general needs to get killed. You personally have said that Republicans should feel afraid of getting killed for going to any public events.
Conservatives get horny as to talk about the oncoming civil war and to talk about all the violence that's about to happen, that we're going to get even and blah, blah, blah.
I think you guys are very lucky that Republicans and people on the right who actually own guns and know how to operate them are not just as incendiary as you guys, are not trending every other day on Twitter for how we need to take somebody out on the left.
To successfully kill the president?
Whoa, that would be a crazy reading of that tweet.
Is it a crazy? I feel like it's...
Are you implying that I would want an 86-47 or whatever? That would just be insane.
All right, guys, welcome back to Bread versus the World, where we debate the big stories of the week. With guests from across the spectrum, we've got with us today the right-wing YouTube star Blair White and the liberal streamer Destiny, aka Stephen Bunnell. Guys, thanks so much for both of you for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we should start with a pretty sensitive subject, which I think we all have talked about and have been involved with directly or indirectly at some point, which is the rise of political violence. Of course, this comes a little bit has passed now since the third attempted assassination attempt against President Trump.
Hello, the Moth Course 707.
The White House Correspondents' Dinner. Blair, I'll come to you first because you were actually there and had kind of a harrowing experience. What was it like, briefly, and then what's your initial reaction to it all?
Yeah, obviously there's an extreme overall increase in not just political violence itself, but the sentiments supporting it. And I was at the Hilton that night, and I had just left right before the shooter came in. So I missed him by like only minutes, which is pretty scary. But I mean, I'm not going to overplay it. Obviously, I wasn't hurt. No one was killed. So that's amazing. But it is the point that we are in like the most heated climate that I've ever seen in my entire life in regards to politics. And there's a lot of things contributing to that. I'm sure we'll get into it. But, you know, it was scary. And it was also surreal to experience being there and then going online and seeing like how the rest of the world was, you know, quote unquote, experiencing it, which was like obviously a lot of people saying it was staged or downplaying it. So it's a lot to get into. That's just my short little shootings are bad.
Yeah. So, Stephen, your takes on political violence are sometimes clipped, sometimes reacted to. I'm curious, just lay it out for us. Do you condemn this assassination attempt? Are you against political violence? What's your actual take?
I mean, I think the tone is set from the top. I don't think we should live in a country where political violence is a thing that's happening, where people feel like it's necessary. But as long as Donald Trump conducts himself the way that he does, and as long as Republicans continue to give him a pass for it, I don't know how you can act surprised when the country continues in that direction. And it will continue in that direction until Donald Trump decides otherwise.
But you agree that it's immoral and wrong?
But yeah.
That's good. I mean, that's like,
well, it's not good. It's worthless. It doesn't matter if what random YouTubers and everything saying. It doesn't matter for the hand wringing on it. It's like, I know you're not complicit in this, but like, I still go out and I do these events live, and you know, the chances of me getting killed at some event are infinitely greater than some coward like Matt Walsh or Michael Knowles who sits behind a desk all day and sits there and makes excuses for Trump when he refuses to just say, hey, all of us should calm the down. And it's absolutely insane to me that people will run around and try to tone police every single person on the internet while the president conducts himself in literally the most unhinged manner possible. But it is what it is.
I agree with you that Trump is constantly saying incendiary and unhinged things. And he has engaged in like violent and irresponsible, reckless rhetoric, like when he's saying different Democrats should be executed or treasonous. But I'm not sure I really see that as an excuse for political commentators to be flippant or irresponsible with their rhetoric. Just because it's much less significant than the president himself doesn't make it insignificant, Stephen.
Yeah, that's fine, but it's like the political violence today is not inspired by the left-leaning commentators. It's probably inspired by the hatred for Donald Trump and how insane he markets himself and how aggressive he is towards who he perceives to be his political enemies.
But
like,
isn't there some evidence that it is inspired by left-wing sentiment? Like the manifesto cited, he liked, that guy liked all sorts of blue sky influencers. The person who shot Charlie Kirk.
What was the biggest thing? What was the first of all, the Charlie Kirk guy, born and raised in Utah. I don't think him. I mean, nothing.
What does that matter? There's Democrats in Utah.
Nothing is more conservative coded than having a secret trans girlfriend boyfriend. I'm sorry, like that. The idea that this guy was a left wing person because of that is insane to me. But all
I mean,
I'm saying,
that's a joke. But that's not like it's not really like objectively true. I mean, it was a leftist.
Wait, what is the
where
objective
he lived
evidence?
didn't really matter.
What was the objective evidence for him being a leftist?
The fact that he didn't he on the bullets write a communist message on it. He obviously hated Charlie Kirk, who's on the right. That alone is indicative that he's politically opposed to him. He said that he saw a chance to take out his political enemy, and he did. Like, I mean, the idea that he was a conservative, I mean, I get that it's like a tough position to be a leftist commentator. I don't know exactly what label you use, Democrat commentator, leftist commentator. It's a tough position to be in, to just acknowledge.
Dog Star official says, Kurosai, are you unbiased? This trick question. To be human is to be biased. The idea that you can be completely unbiased in any regard, in any measurable way, is impossible.
That like it's just right-wing podcasters and right-wing politicians, presidents getting shot at, but like
I'm assuming you meant to add something else. So if you could re-clarify the statement. I will better engage with whatever you try to revise it as, I'm pretty sure. Because the word bias just doesn't really work properly. Unbiased. Like, don't lean left or right completely. I'm going to give this the same kind of general answer. You have to lean left or right if you are going to use those terms, left or right. Which, if you speak in real political terms, realpolitik, then there is no such thing as left and right. But if I am forced to engage with the nomenclature of what we're talking about, then I think I economically lean right and socially lean left, or some shit like that. Like, I don't like right. I don't like talking about right stuff because a lot of right stuff is just like story stuff. Like, it's a good story that like the nation is probably good if it stays predominantly white because that's how it's always been. That's a narrative as opposed to like a statistically like tried and tested thing. Because the things you would do to back that up is to look at every place that is predominantly not white and say that it's bad, and then therefore draw conclusions from that, which is neither of the C words, causal or correlative. It's not very scientific. It's just a happenstance sort of thing. And unless you can run an experiment to actually like change your place from one thing to the next to see like a mass constant moving of one thing to the next, unless you can replicate an experiment several times to see that it's true, because that's how science generally tends to work, is that we believe in things to be true if we can replicate it and see if it can withstand scrutiny underneath tests we can run. Then you don't know if it's that kind of true thing or not. You just have a story. You just have a narrativizing. And I'm not into narratives like that. I don't believe in like the narrative, the leftist narrative that like if we're likely to do more better things in the world if we all see each other as equals. That's not even that is a cope for the most part, because like we can't see each other as equals by definition. If we did, we wouldn't have labels to begin with. We wouldn't have the ability to say that somebody's on the left or right, that you are a Republican or a Democrat or any of those sorts of things. It's just the statement in and of itself is just too much of an idealistic thing to think about. That like we should all consider that we're all equal or whatever. That we should all deserve. We all deserve, and that D word, I hate that D word so much. Deserve. Both people believe that though. Both people on the left and right believe that you deserve certain things, and I don't. That's why I curse both sides when I hear that word being used. You don't deserve shit. You deserve to die because that's what will happen one day. How about that? I'm fucking black pilled, is what I am. I don't hate women though, but I still call them bitches. I love women, but I also I hate black people, and white people get on my fucking nerves, especially a lot of white guys, because they act retarded in ways that are different from the ways that black guys act retarded. Black guys act retarded because like they're actually retarded, in like this sort of definitional way where it's like because they're easy to like. It's like being a black incel is different from being a white incel, because a white incel is somebody who says, "Oh my God, I can't believe that society left me behind because everybody's promoting black and gay culture," and then the black incel is saying some shit like, "Let me go shoot up somebody's house." That's basically an incel. I would say literally, gangster culture is incel culture. Literally, it's the same shit for the most part. It's just a hyper cool version of it or whatever. And depending on who you ask, being an incel is cool. Basically, that's what looks maxing is in a nutshell. It's a cool rebranding of what it means to be an incel. Even though Clavicular would not agree to that, he will walk off the set if I say that.
To say that he was a leftist is just cope. I mean,
to be honest, I don't know, but I feel that a lot of people, including me, came from your strongest yapper thing. From your? Oh, you mean the video where I had Candace Owens debating that girl? Well, I didn't create the debate, but I created the conditions for there to be commentary on the debate. I think that Candace Owens is mostly a nut job. I think she's one of those noticer type people. I'm just noticing. This is very annoying. I hate that kind of thinking. It's literally schizophrenic thinking. I'm not saying that she is never factually correct about certain things, but the thing about it is that people on the right love to take a couple of facts and then stretch them to like nebulous places, and it's such a weird thing to do, because like any serious person can like put like the thing that I hate about people like Candace or anybody like Matt Walsh or any of these kind of right wing pundits is that they go and debate the most retarded people possible. Like the girl that I got voicing for Amelia was like a college kid. Candace Owens was like fucking pushing 40, and she was debating a child almost getting blown the fuck out. It was kind of crazy. But like Jordan Peterson did the same thing. He's getting old. That's why he's probably dead right now, is because he kept debating children, people who can't even hold a candle to him. And he just runs circles around them, and he takes advantage of the fact that he can just always retreat to like the most weakest positions possible, and then like pretend he never said X thing. I never said that. That's not what I'm saying. You make yourself sound so smart when you can always revise what you say by saying, "I never said that. What I said was X thing." And conservative types of people, they just love to just like never state their position in complete terms, because if they do, that means they have to defend it all the way down to the bottom. But yeah. Peace out.
Republican is just cope.
I'm saying that if I showed you a person who was born and raised in a blue-haired, septum-piercing lesbian household in a blue-haired, septum-pierced lesbian state for 21 years, and then he goes off and he kills a conservative, and over the past 6 months he has messages about Donald Trump or whatever, there is zero world where conservatives are like, "Oh yeah, he definitely got hardcore Republicanized in the last 6 months of his life." That would just never be the case.
Did you read the indictment, Stephen?
Unfortunately, yeah. Whether or not the guy was left-wing or right-wing, though, is besides the point. Like, political violence is not good. I agree with that. It absolutely is. Because what I'm saying is that, like, when you look at the political leaders on the left, AOC is not radicalizing shooters. Joe Biden is not radicalizing shooters.
Yeah, but
Donald
this is
Trump
the thing
is
I've
posting.
noticed.
Donald Trump is posting. Do you think that it's bad that Donald Trump says that he wants to execute, that 6 members of Congress should be executed?
100%. And if you think you're talking to someone on the right who is someone who's going to defend Donald Trump at all costs, that's not the case. I have criticized / attacked Donald Trump on an endless amount of things, probably more so than the average Republican. So I'm not looking at it as some false binary where because the president does something that's beneath the dignity of the presidency doesn't mean that there's not a personal standard we should all hold ourselves to. And I don't think you said earlier, like, I think you meant like it's useless or something, a word you used, useless, like your condemnation of it. I don't think so.
It is.
I don't think the words of influencers or people with platforms is useless. I think the idea that we can just kind of hand wave any responsibility that people like us have is just kind of weird. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a large audience. Your words permeate into the consciousness of people all over the country and the world that listen to you.
What was the biggest inciting factor for this last shooter? The manifesto thing that this guy released. What was the biggest thing that he put in that?
Say that one more time.
What was the biggest thing that this guy kept talking about over and over again? In the you call it a manifesto, whatever. Like, it was like 3 paragraphs or whatever that got published by this last shooter at the convention.
Well, I guess the biggest thing is subjective, but what I saw was a lot of talking points that sound almost exactly like the things you hear every single night on CNN, MSNBC, leftist Twitter. Huh?
What were the talking points? What was the biggest one?
What on earth is Trump going to do, or what do you want? The comment. Now back to the debate.
Yeah, he called Donald Trump a pedophile.
Exactly. And who was the one?
Right.
Who were the people that obsessed over the Epstein stuff? Who obsessed over it?
I mean, if we're talking past tense, it definitely is something that the right was onto first. But I would say at this point in the political timeline, and this is a recent shooting, I would say it's almost more so a leftist thing to be obsessed with it because a lot of right wingers hide from the topic now because they don't like how Trump handled it and they feel like it backfired on them, which I agree with that. But it's clearly a bipartisan thing now.
No.
People do care about that. Yes, it is.
No. It is.
You don't think a lot of leftists are on social media and on television, some of them getting sued for it, for calling Donald Trump a pedophile? I mean, come on.
Getting sued, yes. Donald Trump and Kash Patel and everybody in this administration loves to sue everybody that exercises speech that they don't like. I do agree with that. However, this was an issue that was universally obsessed by conservatives and by MAGA. Every single person was talking about Epstein. You have Pam Bondi.
He donated to the Democratic Party. If you're trying to paint him as a right winger, that's
anybody's right winger. What I'm saying
demented.
is that there are no pictures of Merrick Garland handing out binders of the Epstein Files Part 1 to the most degenerated loser, wannabe influencer, journalist, or whatever on Twitter in the universe. Okay?
What does this have to do with anything?
Because Pam Bondi,
sorry, guys. I'm going to bring it back here.
Wait, real quick. Because Pam Bondi gave these binders out, told people that more was coming, and then all of a sudden we get reports that Donald Trump is telling the FBI to censor everything, that he doesn't want it to come out. Then we get a law from Congress that Pam Bondi and Trump don't even adhere to, and now it's like, I wonder why.
What does this have to do with anything?
Why are the leftists so obsessed with this? Because Republicans created the entire situation, and to say
but do you deny that progressives have kind of seized on it as a pretty powerful talking point against the Trump administration?
No, I don't deny it at all. It's really annoying. I hate it. I think it's the dumbest talking point ever, and it's annoying to see it happen. But Republicans have nobody to blame but themselves. And there's in what world can I talk to other people on the left and say, guys, I think you're obsessing over this? And they're like, what do you mean we're obsessing over it?
It's kind of amazing that you're able to somehow, no matter who it is shooting at Donald Trump, flip it into that person being either right wing or you're trying to say it was like a consequence of right wing rhetoric. Like,
it's not amazing at all. If you have like a sequence of events and you know that time moves in one direction.
At the end of the day, the person who rushed into the White House Correspondents' Dinner, or the Hilton rather, had donated to the Democrat Party. That's on paper. That's just true. His manifesto was full of talking points that sound exactly to the T like everything I see trending on leftist Twitter, leftist TikTok every single day. Like, to me, it's the easiest thing in the world to just be like, yes, a leftist went in, tried to kill the president. That's bad. And it'd be the easiest thing to just move on. But we're in this situation where you want to twist and contort it into somehow being the right's fault. And at the end of the day...
But it could be a left-wing shooter. The guy was obvious. I just explained it. The guy was obviously left
Okay, but
wing.
it
at
didn't
least.
make any sense.
It
And I
made
know I'm
perfect
understanding
sense.
what you're
One of
saying.
the
It's just
biggest
not
motivating
true.
factors for the guy doing what he did was this obsession over the pedophile shit, which is a story that the Republicans obsessively pushed until every single person in the country was talking about it.
And
then
that
they tried
no
to pull
one
it
on the
away.
left cared about, and that no one on the left cared about until they realized it could be weaponized against Donald Trump. And since then, they have absolutely been the ones in the majority speaking on the issue.
I'm sorry,
Okay, guys, I'm going to move us along here because we're getting bogged down. Sorry. We're getting bogged down
if you
here.
want to keep taking it back, if you want to like keep going like to the square root of everything, it's like it would be just as disingenuous for me to say that the Epstein.
Sure, Ignatz. I used to watch you in like 2018. I was like 11. Yeah, I get this a lot in my live streams for some reason. 'Cause I guess people like said somehow people kind of like stop watching me in like some year that is like post 2020, and then they randomly just pop back in, 50 years later to see a live stream for like a split second. It's kind of it was like a psyop.
Things started the operation because of his ties with Bill Clinton and mostly Democrat politicians, but that would be disingenuous. The reality is just now this happened, and you cannot try to twist and contort it to somehow being the fault of the people in the room. Not to mention, even if you just take Donald Trump out of it, I was in a room with like a ton of people there that if something happened to them, it would have been terrible, and it would not have been their fault or the right TM at large their fault.
It's gonna be a rough 3 years, man. Because these shootings and everything are gonna keep happening. You guys are just gonna keep acting clueless for where it's all coming from and why it's happening.
Well,
And
okay.
Here we go. I guess.
So, Stephen, I want to ask you about what you posted on.
Are we
Hang on.
clueless,
No,
or are
guys.
you in denial that your words have consequences?
My
And when
words
I
have
say you,
consequences.
I mean
9
you
out of 10 of the
partly, and
largest
other
protests.
people.
9 out of 10 of the largest protests in U.S. history have happened under this president. It's like, oh, I wonder why. It's like 20 shutdowns now into this. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. It must be the liberals. Like, yeah. But anybody have to think about yourselves.
So,
of course.
Stephen, I'm going to ask you about something you posted on X after the shooting happened. Riley Gaines tweeted out, "Stop trying to kill our president," with periods in between each time. You quote tweeted it and said, "I have never agreed with this statement more in my entire life." That tweet now has 1.6 million views that you posted there. What did you mean by that? Like, are you suggesting
Stop trying to kill the president? What do you mean?
But do you mean, is there like not the double meaning there that you want them to successfully kill the president?
Whoa, that would be a crazy reading of that tweet.
Is it a crazy? I feel like
are you implying that I would want an 86-47 or whatever? That would just be insane.
Well, you might get indicted for that, and
Yeah.
we'll talk about that because I obviously disagree with that indictment. But I just wonder, again, ceding to you the point entirely that I share, that Trump is wildly reckless and that his words are much more influential and important than yours or mine or Blair's, couldn't you maybe not troll in the aftermath of a shooting?
When the president trolls in the aftermath of everything? I thought
But
it was all just
that's
trolling.
just whataboutism. That's two wrongs make a right.
It's not whataboutism. It's the president of the United States sets the tone, and I'm not going to be tone policed by people that don't seem to give a fuck about what the president of the United States is saying or doing. So it's such a stupid, silly argument, I think.
I'll just say really quickly, whenever I see people act like everything comes from the top, the president always sets the tone, like it's kind of as glorifying and like deifying of the president as people on the right who think that he's like the second coming of Jesus. I actually don't think he has that much power. I think that the collective consciousness of the people in the country also majorly set the tone. And all we've seen in recent years is on leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc., which matters. I know you guys, I've noticed you guys tend to make it about just the politicians, like because Hakeem Jeffries or AOC isn't necessarily saying things that incite violence. It's like you guys like to ignore that every day it's trending on Twitter with like hundreds of thousands of likes, millions of views. But like you guys are constantly saying things about how the president needs to get killed, Republicans in general needs to get killed. You personally have said that Republicans should feel afraid of getting killed for going to any public events. If you guys think that that doesn't matter because you guys aren't in office, I think it's just delusional. You guys have arguably way more power in terms of setting the tone of culture. You guys have always owned culture, and that's why we're in an assassination culture right now.
It's such an
Stephen, I want to give you a
statement.
chance to respond if you want to explain those comments that you made because
Sure.
those
So
have
the
been
issue
taken.
is that the people that you guys get mad at are the people that your own media figures show you. You guys manufacture outrage like nothing. There's a reason why
People
when
who
people
shoot
on the
places
left,
up, that's who we're mad at?
People
Okay.
on the left who say crazy shit will be people on Twitter that are nobodies that you guys will screenshot an account and then obsess over for the next several months or years. Okay, you guys will find whatever random comment you can on
You're
Twitter.
not a nobody,
I'm not
Destiny. You
talking
have an
about me
audience,
right
and
now.
even a nobody
I'm
who
not-
goes viral has a huge platform.
That's great.
And
But
it
do you
goes
wanna
viral all
address
the
the
time.
comments you made about
I can get there. Yeah,
Republicans?
I'm not talking about me. I'm saying that when Donald Trump is saying things that are insane, when all of your largest media, Matt Walsh and Tim Pool, are saying the craziest things constantly, and then you guys go, well, what about this random Twitter account? And then you guys all get super mad about that. Nobody even knows who this is. You guys manufacture, what was that whole, the Sydney's?
Because
let me finish.
look at the actual real-life ramifications.
Steven, sorry, Blair, let Steven.
The whole Sydney Sweeney thing is a great example. This is manufactured outrage. Nobody on the left was talking about this, and then a whole bunch of right-wing people found some random left account and made it sound like it was some huge drama issue on the left. It's insane. Even the comment of mine that you're bringing up right now. That's great. Even the comment of mine right now that you brought up of conservatives need to be afraid. That's the thing that you saw on Jesse Waters, and that's the thing that you saw right-wing Twitter run with.
I did not see it on Jesse Waters. I saw it on Twitter from searching your name this morning.
Yes, you didn't see it on my stream, okay? Because if you listen to even a minute of me talking about that, my issue is that every time a politically violent event happens, conservatives get horny as to talk about the oncoming civil war and to talk about all the violence that's about to happen and that we're going to get even and blah, blah, blah. And my comment there is that when left-wing people talk about political violence, generally speaking, it seems like there's like a healthy sense of fear, which we should all have. We shouldn't want to live in an assassination environment. But every time there's a killing, conservatives seem horny as to beat the war drums on it. And I think there's no healthy sense
when
of fear.
Luigi Mangione took out the healthcare CEO, you want to talk about horny? Every leftist woman in America
every single
wet
person,
her panties over
every
that
single
and still
person
is
did
collectively.
that. You think Ben Shapiro's comment section is full of left-wing people? That was
Well,
everybody.
we can look at
because
polling,
every
Stephen,
person
and
is attacking.
the polling does show that is more of a left-wing phenomenon.
For
The Luigi
Mangione,
Mangione
I'm pretty
thing.
sure there was decent bipartisan. I'm sure it skews a little bit more on the left, but I'm sure there was decent bipartisan support for him shooting and killing the healthcare exec, which is not good.
If you look at the polling, it is more profound among left of center respondents.
100%. And at the end of the day, like, I'm glad you guys can so always point to things Republicans are saying, and I'm never going to. You could list a million things that you find inappropriate or incendiary that a Republican says, conservative says, and I could go on the list and condemn it with you very, very easily because that's how I feel.
Doesn't
but
matter.
It's interesting how you guys are constantly pointing to things conservatives are saying, whereas we can sit here and constantly point to things that leftists are doing that actually results in shots being fired and people actually getting shot. So it's not equal. The idea that this is a problem on both sides is equal. The idea that people continue to say it is, and yet it's not any leftist podcasters getting shot in broad daylight in college campuses, thank God. It's
guys
not
won't even
Biden.
acknowledge-
It's not Biden who was shot at 3 times, thank God. Is it 3 or 4? I mean, you're losing count even of how many times Trump's been shot at. So you can talk about words all day and words do matter, but then you have the real life consequences and manifestations of those words. And to pretend as if there's an equal playing field of violence going on, I think you guys are very lucky that Republicans and people on the right who actually own guns and know how to operate them are not just as incendiary as you guys, are not trending every other day on Twitter for how we need to take somebody out on the left. I think you guys are very lucky. And I think if anything, you guys really push it when you do incite all this stuff. And it's not just you, because we don't need to make it just about you, because it's clearly not. It's people like Hassan. It's, what was her name? Not Brianna Wu. Taylor Lorenz had a whole thumbnail about how someone needs to do it and like circled Trump, clearly, insinuating assassination, hundreds of thousands of views. It's clearly an issue. And to deny that, I don't think that you have anyone's best interest or the country's best interest to see you're in denial of that.
This is just a very unserious approach. This is a child's approach to politics and the environment in the United States right now.
And you're serious by being in complete denial of what's actually happening?
Denial.
Let's let Stephen respond.
You would look at the country where the president and your political party tries to be as maximally inflammatory at all points in time in the most egregious manner possible, and then when people on the left respond
why isn't
predictably,
this happening to Democrats and leftists? I don't want it
because
to.
who's
But why
going to get
isn't the results
to
that
kill
constantly
Joe
happening
Biden?
to you guys? It's happening one way.
Name me 2 things that Joe Biden said that incited hatred in your heart, where you're like, God, I can't believe Biden said that.
I can't even think about what Biden said or didn't say. He was barely alive. He was a vegetable. You guys voted in a vegetable that sat and didn't actually say or do anything
Trump
for
said
4
in the
years.
past 2 weeks that are like, holy shit, I can see somebody wanted to think about this. That's crazy.
You hone in on people who are holding office, and you completely ignore the entire culture and the consciousness of the collective around you.
This is not even a real conversation. This is not real.
All right,
Absolutely a real
guys, I'm going to move us
conversation. I
along
think
to
you're
the
just
next point here.
dissociating right now in the moment, and you don't want to address it. You can look specifically at Joe Biden or specifically at Trump. I'm trying to say expand your mind a little bit. Just look at the masses. Look at what people are actually thinking, because these shooters are coming out of the masses. They're coming from random, radicalized leftists. They're not coming from people in office. So what are those people being filled with in their head? Are they following streamers who associate being Republican with being worthy of being victimized of violence? Are they following accounts? Are they listening to things on CNN about how Trump is verifiably a pedophile and all these things? It matters what's going in their heads and why the outcome is they think they can go in with a gun and take out the president or someone around him.
So,
and
Stephen,
again,
I want to get Stephen's opinion on the next question here, which is essentially one of the most frustrating things about the kind of right wing for me has been they start with a trait that I share, which is like distrust of establishment institutions and media outlets and all of that. But then they quickly go into the tinfoil hat brigade land. And so that you could get into all the different things they pushed over the years. But I do suddenly detect a bit of an uptick on that from the blue side of the aisle, like people suggesting that the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting was staged. Do you think it was staged?
I don't know. I lean towards
You
no
don't know?
on stuff like
What's going on? You just working on stuff? Yep. Just working on stuff right now. Anytime that somebody pops into the chat to ask me what I'm doing, I immediately think about playing a game, but then I immediately perish the thought.
that. But like
Right now I'm reading an email though.
the issue is that in the past, I could give good reasons to defend why things like this would never happen. All of those reasons have been explicitly attacked and destroyed by the sycophants that are filling the White House right now. So in the past, if somebody would ask me, is it possible that the entire FBI would rig some type of investigation against a president or something like that, right? Like the what was the name of? I don't even know the actual name of the thing anymore, Crossfire Hurricane or whatever, right? We got a whole analysis and a report of that. And my perspective on a thing like that is that, are there some political biases that could potentially permeate some organization that could make people lean in a certain way or look, a different way at things? Like, yeah, 100%. But could somebody do like a top-down conspiracy? There are way too many people involved. You just can't realistically do things like that with the intelligence community. However, now we have an FBI where Kash Patel has personally gone through like FBI agents that were involved in investigations on Donald Trump and fired them. We are having like loyalty tests given to people to make sure, look at even for federal judges that are sitting before the Senate confirmation committees where they're refusing to acknowledge that Biden won the 2020 election.
Yeah, that's
how the
joke.
Can I defend my institutions and say that you should trust what these people are putting out?
But you still acknowledge there's no evidence it was staged, right? There's no evidence.
There's no evidence that it was staged. No, but before I could say beyond a shadow of a doubt, it's just not possible to even do something like that. The amount of people involved, it just wouldn't be possible. But now you've got a president who has pardoned people for seditious conspiracy, all of the 1600 J6ers. You've got Tulsi Gabbard telling Congress that she wasn't even really involved in the targeting of Iran. I don't know what the fuck how am I supposed to tell somebody there's no way this could happen when every part of our institution has been attacked and destroyed and undermined by the president of the United States?
Well, because you start from the premise that there's no evidence that it's staged, first of all, and is there evidence?
No, there's no evidence that it's staged, but typically the place you would start from is like, well, the place that I would start, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I'm being pedantic. The place I would start from is like
Occam's razor, right? The most likely explanation is that there are millions of crazy people out there, and some of them do really hate Trump and want to kill him.
For sure.
And we can see this. The most likely explanation is that one of them showed up with a gun and tried to kill the president.
Most likely, 100% I agree. But the place that I usually start from is like, is it possible? What are my a priori?
I mean,
here,
it's
right?
It's not impossible, but I feel like that's not where you usually start with conspiracy theories. You usually start with the reasonable explanation and then demand proof and explanations of the conspiracy.
Sure, but depending on the type of conspiracy we're talking, unfortunately, we just never get all that information, right? So especially when it comes to like government coordinated stuff, it's like, is this even possible? If it is possible, then we kind of go from there. I would agree with this shooting.
Let's see. Well, have a good morning. I gotta go to bed. Good night. Take care.
There's no reason to believe that it's a conspiracy or that it's set up.
Blair, I'm sorry. I will bring you in 1 second.
I would agree with you there, yeah.
I just want to, I think what you're saying right now is so reasonable, but then why do you like tweet stuff where you said, for example, I have it here, 33% approval, perfect, send another assassin, make him collapse in the hall, though, play the sound effects for 5 shots.
It was a Truman Show guy. It was a good tweet.
Okay, listen, I know maybe you're just being funny, but it's not funny because millions of people actually do believe it's staged and do believe all this stuff is fake, and then they no longer take political violence seriously.
But Brad, because Destiny's not in office, he thinks his words have absolutely no power and no consequences.
But I think they do. Obviously less than Trump.
Right.
But...
You know, because you have common sense. So like, I know that when I speak, if I, there's consequences for what I say. People are inspired to do things because of what I say. And that's the same for Destiny. So that's why personally, I would never say anything like that, especially when we're on our 3rd or 4th assassination attempt in general. So things do, there's domino effects, there's consequences to actions, including words, and you don't have to be in office for that to matter.
So you don't feel bad about tweeting stuff like that? It's all just memes?
I think it's funny. If the Republicans aren't going to conduct themselves in a serious manner, I think you should laugh at them for it, yeah.
But so it's like, again, we're with that 2 wrongs make a right. Let me ask you this. If there was a civil war in this country and the Republicans started raping women as part of the war, would your response be that Democrats should also rape women as part of the war?
No, I would say we shouldn't.
Because you have objective moral standards you should hold yourself in your conduct to, right? But you seem to, when it's just rhetoric, obviously that's not the same as, but I'm trying to test your principle here.
So here's the issue, and I know this doesn't stick because people just don't want to understand this or whatever, but I don't give a f. Okay? There are actions that we do that are good because as part of being a human and living in a society, we understand that when we all do these things, generally speaking, they all benefit us. When we talk about things like and murder and theft, you could say that like the action itself is not good for whatever reason you want to argue. And then, sure, I would agree with most of these, but also because who the f wants to live in a society where everybody's murdering each other, stealing everything and raping everybody? It's not good. These are horrible societies to live in. So there's reasons why we all adhere to these moral principles. But if you construct a society such that one side can constantly violate the rules and then cast it as though that's not what's actually happening. And then when the other side tries to say, guys, we all need to stop doing this particular thing, which gives the impression that it is a two-sided problem, there's no morality in that. This is the equivalent to that civil war happening and then somebody saying, well, shouldn't we turn the other cheek and just let them win? Of course not. The most Christian person in the world would say, well, of course we should fight back. Because in that case, rolling over and allowing the other side to destroy you, there's no morality in that. There's no virtue in that. And so this idea, this is why, and I'll do it here because you know what, Brad, because I respect you, because I believe the things you say. But like on Piers Morgan, if I'm surrounded by a bunch of soulless conservatives, I'm never disavowing violence because the only thing they do is they take that disavowal and they go, look, the left acknowledges that it's their problem. And then they continue to stoke the flames on their end. Yeah. That is, we're on a one-way track to destruction here.
But what I would say is that at the end of the day, you should strive to be a good person and uphold yourself to moral standards.
I understand you're saying that, and what I'm telling you is it's not a good person to sit there and give the other side ammunition to use against your own political
Condemning
side.
Evil
to pretend.
Listen, there is zero ammunition that I would feel I was getting right now for you to be like, shooting are bad, like assassination attempts are bad. Just like you can sit here and ask me to condemn a million things that Trump has done, and because I have my own individual principles that I hold to a higher obligation amongst myself to actually stick to, I'm not going to abandon those just because you're sitting in front of me and we disagree on XYZ policy.
Blair,
I think that's kind of ridiculous.
I'm so sorry, but I would just add also that, Stephen, I would feel that it actually gives Republicans and conservative media more ammunition when you don't disavow a shooting on Piers Morgan, for example. They use that as proof. Look, all leftists are crazy, even though that's like obviously not representative of even your full scope of your views, let alone the entire party. Aren't you giving them ammunition by doing that?
No, because if it wasn't me, they would find a one follower Twitter account and then they would say the exact same thing, right?
It would carry less weight.
People use against you, Destiny.
The president
Destiny, as someone who's
Minnesota
in a right-wing
murdered by a
algorithm.
Republican shooter. It's impossible.
Destiny,
like there's just no purpose. We're on a track right now. It's not going to change. This argument is retarded. This is just a deeply unserious argument. I'm sorry. This is not. You can't have one political party that is constantly stoking the flames, internationally too, by the way, and then pretend that like if Democrats at home just kept disavowing, then eventually we're going to get back on path. Conservatives love the violence. You guys love it. You invite it. You're horny for it. You're excited for it. This is why I said there needs to be like a healthy fear in this country.
Why does polling show more support for political violence among liberal Americans?
Because conservatives don't consider alligator Alcatraz or Trump threatening to jail his political opponent violence as political violence. What was this poll that I saw a while ago? Actually, you're so right, Brad. I'm not being sarcastic. There was a poll that I saw where I think liberals ranked higher than conservatives, and it was something along the line. I wish I could remember the exact thing, but it was like, is it ever justified to use political violence or to kill an opponent or something like this? And I think the liberal part of that poll was higher than the conservative part. But the reason why is because when conservatives think about killing people, they don't consider it political violence. Who were the people that were constantly saying the tree of liberty needs to be watered by the blood of patriots? Who was constantly spamming the don't tread on me and my Second Amendment right is to defend from a corrupt government? They don't consider these things in the vein. You're going to tell me that Second Amendment loving conservatives don't believe in a healthy sense of political violence?
From the government, albeit like I think a lot of conservatives have like a little bit of a fantasy in their head about defending themselves from a tyrannical government with their personal firearms, but to pretend as if that's the same thing.
Wouldn't that be
as political violence as actual people at Trump rallies dying and getting shot? To pretend as if it's the same thing as going in and trying to assassinate the president is insane. That's not the same thing.
Okay, so there it is. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. This is why it polls so lowly on conservative. They don't consider that political violence. It's something different. This is more noble. It's more righteous. That's not political violence. It's self-defense from the government.
Well, I'm going to move us along here because we have gotten bogged down in this, but I also think there's some valuable points that we fleshed out. So I do appreciate the spirited conversation. This, though, we've talked about all of this rhetoric and this conversation about this. I do believe has an effect of desensitizing people to violence. So I've been kind of disturbed to see, and I want to get both of your thoughts on this trend across TikTok and other platforms as well. You have this rise of users essentially using the audio of Charlie Kirk's assassination, of him literally dying, as a transition sound for outfits for prom and other things. So here's the headline: TikTok pulls all known viral outfit videos using Charlie Kirk assassination gunshot audio. But for a while, these were going viral and a bunch of young people were doing it. I want to play you guys a sample. I'll probably change out the music in post-production so it doesn't actually show the sound, but you guys will hear it and we'll discuss. Listen to this.
It's disgusting.
It's horrible. It's terrible. I see some conservatives on like Twitter trying to like find these young women and their names and cancel them and find where their parents work and get their college offers rescinded. And I don't support any of that because Blair, my read on this is these women, or most of them, they're 16, 17, probably most of them are not like hard leftists who actually are glad Charlie's dead. They're probably people who are just totally desensitized, and it's been turned into a meme, and they've, had to do school shooting drills, and they've seen so much violence that they just didn't realize how profane that comes across and how insensitive and inhumane it comes off.
Right.
So I don't think they're all necessarily evil, but it concerns me that young people are this desensitized, Blair.
Yeah, I would err on the side of they're just a couple young, dumb bitches who don't know the gravity of that. I do find it disgusting. I don't agree with like going and trying to ruin their lives or young women with the rest of their lives ahead of them. That's a bit much for me. But I think the point is proven partially by that, obviously, that people are super desensitized to it. I mean, we have a great example right here in Destiny. I mean, to be honest, like, obviously the litany of things that you've said around political violence is indicative of the fact that you are yourself desensitized to it. I'm desensitized to it as well. I think we all are. Like, it's even in this last shooting and incident, it's weird. It's almost like despite the fact that I was physically near this last one, it still didn't shake me as much as like the first one when I was just seeing it on Twitter. So that's how I knew like, oh, wow, I'm way too used to that. But that's where it comes down to. The only solution to that is the individual responsibility that everyone has as citizens, and then even more so as commentators, to lower the tone, to lower the pressure, to say like, hey, we can't go down this route, because when we go down this route, yeah, it's cringe to be talking about civil war and all this, but is this not how things like that start historically? They don't just start with everyone.
Would you acknowledge that Trump as the president, he never will, but he should lead by example on that?
Absolutely. And that's not difficult for me to say at all. Like, the amount of things that Trump says that I, on a range from roll my eyes at to feel the need to publicly condemn, like, it's a lot of things. I don't like, the way he disrespects, Christianity often in his words. I don't like the way that he will dehumanize Democrats, as much as I am not a fan of Democrats. Like, absolutely. But the difference is, I'm not going to pretend as if only Donald Trump's words matter, as if citizens on a regular everyday level don't matter, and then even more so commentators who are speaking to hundreds of thousands to millions
Yeah,
of citizens.
Destiny, are you bothered by people kind of having this desensitization to violence in these videos, or do you not care?
I doesn't care.
Like, again, they shouldn't, but again, I don't know how to have like this is like a real conversation. Like, if you
I mean, maybe you're dissociating, maybe you're like going through it, but it's a real conversation.
it's not, this is not a real conversation, okay?
Okay.
So,
well, then why are you here?
Because I love and respect Brad.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate it.
Well, then you shouldn't say that the conversation that he set up isn't real.
Sure.
He
Well,
set the
because
conversation up,
eventually-
so have some respect.
Eventually, the American people, the American people will eventually figure this out, or not, and we'll all blow each other up, okay? When streamers are fighting, or when you're a YouTuber or an influencer, if I were to turn on my stream today and I were to start making a whole bunch of sexist or racist jokes, then I think that eventually my community would become racist and sexist. They just would. You can see it immediately. And when a streamer ever gets called out for the behavior of his audience, people will very quickly look. Yeah, I know it's hard to explain how the real world works.
So you don't think people are becoming more violent or desensitized to violence because you're putting that out there? You just acknowledge that if you were being racist, your audience would turn racist.
Correct, but I'm not generally making like I'm pretty careful with my community. We talk a lot about political violence. We talk a lot about what our stances are on it. Believe it or not, my community watches my stream. They don't just watch the 20-second clips that you guys get off to when you see them on Twitter floating around. Because I do think a lot about that. Because when I see a shooting happen, one of the first things that I think about as a content creator is, how would I feel if this guy came from my community? Would this be a happy thing for me, or would I be like, ooh, I don't really like that? And basically, every single time I've seen one, I wouldn't want this person to come from my community. So we usually do talk about it. There are jokes that I've made in the past. I know that you guys love to clip or whatever. There's one where I'm running around in like Modern Warfare 3 or whatever. I don't know, some battle royale game where I say something like, oh, we got to genocide all conservatives, blah, blah, blah. And I know that the conservatives have been running around with this one recently. This clip is 7 years old. Nobody was killing each other for political violence back then. I wouldn't make that same joke.
Well, it's like edgy gamer talk.
Sure, well,
you didn't mean that literally.
Correct, but I wouldn't make that same joke right now because people are literally politically assassinating each other. That's just not a joke that I would make right now. Like, oh yeah, we should go kill all. I just wouldn't, because I would be uncomfortable with it. Because if somebody kills somebody, in 2 weeks, I don't know if that comment would be the thing that sent them off. That being said, again, there's going to be a predictable response when the guy at the top is constantly making jokes about it, is constantly inciting and stoking the flames of political tensions here and abroad, constantly engaging in violent speech in the most unhinged manner possible, such that, like, when you look at the environment around, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, what are you going to do? Like, shit is... like, nobody would go... In every other part of the world where people are adults, you recognize this. A manager doesn't go to a shift and then look at this employees messing around and go and correct every single employee. You fire the supervisor. You say, why aren't you controlling your shift? Nobody looks at any culture and says every single individual in that culture needs to hold themselves responsible. You look at the huge motivating and influential factors. And right now, Donald Trump is a person who loves violence. He loves it. And he bathes in the attention related to it. And it's just amazing and exciting and awesome for him. So why would you expect the culture to look any different?
But so I don't deny for a second that he is a massive cultural influence, but I feel like you ascribe almost a totalizing power to him when a lot of these phenomenon have been playing out over the last 10 years, including when, like, Joe Biden was president. And,
nah. What are all of the insane political violent things that you think would have been inspired by? I feel like the joke was that these were
well, I didn't say inspired
years.
by Biden, but I was saying that the unhinged nature of things and the desensitization to violence and all that, it didn't just start November or January to when Trump was first inaugurated for a second term.
Inaugurated for a second term?
Yeah.
No, I agree with that, but I think that when you look at Nixon, okay, and you look at is it the Saturday Night or Friday Night Massacre when he started firing everybody? The reason why Nixon did that was because Nixon was operating prior to that as though he was a criminal. He thought that he broke the law. He thought that he was going to get completely f***ed up for it, and he started firing people because he didn't want the consequences. And then when he resigned because he thought he was going to get impeached, and then Ford pardoned him because he knew he was being criminally investigated. That was the expectation back then. Today, Donald Trump acts as though the law doesn't apply to him. And when you look at things like, say, I don't know, conservatives hate to talk about it, but look at like January 6th, what was the expectation there? That as long as we're doing things for Daddy Trump, everything's going to be okay. And it was. He pardoned all of those people. So when you have a president who's giving a pass to people to be violent in his name, and then we're like, why are people being violent in the United States? Yeah, obviously. What do you mean? No shit.
I mean, that's a valid point, that you send a terrible message when, for example, Trump specifically his pardons for January 6ers, Blair, included people who violently attack cops. You are sending a terrible message.
And the difference And then the difference I would just like to highlight here is I'm not sitting here saying that Trump is not guilty of inciting things. The difference is the other person here on the panel thinks that only Trump's word matters, so much so that he can't even have a conversation about culture in general, the temperature in general. It's all ascribed to just Donald Trump, which is as delusional as the people that worship Donald Trump as the, end and all be all of goodness. People who ascribe only that the world is just completely screwed because of Donald Trump, people are only doing bad things because of Donald Trump, that's just as delusional to me.
So I want to bring in the next story here that relates to this is that the Trump administration is actually trying to indict former FBI director James Comey.
You mean indicted, right?
Well, they did indict him. You're right. Yeah, no. And they're actually trying to make this a thing. This all traces back to an Instagram post where he had posted seashells that spelled out 8647. Here is a clip of Acting Attorney General Todd Blank describing this indictment and why they pursued it.
District of North Carolina returned an indictment against James Comey on 2 counts. The first count is at on or about May 15th of last year. He knowingly
sure, I'm on
making a
JJS
threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States. Count 2, same day, May 15th.
Oh, wait, you have Roblox Plus?
That the defendant, James Comey, knowingly and willfully transmitting in interstate commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill the President of the United States. Both of these counts carry a maximum term of imprisonment of 10 years.
So where I'm coming from on this is, I think it's insane. I think it's a crazy indictment.
Though,
I do agree we should all try to tone down our rhetoric. Yes, the president, but also everyone. And the whole 8-6 thing is ambiguous enough that I understand why, for example, Comey took down the post and said he didn't mean to convey violence. And I wouldn't be out here saying that right now, but it also, in the restaurant industry and even just in the Merriam-Webster dictionary, has a clear nonviolent definition as well of just remove or get rid of. So it doesn't meet the legal standard of a true threat, not even particularly close. You just have them prosecuting their political enemies for Instagram posts they don't like that are objectively, at least in my opinion, First Amendment of protected expression. Sure. I don't know. Stephen, do you worry about getting indicted next? Are you going to be posting 8647 just to bait them, or
are you in the wake of the Charlie Kirk shooting, that conservative clip that Blair has seen, clip by other conservatives, went mega viral. My YouTube got demonetized over it, and there was a report in the, I think it was called I don't know, it was the Minnesota Tribune, but apparently there was a person sitting behind, I think it was Stephen Miller, texting either Vance or the White House chief of staff. I think it was Vance. And I think Vance was talking about how they were looking to indict they wanted to indict 2 Florida influencers for comments made about Charlie Kirk. I'm 95% sure that one of those 2 would have been me. So yeah, it's a thing that I worry about, but I mean, conservatives are never going to say anything about it. It's all just kind of memes and jokes, and the president has the right to indict whoever he wants. So yeah, I mean, it's a horrible, I don't know what other commentary I could have on that. It's a horrible thing.
I've actually seen a fair number of legal conservatives, even both the Fox News legal analysts, Andy McCarthy and Jonathan Turley, both came out swinging against this. So it will fall apart, but it's stuff like this where, Blair, you and I both came up in an era of Republican politics where it was all about free speech, all about the First Amendment. I feel like they turned against that a lot quicker than I expected.
Yeah, I'm not on this train of we got to get him for the 86, 47, whatever. I don't think it meets the legal standard of a death threat or even an incitement of violence. I think it's, again, on a personal level, I would not post something like that right now, maybe even ever, because I also grew up you probably remember, you're on the same age as me. There was also a time where if you even kind of said anything that could be remotely misconstrued as a threat against the president, it was kind of seen as be really, really careful. And that's really kind of loose now. So I don't agree with the indictment. I don't like it personally.
Yeah, and I also think it's just too difficult to ignore the partisan hypocrisy of Jack Posobiec said 8646 about Joe Biden, and he's not getting.
I didn't even know that. Yeah, and that's and I will say also, I would rather see people Epstein's associates indicted before this. Like, there's a lot of people I would rather see time and resources spent on going after than this. So, don't like it.
Yeah. Well, I do just think it sends a totally contradictory message that we're going to be going after our enemies. It's our turn now. And especially when they campaigned against the weaponization of government, feels like they've done a lot of that. I want to talk about the Supreme Court a little bit because this is a big subject of discussion after a very controversial ruling about the Voting Rights Act and it's a modern day interpretation that was handed down. But now you have Democrats, many of them have for a while now clamored to pack the Supreme Court, to add additional justices specifically to skew the ideological bent of the court and remove it as a meaningful check on their power or what they can do when they retake control. And now apparently even the leaders of the Democratic Party are open to the idea. So here is Hakeem Jeffries being asked about court packing, and here's how he responded. Listen to this.
In the new Congress, we're going to have to do something about this Supreme Court. And let me be very clear. Everything is on the table. Everything to deal with this corrupt MAGA majority that is issuing political opinions that are designed to bolster the prospects of the Republican Party, and we will not allow them to succeed.
So President Trump responded to this by calling Hakeem Jeffries a low IQ individual and pointing out that he said the Supreme Court is illegitimate. Trump writes on Truth Social, after saying such a thing, isn't he subject to impeachment? I got impeached for a perfect phone call. Not sure that's quite how I remember it, but okay. Where are you, Republicans? Why not get it started? They'll be doing this to me. I mean, Destiny, members of Congress can't in fact be impeached. That's not a thing. I would have hoped that Trump would know that. But it is concerning to me, and that's ridiculous that he's trying to get someone removed for saying this. But I mean, do you support packing the Supreme Court? Do you agree that this is a MAGA Supreme Court? Because that's not my read on it at all.
I think the Roberts is just completely and totally unhinged. Reading the leaked papers that I think were published on the New York Times for kind of the start of the whole shadow docket business, that was just unbelievable to me. Unfortunately, I haven't read the last opinion yet. I don't have enough alcohol in my house at the moment to go through a whole 90 pages authored by Alito, because holy Christ, that's going to be inducing. But some of the decisions and some of the completely contrary reasoning that have come from this court are just astounding to me. You'd have to get into
But you acknowledge
particulars.
they've ruled against Trump on tariffs, against him on deploying the National Guard. There's like 40% or so of the rulings are unanimous. There's actually a lot of bipartisan consensus, and it's not a partisan court.
I mean, Hitler killed
You might disagree
Hitler.
with them.
I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. Yeah, there have been things that even this court has not ruled in Trump's favor for, but I mean, like, they basically axed part of the 14th Amendment. They gave Trump immunity, the president, from all crimes. It seems like they've given him a pass on
they
a
didn't
lot
give
of
him.
behavior.
That's not. They didn't give him immunity from all crimes.
They did.
That's an oversimplification
It's not.
of
They
the
did.
ruling.
They did.
They said that the exercise of core presidential powers you have immunity for, but there's things
without
that you
defining
don't have
what those
immunity for.
are and leaving the definition broad enough that essentially anything could come under that.
It'll all have to be fleshed out, but it's just so when you're demonizing the Supreme Court as a MAGA court, even though there's this vast ideological diversity on it, I mean, actually the Supreme Court is one of the only institutions in America that is running relatively well, like much better than Congress, much better than the presidency. And yet you have Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries, but even to his left flank, the people that are saying, stack it with judges. How do you fight somebody like Trump, who you say is authoritarian, with authoritarian suggestions of your own, like packing a high court, Steve?
I think that there are really good reasons why the Supreme Court should be reformed. I think that we should have at least one judge per circuit. I think that makes sense. And I think that we should have some kind of term limit on judges so that we have a more regular appointing of judges by the president. I think it's really weird that one president could have 0 and the next could have 4. That seems to be really silly.
But that's different from court packing.
I agree. I think that to the chagrin of my more left friends, I don't think I would necessarily be in favor of, like, let's just throw 5 judges on the court. I think I would be in favor of a wink wink court packing, but done as like a part of a larger like court reform package, basically. Like, yeah. Also, to say this is not a partisan court, there are 9 votes on the Supreme Court. and Republicans get 2 free spaces on every major decision. That's kind of crazy. Okay, that's a little bit
I think
crazy.
I would be much more open if your argument is that Alito and Thomas are like MAGA justices. I would be much more open to that.
Well,
but
yeah, no, they are. That's what I'm saying. But like, you get 2 freebies. You have
so. But what I'm saying is Neil
yeah.
Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, John Roberts. They're all independents, and they do not just do whatever Republicans. In fact, I see so much hate from Republicans for those justices. Blair, I'll bring you in here. Sorry.
Yes, like one of the things that Trump has been bitching about the most is that, you know, so many aspects of his agenda have not been able to go through because of the Supreme Court. So to pretend as if it's a MAGA court, I don't really agree with. And I also agree that it's one of the few institutions that I have like a little bit of faith in currently still right now. Hakeem Jeffries, like, I mean, he is low IQ in my opinion. Like the reason he was even going off about the Supreme Court because he was saying that Black people had their right to vote taken away in Louisiana. I mean, it's completely insane. And it's also, just to kind of tie it into the rest of the topics we've been going through here, like that's also the stuff that, like, I'm not going to sit here and say that's a direct, you know, inciting of violence or anything. But when you create like a climate and a culture where people really genuinely think that their basic fundamental rights are being taken away even when they're not, you create this sort of like air of desperation that you know, kind of sounds a bit like the manifesto from the shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, like this sort of like other world they're living in where all of their rights are being taken away and everything's coming crashing down, and they may feel a desperation to do something. I'm not going to say Hakeem was directly inciting there, but I think that overall, I don't like the sort of like, we talk about the extreme things Republicans say that Trump says. I also don't like the extremity on the other side where it's like gay people are getting thrown in cams, Black people can't vote anymore, women are losing their right to vote. Like all those things create this climate that I also don't want to live in because it leads to other things.
Because, Stephen, like sometimes when we talk about this extreme rhetoric, and I think progressive commentators have a point about this, they say, well, it's not Democrat elected officials, it's just commentators and TikTokers. But when it comes to this kind of thing, it very much is Democratic elected officials who make hyperbolic doomsday rhetoric, like they're doing Jim Crow 2.0, like they're trying to get rid of the 19th Amendment with the SAVE Act, like they're trying to stop married women from voting. These things that have very minimal basis in reality and are obviously hyperbolic. And I agree, they're not like actual incitements of violence, but they are bringing up the temperature, which, yes, I understand you're going to say Trump does even more so when he calls people traitors and treasonous and says they're going to destroy the country and all that. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's right for Democratic leaders to do.
This is what I would say, okay? If I go to an event, okay, and some conservative guy, you know, shows up and he manages to sneak up on me and he punches me or whatever because of the shit that I talk online, I would be upset, but I would get it, right? I'm a very inflammatory figure. I understand that that's the speech that I engage in. You know, somebody might show up in real life and want to, you know, beat the shit out of me or whatever. I get that. I accept that to some extent. Obviously, I report it to the police, but like I'm choosing to engage in the way that I do, understanding that this might be the result of what happens. If you're worried that Democrats are fear-mongering, and then on the other side of that, Donald Trump is talking about revoking the citizenship from people in Congress that he doesn't like, what the fuck am I supposed to say about that? Like, yeah, Democrats are going a little bit far on the other side, but like, holy does Donald Trump not literally give them the easiest layups in the world for this? And nobody on the Republican Party seems interested in contradicting him here. So,
do you think the flip side of that also, though, is that because Democrats and progressives cry wolf all the time, that when Trump actually is saying crazy shit or it actually is getting a little dystopian, the public has been desensitized to that because people were marching over the Handmaid's Tale outfits in the first term over relatively benign things?
Yeah, you're preaching my song. Yeah, I complain about this shit forever. People have been calling Trump a fascist for 500 years, and I think it's the stupidest thing in the world. But now, I think in this term, 100% Trump operates in almost an indistinguishable manner from a fascist who is trying to leverage whatever tools he can in our democratic republic, you know, and to bend him in his favor. But it kind of loses any point of saying it when people have been calling him a fascist for a decade. I mean, I do agree with you there that there was way too much of that for too long, but liberals,
I mean, he still is,
but
he still is also constrained by various checks and balances.
No, he's not.
He is abiding
barely.
By.
The Supreme Court has blocked like multiple things he's tried to do.
Yeah. So the tariffs would be an example I would use, right? And that they kind of blocked it in one way, and then Donald Trump immediately re-levied basically every tariff at a slightly lower percentage because he said he had another way to do it. right? This is
Right,
not a
which is-
meaningful check on power. The tariffs that he did
It's a
do for a
huge
year.
check. Trump is seething about having to return the money and
Right,
about
that's fine that Trump
not
is
getting his
seething.
tariffs.
He's not returning the money. I don't know where you got that from. That's funny, but I don't think we're ever getting that money back. So that means that Trump. What does it mean when the Supreme Court rules against him? They're essentially saying that this action was illegal. When I do
Right.
something illegal, I would go to jail for it. I would imagine. If
Okay,
you do something
but that's
illegal, you
not
go to
how
jail.
it works. Biden lost at the Supreme Court for his student loans being illegal and other
that's
things. and that-
very true. And for that, we can have conversations about the shadow docket. We can talk about preliminary motions, because it's interesting that when Biden wanted to do the student loan forgiveness, all of a sudden, oh my God, what was that thing that we just got rid of? The nationwide injunction came out. One person sued, and the whole Supreme Court was like, well, actually, hold on. We don't think the government can do this at all. We're going to enjoin their behavior from forgiving any student loans. And no student loans were forgiven before that Supreme Court decision went through. What happened with the tariffs? We'll let it stand. What is this? What about status quo? What about irreparable harm? All these elements for meeting what you would need for an executive stay or for a preliminary injunction.
Right,
All
but I
of
brought that
went
up
out
because
the-
you're saying
No, but
when
I'm
something's
saying
illegal,
that-
I go to jail. But that's just not how it works with presidents.
No, but what I'm saying is that that all those examples are in my court, because Biden wanted to do the student loan forgiveness, and that was stayed by the court. They said, no, hold on, you don't get to do any of that until we make a decision. For the tariffs, they were like, fuck it, tariff them for a year or more, and we'll make a ruling on it eventually. They ruled on it. They said, oh, that was illegal. But guess what? He got to tariff us. Our shit it's gone. We're never getting that money back.
I think we may get some. People may get some of the money back. We're still.
I'll
I
bet
think
you
that's still all playing
$20
out
on
and
it
being
publicly
litigated.
right now. I'll give you 2-to-1 odds. If you're right, I'll give you $40. If I'm right, you give me $20. We're never
So
getting
wait,
that money back.
if anyone gets paid a cent in tariff refund, I win the bet. Is what you're saying?
Over the past year and a half, yes, 1 cent. If you can show 1 cent going back from the government to any company,
Well, like that it has or that it will.
that it
I'm
has
saying
or
it's-
will. Well, because a future ruling, maybe for the new tariffs, maybe will. But for the one that was just ruled on for the past year and a half, I don't think anybody's getting any money back. Absolutely not.
I don't know. I guess I can't say I've followed the whole refund debate super
$20
closely.
right now.
I mean, sure, I don't
There we
care. It's
go.
just $20.
All right.
$20 is $20.
Let's go. Okay.
I'll take you on it. But
Public accountability.
Blair, I mean, your thoughts on all of this?
I guess I would just say that I think all of this, kind of what Destiny was mentioning about how people were calling Trump a fascist really preemptively before there was any sort of example of, any fascism happening, which I still think is a stretch. But I think that that's only indicative that everything everyone says on both sides, whether they're currently in power or not, does in fact matter. I think if you're summoning up the beast like that, you're almost pushing someone to become the thing that you're claiming they are. I think that has a basis in reality too. I mean, why is that so shocking?
Yeah,
You
what do
just
wanna
gave the
say?
exact argument that I gave for why people are engaging with
I'm
Trump in
agreeing
such a
with you.
radical
The only
manner.
difference
But you
is I
said
think it
before that
applies
it's
to
not-
everybody. But that's the thing is we have actually agreed on all of this. You just don't want to apply it to everybody all of the time. You think it's only towards one side.
No, okay, I'll say this one time, and I hate that I'm having to say this, okay? I don't think there should be any political violence in this country. I condemn all political violence. Nobody should be killing anybody for political reasons. It's the United States of America. We can fucking vote. Especially the same people that tell you that you shouldn't vote or whatever, that are out killing people, is the dumbest thing in the world, okay? The problem, though, is
Right.
that the violence is a predictable response to a person who is stoking violence. And there's no way to get over that or around that. I can scream at people all day and say, you guys shouldn't do this. It doesn't matter. Much the same that if I were to tell my community.
But what you're really saying when you say that is that side deserves it because of the words coming out of that side's mouths. That's really what you're saying. What you're really saying is not that it's predictable. You're not just analyzing. You're not being objective. You're saying Trump talks a lot of shit. So essentially, he's going to get hit. That's kind of what you're saying.
Deserves is
and I don't think that's true because there's a million things coming out of the left. Every day I log on social media and I'm seeing some leftists either death threatening me personally or going viral for saying President Trump should be shot. And in no part of my being am I like, this person realistically should have retaliation against them, legal perhaps, but
deserves
it's
is
this
I
kind of
understand what you're saying. Deserves is a strong word though, because it's a morally loaded term.
But that's kind of the implication that you're saying when you're constantly saying that it's expected.
I understand, but if I go up to a person on the street and say, I'm gonna f your girlfriend, the guy's probably gonna punch me in the face. Now, do I deserve it morally? No, you should be able to say whatever the you want aside from death threats and not have somebody attack you for it. You should never get attacked for your speech. But if I told somebody that happened, they would say, well, around and find out. That's kind of what's going to happen. What do you expect? What I'm saying is that Trump is in the around find out phase to where should anybody be doing political violence? Absolutely fucking not. But should Hamas have done October 7th? No, that was a horrible fucking action. But give people no voice and no representation for decades and make their options seem increasingly, narrow. Yeah, that's going to happen, obviously. There are things that are going to happen in the world that shouldn't happen, but they're predictable outcomes of environments that we could otherwise change. That's the statement I'm trying to make.
But sometimes you bring that up.
I think what makes it mostly predictable, and again, I just don't think it's only Trump's words that matter. Trump will do a Truth Social post once in a while and you see it, and on a certain percentage of those, you're like, wow, that's like a disgusting thing to say. Wow, that's like low-key dangerous. I can log on any social media app any day of the week. I can log on mainstream news any day of the week and see people on the left saying the same thing, if not worse. So again, I just think it applies to everybody. And until everybody's willing to make it apply to everybody, then we're going to be in this situation. And I don't think it's a both sides problem. If it was a both sides problem, the equivalent of a Charlie Kirk on the left would have been shot at by now. If it was a both sides problem, Biden would have got shot at once. And I'm so glad that's never happened. And I pray and I hope that never, ever happens. But it's really this,
we had two lawmakers
assassinated
assassinated in Minnesota.
Sides.
There were two Minnesota state.
And I'll say this, as much as I can condemn what Trump says, if the consequences of his words were really that bad, then again, you would see this violence coming from his supporters towards people on the left at the same rate as it's happening the other way around. And it's just not happening.
They don't have to be violent. They see the state doing it on their behalf.
In what way?
In the alligator Alcatraz way, in the ICE way, in the way that Trump is trying to politically prosecute all of his opponents, in the way that Trump gave a pass and pardons anybody that commits crimes on his behalf. They don't need to commit violence. I
promise you what the actual sentiment on the right is that Trump is not doing nearly enough in terms of illegal immigration. Nobody on the right is like, no one's saying Trump's really f***ing up the leftists or anything like that. That's really not.
That's not what I said. What I'm saying is that you don't feel like you have to go out and commit violence as a person on the right because Donald Trump is the president and he'll do it on your behalf. He's got you. He's got your back.
I mean, but it is meaningfully
but then my question would be, one quick question then.
Sure.
Then why wasn't this sort of violence happening when Biden was in office, when actually people on the right did feel that was like, as someone, again, who's on the right and in those ecosystems and those algorithms, that's the peak hopelessness that I saw that people on the right felt, which, culminated in something like a January 6th. People were definitely down bad on the right. Why wasn't that level of violence happening towards the Biden administration?
Because it wasn't real. Because you guys hallucinated it. And you can see this over and over and over and over again.
God.
I know.
You can't just say something is not real because you don't want to confront it. I mean, that's really weird.
I remember when Dave Smith was on Piers Morgan and everybody was nodding along, all the conservatives were nodding along, when he said that we saw the worst oppression ever for conservatives in the year 2020 with the COVID lockdowns and with all the social media crackdowns. And seemingly everybody forgot.
I think it was oppression for everybody. I think conservatives were just more keen to acknowledge it.
But Donald Trump was the president. Under Biden, all the lockdowns eventually ended. All of the social media companies lessened their policies.
Because they had already gone on for a year and a half. And I will agree he was president during that time.
I understand, but I'm just saying that it was started under Trump. All of that started under Trump, the heaviest oppression of social media.
There was a gradient. And do you acknowledge that the redder the state was, the looser the constriction, the rules about COVID? I mean, it's not as if
possibly
it was Democrat governors. It was Democrat governors, and I lived in LA at the time. Up until 2022 was still masks and vaccine mandates and lockdowns coming in and out.
No,
whereas you go to in Alabama and they barely noticed anything.
There were not lockdowns coming in and out for.
Yes, there was. There was. They would impose the lockdowns, and then as time went on, about a year in, they would loosen it and then tighten it. Restaurants had to open and then close. Absolutely, they adjusted the rules back and forth. Where do you live?
At the time, I lived in Glendale, then I lived in Culver City, then I lived in Huntington Beach. I lived right next to Huntington Beach, the place that said if you're vaccinated, you're not served here.
Well, also, Orange County was different than LA proper. Orange County and areas like that were also different than LA proper.
I think in the height of the COVID, which was still under Trump, there was kind of a back and forth. But I think once 2121 rolled around, people started to slope them off in terms of the.
I don't know. A lot of schools were still closed. A lot of businesses had already been destroyed.
Sure, but there was also like a global pandemic. Like people didn't know what to do. It was hard to figure out how we were supposed to navigate that environment. Trump
right. Well, then do you forgive Trump for allowing the lockdowns? Then, did you like that he allowed them? And the states to make up their minds?
I thought that his leadership was poor during COVID because he constantly undermined and didn't seem to have any desire to assume like a federal leadership role. And then he undermined everything so much that when the one thing that I would give him credit for, I thought Operation Warp Speed was a really good idea, but I don't even know.
Oh boy, we're not doing COVID vaccine.
Exactly. Yeah, he can't even take credit for arguably the most successful thing that he did.
And that's the thing I hate the most that he did. So you know what? Maybe we should end it on there.
Okay. we're putting a pin in it there. We are not doing a whole COVID vaccine debate. I appreciate both of you.
Hold on. Can I say one thing? Hold on, because I've had good okay with Brad, and even with Blair, despite fighting online, we've had a good back and forth. This is the thing that I don't like. Okay, is that in the past, okay, and to a lot of people this feels fake, but in the past, this was true of members of our colleague class, whatever the fuck we do punditry, and it was true of people in Congress. You go hard at each other on TV, and then when the cameras are off in Congress, you have to get together and work on doing shit to make the country work. That was the thing that had to happen. I feel like that environment has changed largely over the last 5 years especially, but over the last 10 years, mainly because of Trump and the whole MAGA idea, that we could go from an era of, rattling each other online, and then when it's offline, to Michael Knowles is tweeting out things asking for people like me to be arrested. When Donald Trump is arresting political opponents, like the environment has changed meaningfully. It's not good. I think in a way, I think it's disgustingly crazy that everybody is memeing the fuck out of Charlie Kirk's death. I think that's insane. I can't imagine for Erica Kirk, however much of a demon she might be, that's got to be the most and his children to see your dad constantly being turned into memes and on social media. That's insane to me.
Well, I don't think she's a demon, and I think,
demonic. Sorry, not a demon, demonic. But I'm just saying that
I don't think she's demonic either.
How is she demonic?
You were on a roll until you said that. You really were, because that's actually what you're talking about. Is the dehumanization of people.
Dehumanization we can talk about. What I'm saying is that you can draw a straight line from the environment we're at now back to making fun of Paul Pelosi for his secret gay lover coming in.
I don't think
George
the
Floyd
Paul Pelosi thing had the consequences.
And Mark Zuckerberg sending him to save the Fed, that all of these memes, I can't breathe, all of these memes coming out, all of the dehumanization, and the fact that it was celebrated from the top down, you can draw a straight line from there to now. And so it feels empty and hollow when conservatives want everybody to tone police themselves publicly now. But the president's been doing this forever. You guys have been doing it for the last 10 years. I was like, well, what are we going to do?
My whole thing is, but Destiny, I don't want just you to tone police yourself. I don't want just Democrats to tone police yourself. I hold myself to the exact same standard. You're not going to catch me on the internet saying that anybody needs to be any range of violence done to them. So all I'm saying is I wish and I pray that you guys, and you in particular, I hope that you have that same principle that you hold yourself to. And I see that sometimes you do not, and a lot of people do not, but it's not about you guys holding yourself to a certain standard. That's my standard as well.
All right. Well, I think that's part of what we're trying to do here is actually have conversations, because sometimes there's more common ground. And even when there's not, I think talking is how you avoid the really bad stuff. And when we stop talking to each other, that's when really bad things happen. So I appreciate both of you guys taking the time for this conversation. Thank you so much. And thanks to everybody for tuning in.
The important is your code good? We care about excellent code. We don't care who you are. Like maybe you're a dog. I don't care, right? I don't care where you come from. I need to look at your code. Oh yeah, but I'm engineer at this very large company in Italy, in Germany, in the US. We don't care. We care about the quality of your code, because this is what defines our community. And which means that we have a lot of people who contribute who are some very different backgrounds and very introverts, sure, but that's okay, right?
FFmpeg is probably one of the biggest CPU users in the world. Everything we've just said in the past couple of minutes, every sentence is someone's lifetime's work. There are books about every sentence. So the level of complexity in many cases is inordinate.
FFmpeg has 100,000 lines of assembly for all the codecs.
All codecs.
And just this one has 240,000. Every cycle matters. We are talking about probably 3 billion devices which are going to decode video non-stop, because, for example, 30% of the video from Netflix are now in everyone, 50% of YouTube.
This is what peak video codec should look like. 79.9% assembly, 19.6% C, and 0.5% other.
And what's incredible is with those tweets, which is factual, people get crazy.
For the last 2 years, they go crazy. No, intrinsics is fine. The compiler.
You can optimize your compiler. Auto-vectorization is your fault. You don't understand. And we've tried that forever, right?
For 2 years, and 2 years later, showing hundreds of examples of handwritten assembly. No, you're doing it wrong. The compiler can do this.
The intelligence agencies tried to say, can you put a back door in VLC?
Yes, 2 of them.
What do you say?
No. Well, I was a lot less polite.
Basically saying, hell no.
Like, if we had to compromise our software, we would shut it down. This is clear.
Any tweets, Karen, you regret?
Tweets of regret?
Or is it like that? Well, how's the French song go? Regret nothing?
Don't regret
anything.
No, it's because regrets are a tax on your mind.
The following is a conversation all about FFmpeg and VLC with Jean-Baptiste Kempf and Kieran Cunha. FFmpeg is an open source software system that is the invisible backbone behind YouTube, Netflix, Chrome, VLC, Discord, and basically every platform that touches video or audio on the internet. It can decode, encode, transcode, stream, and play almost any video or audio format ever created. To me, it is one of the most incredible software systems ever developed, and it's all done by volunteers. VLC is also a legendary piece of software. It is an open source media player that plays basically anything you throw at it, any format, any platform, no ads, no tracking. It has been downloaded over 6 billion times, and again, for me, it has been one of my favorite pieces of software ever, with the most legendary logo, which I, of course, had to honor in this conversation by wearing the VLC traffic cone hat the whole time. So again, above all else, thank you to the incredible volunteer engineers who put their heart and soul into this code that has been used and loved by billions of people. Thank you. And about the two great engineers and human beings I'm talking to in this episode, Jean-Baptiste is the president of Videoland and is a key figure behind VLC and FFmpeg. Kieran is a longtime codec engineer, FFmpeg contributor, and the man behind the now infamous FFmpeg account on Twitter, X, that I recommend everybody follow for the memes and for the unapologetic celebration of open source and great low-level software engineering. Let me also say that it's inspiring and humbling that so much of modern civilization rests on software built by people who are not chasing fame or money, but are obsessed with the craft of engineering. We live in a world where billions of people consume video every day without ever thinking about the invisible machinery underneath it. But that machinery matters. Open source infrastructure matters. It is one of the great examples of human beings quietly collaborating across borders to build something useful, durable, and elegant for the rest of us. And so this conversation is not just about codecs and media pipelines. It is also about the deeper spirit of engineering and generosity that makes projects like FFmpeg possible. Again, I can never say it enough. Thank you. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description, where you can also find links to contact me, ask questions, give feedback, and so on. And now, dear friends, here's Jean-Baptiste Kempf and Kieran Cunha. So the legend goes VLC can open everything. What's the weirdest thing that you know that it can open?
You know, there is a ton of people who are using VLC to record VHS videos, right? Like, it's just like you plug it with a capture card and you can basically record VHS video.
Well, how does that work?
Basically, it's, you know, those type of capture card where you can put a Péritel in or RGA, and you put that, and actually VLC can play those type of cards, and there is a module which allows to control directly those VCR camcorders. We support DVD audios lately, right? We spent the summer working on DVD audio support, and like there is no one's making any DVD audio support. There is a custom encryption schemes.
What about Lucasfilm?
Oh yeah, and there is of course all the weird codecs support, game codecs supported by FFmpeg.
The one Star Wars video game, the first 10-second opening sequence, someone has gone and implemented that and make sure that's bit exact on one disc that existed at one time of one little sequence in the game.
And then funnily, there was at one Videoland conference, we made a competition to make the weirdest and most horrible file ever and see if VLC could play it.
What did it end up being? What's the file?
It was an MKV file made by Derek, which each of the frame was changing resolution, aspect ratio, rotation, and it was like...
Did it work?
Yes. And there was another one where the whole video was actually animated subtitles, right? SSA, right? So this one was, and so each frame was a black frame, but on top of that, there was a subtitle that was animated for each frame.
There was a file that's a valid zip and a valid MP3 at the same time or something like that. So
yeah, we'd made a competition of stupid files.
And it worked. It opened all of the stupid files.
Yes.
By the way, for people who are not familiar, I am wearing a hat. Would it be fair to say this is the best, worst logo of all time, the cone?
Yeah, by far, right? The logo of VLC is so iconic, right? Like, we are a team with a small number of people, and the icon is known everywhere. I go to middle of nowhere in India or in China, people know the cone, right? And 25% of the website traffic that comes to our main website is cone player, right? So many people don't know VLC, right? They know the cone player.
That's the thing that Google for is cone player.
Yeah, they go on Google and they put cone player and they download VLC, right? So that's iconic. And once we tried to change it as a joke, right? We said it was going to be a type of caterpillar construction, and we said that during April 1st. And we had around 10,000 emails saying, no, don't change the logo and so on, right? So it's so iconic, right? It's so distinctive, right? If you want to do a video player, you're going to put a play button on a TV, right? And that's a YouTube logo, right? It's an original. This one is orange, right?
Yeah.
Very bright, and it's weird.
And it's ridiculous, and it's absurd, and it's hilarious. It becomes meme, and meme becomes culture.
And you keep it, and you know about it. And you know that in 20 years, like, you still going to have the cones and remember, oh yeah, that was a video player.
Yeah, and we'll talk about, the mission of FFmpeg being a kind of the archival aspect of it. So you can think about 1,000 years from now, we'll have all of these videos that only VLC can open. Human civilization has already destroyed itself multiple times, and the only thing that will remain is this, like, the cockroaches will be crawling around, and it'll be the VLC logo with some of the archival footage that VLC can open. And the aliens will show up, and they'll press play, and they'll get to see.
Really hope so, right? But there is also so many memes where people say, "Well, I'm sure I can put a pancake inside my DVD drive, and VLC will play it."
Can they?
No, we tried. It doesn't. But we actually have a video of us trying that. Didn't work.
A codec for physical reality? I don't know what that would even look like.
There was a guy who did that, right? He printed a small cone, right? Like the ones we distribute as goodies, and inside he put an RFID chip. Which was his way of playing a movie, right? And so he put this on an RFID player, and when he put that, it was playing like the last Star Wars and so on. So instead of having like DVD boxes, he had like VLC cones all around, and he plugged that, and there was like physical objects.
So the thing that we're talking about is everything around video codecs, video encoding, video decoding, video streaming, video player client that I'm wearing on my head, the entire ecosystem enabling free media. We'll talk about FFmpeg, we'll talk about VideoLAN, VLC, and all the other incredible video technology that is used probably by billions of people. So, JB, you're the lead developer behind the legendary VLC player. Kieran, amongst many other things, you're lead developer behind the legendary FFmpeg handle on Twitter. And both of you have spicy opinions, I would say. So today we want to talk about FFmpeg and VLC. For context, for people who are not aware, and I'm sure basically everybody listening to this have used these two technologies probably regularly without knowing it. So FFmpeg underlies basically most video on the internet, including YouTube, Netflix, Chrome, Firefox, of course, VLC, and countless other video platforms. It is estimated that over 90% of video processing workflows online and offline involve FFmpeg. VLC has been downloaded at least 6.5 billion times. But likely that number, because it's impossible to really count the number, is much higher than that. Virtually any operating system supports virtually any media format. The limitation being it can't open pancakes. So can we just lay out some of the basics to help people understand what's involved in all of this? So when we press play on a video player like VLC, what happens? How does it go from the file or the stream to the pixels on the screen and the sound on the speaker? What are the big stages to be aware of?
So there are several stages, right? The first stage is to get from an address, right, which is the type of URL, to give you a byte of streams, right? So this would be, for example, HTTP, file, DVD, right? You give the path to the media and gives you a stream of data.
The stream needs to be cut up by what's known as the container, the demultiplexer, or demux. We'll try and keep the jargon light throughout this, but it needs to go and start demarcating video and audio frames. So it just gets data from the operating system, blocks at a time, and needs to start cutting these frames up into compressed data. It then needs to start doing simple parsing of the video frames, mainly to figure out whether that codec is GPU decodable or needs to fall back to software. We're very sort of used to assuming the GPU will play all of these things. There'll be hardware acceleration. I think it's up to 45% of files are not GPU decodable. So these need to be probed. They need to be detected. There can be variants of a given codec, some of which are decodable on the GPU. Different vendors of GPU might have different capabilities. So those need to be detected. So if it's GPU capable, you pass it through to the GPU black box. So now, if there's a software fallback, that means in the beginning is to first do de-entropy coding. So removing the mathematical coding of the bit stream. So this uses capabilities such as Huffman coding or arithmetic coding to actually decompress the mathematical layer of the bit stream. We then need to start reading the syntax elements for intra-prediction. So intra-prediction are like still images of the video, so your iframes. So this works and operates in the spatial domain. So you do your intra-prediction spatial domain, you have a residual because your prediction isn't quite matching that of reality. So you've made a prediction, but then there's a little bit left, and that's what's known as the residual. This is stored in the frequency domain, and these are quantized to decompound their space. We then need to do the inverse transform to bring them back to the spatial domain and apply these residuals.
So a lot of the process of the decoding is this thing is compressed.
Yes.
Yes.
And you have to predict the highest quality thing that's supposed to go there. Iframe is the best representation you have spatially.
Yes.
And then then there's a lot of temporal compression that can happen depending on the codec. And then you're predicting what the reality that was captured in this rawest form.
Yeah, because what people don't realize is that the compression on video and audio is 100 times, right? Like people don't realize how compressed we do, right? For audio, you compress by, when you go from normal audio to MP3, you compress by 10 times, right? When you move to video, you need 100 times, 200 times, right? So you need to remove all the details, but that you don't care about, because all the compressions that we do, and that's very important, people forget about that, is to be viewed by humans, right? So all the codecs, either for audio, mimic basically how your ear works, right? And a lot of things about like the response on the ear, and same for your eyes, right? And so, for example, on video, we don't work on RGB, right? Everyone expects to work in RGB. We don't, right? We move to YUV, which is basically one is luminance, brightness, and the other are colors. And this matches your eyes, where inside your eyes, you have the cones and the buttons, right? With some of them look on brightness and more on the other on colors, right? So we need to compress a lot. And so we need to degrade. But in order to degrade, we need to match the human perception. And this is why it's so difficult. And then we need to use the maximum power, mathematical power, very complex technologies. We move to the frequency domain, as Kieran said. We do a ton of dequantizing, and in order to get the best compression, but it still looks good.
You're trying to compress in order to maximize the highest quality thing for human perception.
That is correct. And that is correct. And this is very important, right? Compression is not like a zip, right? A zip, you have data in, you get data out, right? And you try with all the zip compression to arrive with the limit. Here, we are degrading the signal, right? And so we need to degrade both the audio and the video signal in the best way possible. And we can do that, but it involves first a lot of theoretical knowledge about how it works, the AI works, but a lot of mathematical change, a lot of mathematical tricks, right? For example, when you move to RGB and you go to YUV, for example, what we do very often is that we scale down the resolution of the color compared to the brightness. And most of the time, and just this without compression, it divides the size by 2. But most people don't see it, right? and so on and so on, right? And then you go to very complex mathematical change. So, of course, Fourier transform, which de facto are not Fourier transform. They are like discrete cosinus transform, but that's the same idea. So, frequency domain. We split the video by blocks, right? So that's why when it's wrongly decoded, you see those blocks, and badly encoded, you see those blocks, and so on, to arrive to compression states that are insanely high, right? And each generation of the codec is like 30% less for the same quality, right? And this requires amount of power, of computational power that are huge.
No, but you should elaborate. It's 30% better, but an order of magnitude, perhaps even 2 orders of magnitude more compression power. That's the big difference.
What do you mean by compression power?
Sorry, CPU power to achieve that level of compression.
Oh, yeah. So you have to be able to leverage the CPU and sometimes GPU, like you mentioned. And then we should mention that a lot of this programming is done at the lowest possible stack, whether it's C, and of course, as the legendary Twitter handle re-emphasizes over and over, a lot of assembly.
So what happens is globally is that you have an address, right, which gives you, with the operating system, a stream of bytes, a stream of data, right? And this is the first step. And the second step arises with demuxing, where you're going to separate audio, video, subtitle in type of different tracks. And then on each of those tracks, you're going to decompress them, decode them, either audio with an audio codec, video to video codec, and subtitle to a subtitle codec. And once you've decompressed those type of things, you have raw images, and then you're going to talk with your graphic card in your screen and display that. And same for the audio, you're going to talk to your audio card, which then is going to go in analog to your audio speakers.
And everything we've just said in the past couple of minutes, every sentence is someone's lifetime's work. There are books about every sentence. So the level of complexity in many cases is inordinate. You know, it's every sentence has thousands of people working on this in industry as a whole, books written about it. So there's a lot of detail, there's a lot of subtleties, there's a lot of both academic and practical realities, both of which matter.
We mentioned codecs, but I don't think you mentioned containers. So what's the actual containers for some of the stuff we're talking about, so people are familiar with MP4, MOV, MKV. So anyway, what are containers versus the thing that goes inside?
So the container is what we call also the muxer, right? When I say demuxing, it means decontainizing, right? So actually, if you look, mux means multiplexer and demultiplexer, right? Mux and demux are those. And same codec is actually coder, decoder, right? So containers are this collection of multiple tracks, right? So it's what normal people call the file format, but it's a bit more subtle than that. But the most known one, of course, is MP4. But when I started, it was AVI, right? AVI was the video format from Microsoft, and MOV, which became MP4, was a format from Apple. In the open source community, one of the person that is still active on Videoland is called Steve Lorm, and started this Matroska format, which is like a bit more complex and more feature proof. And there are so many others.
So, I mean, it's a pretty common thing, and maybe it'll even happen in this conversation, that people confuse container and the codec, right? So confuse MP4 and H.264, for example. Is that a horrible violation?
No, it's not, because technically, the name of H.264 is MPEG-4 Part 10. Because MPEG-4 is actually a meta specification which has several things in it, right? There is the part 2, so there is like audio codecs, right? AAC, it de facto is MP4 audio something. There is actually several video codecs, right? Inside the MPEG-4 specification. One of them is MPEG-4 part 10, called also AVC, called also H.264, right? So it's completely the fault of the industry to make things difficult to understand. So that's very difficult, so that people then don't understand why sometimes you talk about MPEG-4 part 10 where you mean H.264, and why it's not MP4.
So you can technically shove in all kinds of different codecs inside containers, and horribly so.
But broadly speaking, though, MP4 is understood to generally be H.264 plus AAC audio. 99% of the time, that's that, and that the rest are de minimis, the small effects, edge effects really compared to that. So it's not the end of the world. That there are people who do get annoyed by that. But also in reality, something like VLC, just to point out, the file may say .mp4, but it may be something completely different. And that's one of the challenges both FFmpeg and VLC have, is the real world is a completely different place to a 3-letter file format.
And this is very important to say, right? Like, for example, in VLC and FFmpeg, we discard the file format, right? We look into the file to understand what's in it, because so many people, like, they say, oh, it's a video, it must be MP4, but technically it's an MOV, or maybe it's a MKV, right? So we analyze in real time everything that we have, and we don't trust the format.
So what information does the fact that it's .mp4 give you?
It helps, right? It gives you a hint, right? Just like, oh, it's finished by .mp4. I will start first by probing it with the MP4 container demuxer to see, well, it should be that, but I don't trust it. And if I'm lost, I say, okay, maybe I'm going to try it. So it bumps the priority of the module.
So how do you get to, just to take a bit of a tangent there, the dumb thing is if you try the MP4, but it turns out it's a different codec than you would have expected, most players just break there.
Yes.
Yes.
So how do you not break? There's just philosophically, I'm sure there's a bunch of stumbling blocks along the way where it's easy to just break and stop, freak out. That's it. How does VLC not?
This is why VLC is popular. But the reason is because actually VLC is just a client of a streaming solution called Videolan from very long time ago, from the late 90s. And when you're playing video which are on UDP, right, in network, they might be damaged, right? So you don't trust your inputs. And this is very important in today's security, is that you don't trust your inputs. So everything in VLC is prepared to work with broken files.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a philosophical idea from the beginning, and everything is engineered into that. And it's a culture, right? And so, for example, and VLC became very popular on that because a long time ago when people were pirating content, which they do a lot less today.
And none of us ever have.
No, of course not. The metadata to play some files like AVI is at the end of the file, right? And when you're downloading, you don't have that, right? So VLC was just like, hey, this file is broken, but I'm still going to try to interpret it. And this was very useful.
We hinted at the awesomeness of the various different stages. We hinted at the awesomeness of codecs, the depth and the richness and the complexity of everything involved there. Let's try to define, what is a video codec? What's involved there? What does it mean to compress something? You already started to hint at it, but can we elaborate a little bit more?
So there's a huge amount of redundancy in any video, both spatial and temporal. And the point of any video codec is to remove this redundant data, use mathematical properties as part of this reduction process. So more often than not, using several orders of magnitude more compute to compress, because that's more costly versus both financially and in CPU resources, versus the decompression. So it's asymmetric in that respect. Often the case because compression is done once, but there could be lots of viewers of another file. So to take that information and compress it by 100x, 200x, removing redundant information and using mathematical properties to make that small, but also have properties such as error resilience. So as JB suggested, VLC in the beginning was used to play UDP network feeds, and UDP network feeds lose packets. And so some of the design goals of a codec is also to be recoverable. You need to actually be able to join a stream. It's not necessarily a file. You need to join, get on the decoding process and start decoding.
And to give a more image to people who are not familiar, right? Like when you're going to see any type of movie, right? You're going to see the camera is going to pan, right? And travel. And you realize that, for example, all the background is the same for like a minute, right? Or 30 seconds, right? So you can reuse the cloud that you see on the background. You can reuse that from a frame to another, right? And so it's gets the more memory you have, the more power, the more comparisons you can make, right? And so the more compressed you can be. And most of the modern codecs are basically doing that.
So just to make it even more explicit, so what is video? Video is a bunch of pixels, often RGB, you have 3 values, and you have a grid of pixels, and you have, let's say, 24 or 30 or 60 frames a second, and you just have all these pixels repeating and showing different stuff 30 times a second. And so the question, the philosophical, the technical question is, how can I compress all of that, store all of that at 100x?
Or 1000x, right?
1000x.
The target is 1000x, right?
And the goal is, when you say redundancy, what is redundant meaning? Stuff, at best, that humans wouldn't notice if it was missing.
So, for example, you have a picture of a cloud, right? And from the next frame, there's still going to be the same cloud. So it's redundant. You could just put it once and not do it, right? Or you have a black background behind me, for example. The black is the same on the whole picture, right? So you can say, well, you know, in this picture, take the pixels that you have on the top left and the one on the top right. I'm not going to give the value. I'm just going to tell you it's the same at the top left. And then you can say for frame 1, reuse something from the previous frame or the previous frame, and so on and so on, right? So you could basically, it's unlimited, but then it's limited in terms of memory or in terms of compute power. Because, for example, if you need to compare pixels on 200 frames in the past on 4K resolutions, it's a huge amount of compute.
And then when you're showing it, you have to do the decompress of all of that. So is it the codec has the encoding and the decoding is a coupled process that you're developing?
Exactly, right? And those are 2 different trade-offs, right? Are you going to compress more, but then it might be more difficult to decode? Are you going to make it a codec that is more complex to encode and easier to decode? Are you going to make a codec that is easier to encode because you need to be fast, but then the client side, the player is going to spend more time? That's why you have so many different type of codecs, is that it's not always easy. And to make it even more complex, modern codecs like AV1, AV2, or VVC are actually not codecs. They are a collection of tools, right? There are multiple tools, multiple codecs in the same codec to, depending on the image, get the more compression.
So just to elaborate, codecs like AV1, VVC have a wide audience. It could be a screen share content, it could be video, it could be animation. All of these require different coding tools. So what happens these days is a collection of tools are put in and called AV1 and called AV2, called VVC to allow for different use cases. So you may be on Zoom and sharing your PowerPoint, and then you need to show the audience a video. That codec needs to start changing its tool set depending on the content to compress in a different way.
And like you said, there's a bunch of incredible engineers behind each part of that, each part of the tools that make up AV1, for example.
Sure.
So we've kind of danced around it. We talked about VLC, the logo, the hat. Let's talk about FFmpeg. What is FFmpeg exactly?
FFmpeg is basically the low-level libraries for codec, so compressions and decompression, muxes and demuxes and filters. The core is this, and then you have several tools which allow you to create a type of pipeline to process any type of video files. And it's used as a library absolutely inside everything from VLC to Chrome to your smart TVs to basically any video that you see online. You usually use FFmpeg. And FFmpeg in it has all those type of tools and sometimes depend on other libraries like X264, libvpx, and others, right? So it's really now the de facto tool to process images.
From a philosophical level, I think it's incredible that your home videos, your grandmother's home videos, and trillion-dollar corporations effectively are on a level playing field using the same technology stack. It wouldn't be a surprise, these big companies just have 3,000 line FFmpeg commands. There are some that use the API, but there are some that just have long command lines.
So yeah, there's a bunch of tools, like literally command line tool, FFmpeg, of course, ffprobe. There's libraries, libav codec, libav format, libav filter. But the FFmpeg on the command line is like legendary. because you can cut. There's so many parameters. You can customize everything to hell.
It's a language. It's an actual language.
It's an actual. Yeah, you could think of it as a programming language.
Yeah, of course, I'm sure. Because so most of the people, they're going to take FFmpeg, file in, file out, and specify the format, right? But we've seen thousands of characters, and we've seen also like people like doing programming generation of command lines to make FFmpeg. There is a ton of people who are using AI to generate command lines for FFmpeg because you have no idea what it is. But you can specify so many filters, right, on command line, right? So FFmpeg is this collection of toolbox for multimedia processing that everyone uses. And everyone that is watching your videos are also using, right? You're on YouTube. Well, it's FFmpeg on the client side. Well, your server side, on the server side, the client side is probably Chrome. Well, you're using FFmpeg also. And you're using OBS to record. Well, it's FFmpeg, right? You're using a ton of important, like big box, professional boxes. Well, it's very possible that inside some part of FFmpeg is running.
I mean, there's like so many, just to give people an idea. Like I use FFmpeg a lot on everything, just trivial stuff like take a video, add an intro video and an outro video, and fade one into the other, like what is it called, dip to black, like where it dips and then shows the next video, and does the same thing with audio. There's like a cross dissolve of the audio. It quiets the audio and makes it loud again. And then there's a bunch of stuff like showing the captions on screen, like baking the captions in. You can customize the font. You can do all kinds of layering of audio and video. There's a million things. And of course, all of that works like magically with basically any codec. Like anything you could shove in on the audio and the video side, it works.
But it's like if you look at, for example, you can do things that you would do with Adobe After Effects in command line on FFmpeg, right? It's very interesting because, for example, for images, there is not such tool. There is a few tools, but not with the breadth of FFmpeg.
So ImageMagick has a similar kind of
but you will not do some filters, complex filters. You don't have the equivalent of Photoshop in command line. Right, but for video, you have FFmpeg in command line.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, it's like it's an example of a thing when a bunch of great people get together and they get a vision and they stick by that vision for many years, which is incredible.
And the vision behind, and the same for VLC and FFmpeg, is that we make everything that is very complex easy to use for the normal people, for everyone, right? Our goal is to make something that is insanely complex technically and make it easy to use, right? And people, they use VLC, they drop a file, they don't realize how complex the file is, but they play it. Or people put any type of thing inside FFmpeg with complex filters, and it just works like magically, right? And people, and this is our mission, right? Make very complex things.
We wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't be here if this required, a traditional television studio setup. It's tools like FFmpeg that democratize this. The podcast and streaming revolution, the YouTube revolution, was caused. FFmpeg was a big player in that because it democratized this technology that was once in the 90s, for example, you needed equipment that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to do compression. It was the size of a car, and now everybody has that at almost an exact level playing field. And that's something that's so remarkable.
It gave voice to a lot of people. And we just to clarify, we say you wouldn't be here, not the human, but the podcast.
The podcast, sorry. You as the, sorry.
VLC did not have anything to do on the biological level.
But
creating me as a human.
You realize also everything moved from text to images and images to video, right? Look at social networks. Video is everywhere. It's the most powerful medium there is, right? And when you see shorts and in reels and in TikTok, right? It's amazingly powerful to give. Video is amazing for that, right? But the complexity is important.
This is what people don't realize. I mean, this is really, it gave power to the individual all across the world. It's real freedom. And I think, I can't believe it, but we still haven't mentioned the actual obvious thing that, for people who are not familiar, which it's open source. And there's a open source community of users and developers behind it. So it's a movement. So like we'll talk in a bunch of different ways about the community behind it, but can you speak to the open source element? So when we say what is FFmpeg, it's an open source project.
Yeah, so FFmpeg, VLC, X264, VideoLAN, everything we do is fully open source. And for the people who don't understand how open source is, my usual analogy is about a chocolate cheesecake, right? Usually when you want to buy your cheesecake, you go to a bakery, they give you the cheesecake. The other way of having a cheesecake is have your grandma give you a recipe of how to make that. When we do open source, we give you the chocolate cake and we give you the recipe to actually remake the same cake, but at the same time tell you how to build the oven and also how you're allowed to modify the recipe and resell it to someone else.
Yeah.
And this is because software is just a very long recipe of small instruction. Computers are not very clever. They go very, very fast. So a normal program has tens of billions of instruction instead of the tens when you have your chocolate recipe. So a lot of the software industry was about selling software, like where you just have like the final cheesecake. In open source, we give you everything. And that managed to get a lot of people work together, right? Because then you decide that you're going to make the best program, the best recipe for video, and you create communities. In FFmpeg, since the beginning of FFmpeg, probably 2,000 to 3,000 people have contributed from the beginning, right? And then it's exactly like the Linux kernel, right? The Linux kernel has probably 10,000 people contributing everywhere. And they get together, well, mostly online, right? So they virtually get together to create the best tool for something. And on FFmpeg and VLC, it's just like, well, this codec doesn't work. So I'm going to work on the codec and I'm going to add the support for this file inside FFmpeg so it will be beneficial to everyone. Because again, we work for the greater good. We work for everyone. And that is what open source is.
And we should mention, depending on the licensing, you could probably build a $1 billion, maybe even $1 trillion company around basically as a wrapper.
Well, yes, people do. People do, right? There was a lot of problems with mostly cloud providers who are basically running some open source tools in the cloud and just give you the API to access to that. And there was a lot of databases like Mongo or Elastic who changed their license in order to avoid those type of scenarios.
This is a question we get a lot in FFmpeg is why don't you do that? And you can't. We have thousands of contributors, some of whom aren't even alive anymore. Mm-hmm. You would need all of their agreement to do that. And JB will go maybe a bit later and talk about how challenging that process was in VLC to do the relicensing.
The license is a social contract in terms of Rousseau de facto of the community. The community does not agree on much beside the license. People go around, discuss around because of the license. And that also allows those license fork, right? Sometimes the community splits, but it's possible because of the license then to merge back. Mm-hmm. And we've seen that so many times, right? GCC and GC and EGCC in the past. We have seen, for example, all the web browsers, right? They started as KHTML, which becomes WebKit, and then which becomes Blink, right? So open source license is like the core of the community. And people are coming from all around the world, very different type of religion, political borders. They work in the same way on a project to solve a specific problem. And the specific problem we're working on is to make multimedia easy for everyone.
Looking it up on Perplexity here, looking at the different open source licenses, most major open source licenses fall into two buckets: permissive, very few conditions, and copyleft, share alike requirements for derivatives. Below is a brief practical summary of the main ones you'll see in the wild: MIT license, BSD, ISC, Apache, GNU GPL, GNU AGPL. Where's LGPL? Yeah, LGPL. Let's see, there's the Mozilla public license, there's Eclipse public license. It goes on. There's a lot of variety. I mean, I think the really popular ones is MIT, GPL, LGPL.
Yeah. And BSD.
BSD.
And BSD, Apache, sometimes you'll
Apache
see.
as well. Apache. And
Unlicensed, that's an option. Attempts to dedicate code to the public domain with a fallback permissive license.
There are many licenses for many different things. What people don't understand that public domain is something that doesn't exist worldwide, right? So it's all the open source licensing use the copyright law, right? The international copyright law in order to give rights on how you use the software or how you modify. It's de facto a copyright license contract that you give to the end user or to the developer. And so you have like the first one, which are basically very permissive, MIT, BSD. You give the code and basically you do whatever you want, right? You take it, you modify, you do what you want. And this is popular for JavaScript and the type of BSD operating system.
So some of them, one of the parameters is whether they require attribution, meaning if you use the code, you have to say.
Yes. So in those type of permissive license, some you need to say if you use it, which is called attribution, and some you don't. And then there is the other part of license, which are copyleft, where you need to give back to the community your modifications, and with different string attached. Some weak copyleft license, like the Mozilla public license, to some which are a bit stronger, like GPL, or even very strong, like AGPL. So all of those are different type of licensing that depends on what your goal are and how you want to structure your community, which is why I spoke about social contract, because this is very important to understand. FFmpeg and VLC are mostly GPL or LGPL. The Linux kernel is GPL, but Android is Apache. A ton of JavaScript framework that are using are mostly MIT. All the BSD kernels, OpenBSD, NetBSD, are of course BSD. And so it's philosophical change on how you want people to contribute back, basically.
So there's, I think you talked about that you've moved at one point from GPL to LGPL on certain parts of the project. What can you describe the difference between the two, and what does it take to move to, I guess, a more permissive? So that direction is more permissive. LGPL is more permissive than GPL.
Yeah. So you have to realize that you can always go from more permissive to less permissive, right? Because of course, those licenses are basically statement. So if you restrict, you can always restrict more, right? So in a GPL project, you can take MIT code, but you cannot do the opposite, right? Because they are more constrained to match. Indeed, in fact, I changed the core of libVLC, which is the engine of VLC, from GPL to LGPL. And there were two reasons to do that. The first one is that so people can use the VLC engine, libVLC, into third-party applications. So a lot of applications which are playing video on your phone or on your tablet are actually VLC engine in it, which is calling FFmpeg in it.
Yeah.
So that was one of the way to create one of the company I created, which is doing consulting and integration of those types of application, where you integrate VLC into third-party solutions, like inside game engines or stuff like that. With GPL, you couldn't do that because that means you needed to open source everything, and those are for a lot of like commercial companies who don't want that.
So you can create a company with LGPL. You can create a company around it. You can do a commercial thing. You don't have to open source it. So that's a big, big leap.
So you could play video in your game.
Yes.
The problem is I'm a game developer and I want to play some videos and I don't want to be forced to open source the entire game just to play those videos. So that's where the consulting business, the libVLC LGPL, allows you to do that. The LGPL, the library GPL as it used to be known, allows you to do that.
And FFmpeg is exactly the same. LGPL forces you to give back what you change on this component, this library, which is why it's library GPL. And so you can use FFmpeg as LGPL into like any type of application, even non-open source, but you need to give back the modification you did on FFmpeg. Same on libVLC.
Is it limiting from an open source perspective to go GPL? Because if your library, if your code is GPL, it means you're basically discouraging companies from building a business around
Yes.
it, right? Is that fair to say?
It depends on the company, but a company whose business model requires the source, the application to be closed source, yes, it's limited. So that's why, for example, I moved to LGPL. The second reason is a bit more obscure, is that the terms of condition of the App Store, the Apple App Store for iOS, makes it very complex to have GPL application on it, while it's easier to have LGPL applications on it. So VLC on Windows and on Mac and on Linux is GPL. The core is LGPL, but on iOS, the iPhone version and the Apple TV version is a type of different license called the MPL. And yes, I went and changed the license, and it was a long story.
Yeah, so I think basically to change the license, you have to contact all the contributors.
Yes, it's very important to understand that open source projects are what we call in the US copyright law joint work, or in civil law collective works or collaborative works. Is that you work all together in terms of the same goal, and then it creates one software, which is one release. But the copyright is kept by all the individuals. Some open source projects don't do that. They force copyright assignment, but this is not what we do. We're communities. So everyone has basically copyright on what they changed. And this copyright stays even if at the end your contribution was deleted, because the new contribution was based on your previous one, right? So if you want to properly relicense, you need to find all the contributors. And at that time, I had to contact more than 350 people. And sometimes, well, they're just an email, right? So you need to actually track down. I actually traveled to some place to go somewhere that I was that I had found online to go to their job and say, well, you licensed that. Do you want to change from GPL to LGPL? Most of the times they don't even care. They wanted to help VLC. But also it brought me to a very complex situation. I arrived to the work of a person who was a factory worker. Mm-hmm. And I said, well, I need you to sign that, because it was his son who died, who actually wrote the code, right? Mm-hmm. So I had to explain all those type of open source meaning, and no, I was not a company trying to rip out the 2 lines or 5 lines that guy did, but was useful, and the whole community agreed on that. And he had no idea I was a factory worker. And I was a lot younger, right? It was 14 years ago, and I was almost in tears, right? It's very difficult, right? We are talking about lives of people, and he explaining, and we went to talk about the photo of this guy, right? So it's important to do it right and to do it correctly. But yes, that means tracking down everything, because every contribution works. Mm-hmm. There are some projects who don't respect that, and we do relicensing a bit aggressively. Mm-hmm. But as I said, it destroys the whole heart of the community, because we only agree on the license. So that's important.
I would emphasize the community is such a wide-ranging group of people. There's people in the Syrian war zone with electricity part-time. There's all people from all walks of life, rich, poor, young, old. So it's quite remarkable to get, a group of people aligned on something. And that's an achievement in itself.
Yeah, it's incredible. And a lot of them are introverts, so you coming to find them and getting them to answer an email, it might be quite difficult.
Most of us are introverts, right? You need to be more precise. You're extremely introverts, extremely introverts, and introverts, right? Yeah. It's just a whole spectrum of different people. It doesn't matter. The important is your code good? Mm-hmm. Is your code great? Is your technology great? We care about excellent code. We don't care who you are. Sorry, it's just we have no idea to check. We cannot check, right? Maybe you're a dog. I don't care, right? I don't care where you come from. I need to look at your code. And this is important because people don't understand that. And they come to the community and send them some patches and they get rejected. And they don't like that because you're just sorry, it's not up to our standards. Oh yeah, but I'm engineer at this very large company in Italy, in Germany, in the US. We don't care. We care about the quality of your code because this is what defines our community. And which means that we have a lot of people who contribute who are some very different backgrounds and very introverts, sure, but that's okay, right?
So one of the legends of the community is, of course, Linus Torvalds, who created Linux and is a longtime maintainer of the Linux kernel. as the legend goes, he can be pretty harsh on this meritocratic process of reviewing the code and saying it's not good enough. Can you just speak to the legend of Linus Torvalds?
Linus is one of a kind, right? And I would even go and say that what he did on Git is more interesting than what he did on the Linux kernel. He's very harsh, but what people don't see is usually when he's harsh to, it's people who are maintainer of part of the kernel, right? So they know him, right? So he's not very harsh like that to everyone. The thing is, what he created in his room is basically powering every server online, right? Even at Microsoft Cloud called Azure, I'm quite sure 70-80% of the servers are running Linux. All your Android phones are running Linux. What he did with the power of open source, sure, is amazing. And yes, the quality of the Linux kernel is very high, and yes, it's difficult, but we cannot compromise on that. We cannot compromise on quality, because in the end, and you have to understand that, is the core community of VLC is 5 people. The core community of FFmpeg is 10 to 15. And we are the ones who are going to maintain your code, right? Because 1,000 contributors in the timeline and just 10 staying, it's 1% chance that someone comes and stays. 1%. So you will have change of job, change of wife, you have children, you have accident in life, you're going to change jobs, whatever. You're not going to come back. It's most likely. So we are the one going to maintain your code. It needs to be maintainable. It needs to be excellent. And yes, sometimes that means that you need to rework your work because it was good, but it's not excellent. And we need excellence because we are very few to maintain something that is critical for the whole.
But we should also mention that there's some spiciness, some harshness to the language that's sometimes used when you're keeping this high bar of excellence. Is there something to say to that?
It's true, right? It's also the fact that, for example, what we're doing is low level, it's extremely technical. You get into this community, the tone gets very like a type of, it's a subculture, right? So people who arrive from the external are basically not known to the subculture. Most of those people around FFmpeg and VLC, we do Videoland Dev Days, VDD every year. They're so fun in real life and they love it. But it's true that you're online and sometimes like the tone, you don't realize how it is. But that's okay.
It's a culture. I mean, you get this in the gaming culture. There's pretty harsh, intense, the way people communicate. And everyone understands that the way you show love and respect just looks different in different communities. Sometimes people, it depends. If it's a book club, usually people are going to be much sweeter. If it's an open source project that's very high stakes and used by millions of people.
But it's very not often insults that you see, for example, in the gaming, right? So Linus tone is a bit unusual even for the open source community. It's more harsh on the results, saying, no, this is not good, this is crap, those type of things that you will see.
Try not to make it about the person, make it about the code.
Yeah. Yes.
It's very, very matter of fact. And I think you've got to look at it in terms of, you know, the famous thing. FFmpeg is developed almost entirely by volunteers, and that's true. And you've got to imagine someone's done a hard day's work at their day job, they come home, you know, terseness might be a thing, you know, and that's not something to take personally. You're tired, you're busy, but you still care about this open source stuff. But you may not be able to explain and handhold someone on every subtle detail.
And also, you have to realize that most people don't speak English as native language. And this is, especially for open source projects like FFmpeg and VLC, which are mostly centered out of Europe. Sometimes like people who are from the US or just like are very not happy about the tone. But most of the time it's also like, they don't know better, right? It's difficult. English is a difficult language. There is so many subtleties and tone and so on that you don't have, right? So often it's also difficult in those type of community about like different cultures and languages.
So as the legend goes, JB, you repeatedly turned down millions of dollars to keep VLC open source, free for everyone, without ads. So take me through the reasoning behind that decision of leaving millions of dollars on the table.
Yeah, that's like almost a meme, right? On Reddit.
There literally is a meme on Reddit.
9gag and yeah, I see there's
you. looking like a wizard in the VLC hat on Reddit. This is JB, the creator of VLC Media Player. He refused tens of millions of dollars in order to keep VLC ads free. Thanks, Jean-Baptiste Kempf. You can even summon him on Reddit.
Yeah. And usually, if you see, right, it's usually like people tag me, right? And then there is me. And then like I say, good morning. I got 24K upvotes, which is great, right? My karma on Reddit is amazing, at least on that account. So the question needs to be answered first. What is the story about VLC, right? Because yes, it is true. I refuse dozens of millions of dollars. Yes, several times. Yes, I could be a multimillionaire and be somewhere on the beach. But I did not do it because I thought it was not moral and it was not the right thing to do. And this is very important for myself, is to be like, I work for the greater good, I work for people, and I don't want, it's not just by myself. But the reason is also because I did not feel that I'm completely legitimate to do that. And let me explain you why. VLC story is a very weird story. In France, we have university and we have a type of top colleges. And those top of excellency schools are engineering school, business schools, and basically lawyers and medical, right? But they're outside of university. And in order to enter those, you spend 2 years working like crazy math physics to enter those best engineering school. One of the schools is called the École Centrale Paris. It has changed name since, but it was called the École Centrale Paris. And because it was central, they had to move it because it was too small after the World War II. And they moved it, they wanted to move it to the central of France in a place called Clermont-Ferrand. And the alumni decided that this was not okay, right? It is the school that Eiffel, right, the one who did the Eiffel Tower, attended to, right? So they said, no, we are amazing, great school, we cannot do that. And so they bought a piece of land south of Paris, very near Paris. And it was a campus managed by a non-profit of the alumni. Okay? Because of that, everything on the campus was managed by students. The university did nothing, right? So radio, TV, supermarket, library, defining who was going into which rooms, everything was managed by the students.
That's amazing. That's an amazing experiment. That it all didn't go to hell quickly. It somehow flourished.
It worked great, and I learned so much in my life doing those side activities, right? Because you're 22 and you need to run your campus, else you don't have electricity, right? So you care about that, right? But anyway, in the 80s, they did a full experiment of deploying a network, mostly sponsored by IBM and 3Com, which was a token ring network. So token ring is something that probably almost no one knows about anymore. It's a networking technology where you don't have routers, right? Everyone is linked. It's like really a ring. And when you want to send a message, you talk to your neighbor who's going to put the message to the next one, who's going to put the things to the next one. In terms of ring. The issue with token ring is that it's very slow because every computer on the network needs to open the message, see if it's okay, is it for me, no it's not, and then send it back, like a token which is traveling around the ring. In the 80s, you're doing some telnet and sending mails as university, that's okay, right? But starts the 90s. And the 90s and start video games, and when you have high latency in video games, basically you die, right? So in 1994, 1995, around Doom and Duke Nukem coming around, they want a faster network. So the students go and see the university and say, you know what, we want a faster network, we need to work, also play video games. And the university tells them that basically, oh, I'm sorry, we cannot help you because you understand, the campus is not ours, you manage it, so do something, and you should see some basically partners of the university and basically go away. And they go, and they actually go and see the CIO of Bouygues, which is a large French company, and who's doing some TVs in France. And he says, well, you know what? The future of video is satellite. Well, today we know it's not, but at least it was a good idea. In 1995, the first of satellite dish. And he says that instead of having like one satellite dish and a big decoder for each of the students, which are 1,500, what about you build, you put an enormous dish and only one decoder and you send the video directly on the network. And that required a very fast network. Today, it's obvious. But at the time, it was like the first to do video streaming. So they built this project, which was called Network 2000. Of course, right, we are in the 90s, right? Everything is futuristic is called 2000.
Yeah, 2000, yeah.
And so they do the Network 2000 project. It's completely hacked. It crashes after 45 seconds. That's okay. The demo is 40 seconds. It leaks memory. That's okay. They put 64 megabytes of RAM instead of the 8 or 16 you have. And the demo should have stopped there. And that was the Network 2000 project by the students.
What was the format of the video that they had to work with?
MPEG-2, because satellite is MPEG-2 TS for transport, MPEG-2 video, and MPEG-2 audio at that time. And the project should have stopped there. Everyone was happy. They had like amazing ATM network at 155 megabits per second. They had probably one of the best network in Europe at that time. And they stopped the project. 6 months or a year later, 2 students arrive and say, well, you know what? Maybe other people care about video streamed on a local network, and they create the Video LAN project, Video LAN. And one of them is called Christophe Massiot, that is a good friend of both Kieran and me. And they start the project. It's not even open source yet. And they spend around 3 years to get the school to agree to make it open source. Because the university wanted to get, because of the IP and copyright of the students, wanted to basically monetize these MPEG-2 decoders.
Just to be clear, so what was the main application? Streaming on a local network?
It was streaming on a local network.
By the way, that's just like, to state the obvious, this is before YouTube, this is before...
10 years before YouTube. You have a Pentium 60 or 75, right? The main machine was 4886DX at 33 megahertz, right?
Bear in mind, television was the main form of video at the time. You could get new channels. In the 90s, having even one new channel when you grew up with 4 channels, having a 5th or a 6th was a big deal. And so having this satellite service with, dozens, even hundreds of channels was so groundbreaking.
Especially because this is a university where you had a ton of different nationalities, right? So there was a ton of people who wanted, in the end, they had like several dishes on different type of satellite, right? Because, for example, a lot of people were coming from the Maghreb or the Middle East, and they went to different type of satellites. Anyway, the solution worked great, and they started the Video LAN project. The Video LAN project has several, and some are completely crazy solutions, like one, how to create multicast on a unicast network, but let's not come to that. It's too complex. But Video LAN client part is what became VLC. Actually, they basically strong-armed the university to force it to open source, because the university did not understand that. And in 2001, it's still early. But basically, yes, the university agreed early 2001 to make it open source. I joined the project in 2003 because that's when I joined the university. So the first thing is, I'm not the one who created VLC, because actually no one did, right?
Just kind of naturally emerged from the Video LAN project. And we should mention that, like, again, you said it, just but to make it clear, Video LAN, as what it became, was at the time is a set of technologies around video. The VLC, what you call the client, that's the thing that most normies
that is correct,
and think of like as the thing, which is like the thing that pops up when you click on a video and you play it.
So I arrived in 2003, and then I will create the open source non-profit organization called Video LAN, and I took everything out of the university to create it a non-profit project and something sustainable. It's true that I spent more time than anyone on VLC and Video LAN, that is sure. But it's a continuity of a previous project, Video LAN, the student project, which is a continuity of the Network 2000 project, which is a continuity of that and that.
I'm sure there's moments along the way there you were thinking of like, what is the future of this from an open source perspective? Because as the internet is blowing up, and there's companies, I mean, for people who don't remember, like there's companies making huge amounts of money.
And I can tell you that in 2005, the project should have died. And I made it to continue the project. At some point, we were only 2 active developers. And I thought it was great technology and was useful, and it will be useful. And I made that my life and my time. And I made that to grow from a few hundreds of thousands of users, millions of users, to what we have now, which is probably billions of versions of VLC around the world and used everywhere. So that's a bit the story of VLC. There is a ton of very funny story around that. Many people from around the world working on it, like you said, in Syria or middle of nowhere in India. But along the way, I got several offers, which were either to bundle toolbars, right? You remember those horrible toolbars, which were basically spyware, or changing your web browser or your search engine, or even like advertisement inside VLC. And I didn't like that, right? And people don't understand that. I'm not against money, right? I'm very happy to make money. I created several startups and one, I hope that is going to work very well. It's the fact that I believe that you need to win money ethically. There is a right way of doing that. And doing sneaky advertisement or stealing data is not the correct way, right? Mm-hmm. For example, if Netflix arrived at some point and say, well, we want to put Netflix inside VLC, probably the story would have been different, right? But they didn't. The only people who came to us were shady ads company. Mm-hmm. And if I do that, right, I would have a ton of money, right? And then 3 years later, project is gone, right? Someone forks it and something else happens.
So it's not even necessarily ads or any of that. It's the shadiness of the dishonesty of the. So you had a good radar. You had a good threshold of like, no, this compromises the spirit of what this is supposed to represent.
But also, it's for me, right? I'm like very selfishly, I need to go to bed at night and be happy about what I've done, right? Maybe it's my upbringing, maybe it's my parents' fault or whatever, right? But I believe there is right and wrong, right? And this was the right decision at the time. It still is. I want to be proud of what I've been doing. And like, if I had sold out, I would have betrayed so many other people who work.
Yeah, well, I should say, me and most of the internet, thank you for that decision. It's inspiring for others, I think, that are pushing the open source movement forward, that it's okay to do these kinds of huge sacrifices if you believe it's right. And I think in that case, it was right. And it was the reason that VLC became as successful as it was, because it's an embodiment. It's a symbol of, like, you know, freedom and what the open source community can create.
Yeah, and be a service for so many people around the world. And this is important.
We should emphasize in the 2000s, it was really normal to download a program and it secretly installs some spyware.
Yeah.
It was buried in very faint text or in the license text box that nobody reads, that at the bottom, I will be installing this toolbar and changing all these things. And it was very common to have to, you know, you install a program to do something at the time of any sort.
To put yourself in the mind of a developer at that time, I think it's very easy, to everybody listening to this, it's very easy at that time to convince yourself to take a few $1,000s to do it. Yeah. To say no to much more money takes guts and takes vision.
The last offer I had was obscene. And they say, yeah, but imagine with all that money, you could build something new, open source, right? It was like the mind trick was difficult. But for me, it was just like, no, this doesn't work like that, or this is not the right thing, so I don't do it. And again, right, it's not that I don't like money or whatever. It's just like it wasn't right.
Well, once again, thank you from me and from the rest of the internet. Let me talk a little bit more about the open source movement, about the fact that, as you say over and over and over and over, FFmpeg is, and many open source projects are built by volunteers. So there's a bit of drama recently, Karen, on the interwebs, on Twitter. You have a spicy style on Twitter that I think articulates and celebrates all the incredible developers and development and the code, especially assembly, that's involved in building some of these codecs and building some of this incredible technology. But that brings us to a bit of a debacle that happened. Tell me the full saga of what happened with the Google security engineers.
Just to be clear, Google are one of the biggest supporters of open source out there. They have been for a long time. It's just, I think, some things kind of went a bit overboard this time. So FFmpeg itself, and this is not like a secret, it's on the homepage, you know, it processes untrusted data. There can be security issues when you parse untrusted data. That's very normal. But recently what changed was Google started using AI to create security reports on an open source project, FMPEG. Volunteers had to deal with that. They provided very limited funding, and they even went to the media first announcing how good their AI was before the issues could be fixed.
And this is in the public forum.
Yeah.
So reporting an issue, using AI to find an issue in the code, which is a security vulnerability, and then reporting that publicly before you're able to fix it.
Yeah. It's announcing how good their AI is. That they provided a standard 90-day industry deadline without really understanding the nature of volunteer-driven development. In addition, this vulnerability was on an obscure 1990s game codec. The way, and let's look at it from their standpoint to begin with. Let's
Yeah, can you steel man their case?
Yeah, sure. They have substantial resources working on the security of open source projects that are ubiquitous, and they've used a lot of compute to do that, and very expensive and very capable security researchers to do that. And that's their viewpoint, is they are contributing by doing that. But I think that's where opinions differ. It opened up a lot of interesting fissures, I would say. It does seem that there's a portion of the security community that look at themselves a bit like building architects that never have to go to site. Going to site is something that is a little bit beneath them, the actual day-to-day construction. They're there to do their security things, and it's someone else's problem. The security industry also kind of has a very aggressive tone towards things. The language they use is extremely aggressive. They use very strong language, like "you will get popped." And to Joe Public, get popped, it means something quite bad. For them, it means to get hacked. The way I would look at it personally is a little bit like the padlock on your home. Not everyone, the padlock on your home, or the lock on your home, is there to protect against the capabilities of what it's there to protect. It's not there to protect nuclear secrets. It's not there to protect Fort Knox. And it could be looked at that they're using AI at a level of scale to go and pick those locks and then say, hey, your lock's not...
Hello, Egg Copter.
Secure. You need to deal with this. Whereas actually they're the ones with resources to be able to fix this. But that seems to not be something either they'll contribute to in terms of patches or in terms of financially. And the scale of AI is kind of the issue. The bug reports are very wordy. They're very, very... It's almost a denial of service by AI-generated bug reports on very niche codecs. And the other issue the security community has is everything is marked high priority. You're going to, this is the most important thing in the world, and you need to deal with this high, vulnerable, scary, on a game codec used on one disk in 1993.
Yeah.
And that's where the dichotomy lies. Going around telling everyone that their padlock's not safe, well, that's a hobby project of somebody. The safety of that codec is consummate to what that person thinks. It's their hobby. It's good that they're security analyzing it, but it doesn't need a big scary warning. This is a critical vulnerability. May recently also see that there was another quote unquote vulnerability. It wasn't a Google in this case, but a filter could overflow and have an integer overflow, and one of your pixels could be the wrong color. And this was marked high, 7.5 severity in red. And at some point, the security industry needs to realize you can't keep crying wolf like this, because this just leads to people, the equivalent thereof of putting password stickers on their PC. You can't just keep crying wolf every day. And I appreciate, that's their modus operandi, is to create as much scare and fear. But from the Google standpoint, at the end of the day, they need to contribute either financially or with patches. Google uses FFmpeg at a scale probably you or I couldn't even contemplate. Millions of CPU cores. And yes, they contribute in areas mostly regarding their own products, so VP9, AV1. But in a wider sense, there's a disproportionate level of contribution. Yes, they fund students. Yes, they fund Summer of Code. And I think, so Alex Strange is a former FFmpeg developer, I think posting in a personal capacity.
So he posted about security engineers on Hacker News. His post reads, "The problem with security reports in general is security people are rampant self-promoters," in parentheses. Linus once called them something worse. Imagine you're a humble volunteer open source developer. If a security researcher finds a bug in your code, they're going to make up a cute name for it, start a website with a logo. Google is going to give them $1 million bounty. They're going to go to DEF CON and get a prize, and I assume go to some kind of secret security people orgy where everyone is dressed like they're in the Matrix. Nobody is going to do any of this for you when you fix it. Basically commenting on the sort of the incentives for the different people involved and misaligned.
The problem here is a disproportion of means on discovery compared to patching it, right? And this is the biggest issue, right? And after that debacle, Google did some
They
changes.
are now starting to send patches, which is...
And they also now have reward tools for fixing issues. So it has changed a bit because of that debacle. So it's good, right? But we've seen, and we talked about Google, but we have seen like some other large companies saying, oh, you need to fix this bug because it's critical in our product.
Can you explain the XZ fiasco? The FFmpeg tweet reads, "The XZ fiasco has shown how a dependence on unpaid volunteers can cause major problems. Trillion-dollar corporations expect free and urgent support from volunteers. Microsoft Teams posted on a bug tracker full of volunteers that their issue is high priority. After politely requesting a support contract from Microsoft for long-term maintenance, they offered a one-time payment of a few $1,000s instead. This is unacceptable. We didn't make it up. This is what Microsoft Teams actually did." And then you give the image and the details and all that kind of stuff, showing that these trillion-dollar companies are not giving much money, not giving much support.
They think an open source project is a traditional vendor, that they have an SLA. They think a public bug tracker is actually, a third-party vendor's Jira where you can do all of these things. It's not. It's there to report bugs. I think the thing that made this particularly heinous was the name-dropping of Microsoft, the name-dropping that this is a visible product. If this was just a general bug report, I think that would have made it a lot better.
Yeah, so they literally said, like, this is a big deal because a lot of people are using it in Microsoft. I wonder what happens psychologically. So I think what happens in these companies, maybe you can correct me, is you're right. They just think of FFmpeg as like a vendor that Microsoft surely is paying a huge amount of money to. They kind of assume that in their interaction, and nobody anywhere on the stack is going like, wait a minute, shouldn't we be giving like millions of dollars to FFmpeg?
And this is a very big problem in large, like we're talking about some companies, but it's the same everywhere, right? A lot of those companies, like when we talk to that person, right, he was just like a manager on one project in Microsoft Teams, right? He had like never really discussed with open source community. He had no idea, right? It was like, but the problem is that usually there is what we call OSPOs, right? Open source program offices in those type of companies. And they are the ones who are supposed to discuss with open source vendors, or open source communities. But like, they often don't explain that correctly internally, right? And here it's just like, we are not your supplier. If you want me to be your supplier, I'm very happy, right? I will send you a contract and SLAs. Like I created 5 companies who are doing that around open source projects, so that's okay.
We should say that some of the spicy tweets that, Kieran, you're behind, and some of the debacle produced results, positive results.
Donations have increased substantially. They're still not enough to cover even a single full-time developer, but on both a awareness level and a technical level, there's substantially more technical awareness and sort of awareness of the importance of FFmpeg as a result of X and what's happened. I can say, it solved its purpose. People realize the level of importance FFmpeg has.
And on VideoLAN, it's the same, right? Like, for example, a very simple example. For more than a year, we couldn't update VLC on Android because of a bug on the Play Store, on Android Play Store, right? The only way we got someone to answer was to put a very spicy, as you say, tweet saying that we were going to stop distributing VLC for Android, right? And we have around 100 million people using that. And now, then, someone from Android actually came and discussed to us, right? We had the same issue with Microsoft, or like saying that we were going to stop distributing VLC on the Windows Store. And unfortunately, we are so small that the only very strong power we have to solve those issues is blaming on social network because it snowballs and now they listen to us. But those large companies often have difficulty talking to us. Like, for example, VLC, right, is probably one of the top 10 software used on Windows. I am not part of Microsoft ISV programs, right? I don't have a point of contact at Microsoft, right? Well, I'm sure any other software, Adobe, Spotify has a point of contact. I don't have that, right? So raising awareness works. It's sometimes very spicy, a lot of drama. Well, X and Twitter are okay for that, but it's efficient.
So everybody listening to this should go follow FFmpeg on Twitter, on X. Follow VideoLAN on Twitter, on X. Go donate to FFmpeg.
Thank you, Lex. Over the years, several years, you've been a supporter of, FFmpeg and VideoLAN on X, giving us shout outs, appreciating, what we do.
FFmpeg for life.
And for example, like Tim Sweeney, Carmack, and a few others, like very high level people have raised also the awareness on our X accounts, and that helped a lot also.
Karpathy
yes,
as well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, also, outside of the fact that so many people use it, it's so impactful on the world, it's also a great representation of a great open source project. Like the value of assembly and C and making sure that like you take programming seriously for real world systems.
It's not just that. We'll talk about assembly later, I'm sure, because that's its whole topic in itself. But it's also celebrating people like Andreas Reinhardt who do maintenance. It's, I believe, unpaid. I believe as a volunteer, he's doing massive refactorings. Andreas Reinhardt and Anton Kernov rewriting FFmpeg.c with threading. Celebrating those guys, celebrating the untold labor that's gone into this, that actually doesn't change anything from the user standpoint. The files are exactly the same, but wow, the airplane has been rebuilt whilst it's in the air.
Christian Garcia said, as a teenager running this account, referring to the FFmpeg account, and you responded, teenagers have written more assembly in FFmpeg than Google engineers, but also just pointing out that there's a lot of incredible contributors who are teenagers.
Like JB said, we don't care who you are, where you're from, what you do. Teenagers have written thousands of lines of assembly over the years. Give a shout out back in the days to Daniel Kang. So also highlighting the work of people like Rukai Peng. This is a 16-year-old, some of his first contributions to FFmpeg, actually doing and putting some of these quote-unquote security researchers to shame by actually finding issues and fixing them, and being 16. There's no barriers. There's no barriers to you have to study at college under this person and understand these. If you can learn C, and let's be honest, it's from the K&R book. Learn C. You can learn assembly. We'll talk about that maybe a bit later. You can contribute to world-class technologies.
In VLC, one of the oldest contributors is called Felix. He's the one doing everything on Mac and iOS. He's starting working on VLC. He was 16. We had a guy called Edward Wong, who used to be a Google Summer of Code student who stayed for 3 years around VideoLAN. He was 14, right? And part of Google Summer of Code and Google Coding, which were programs where basically we have students or high school. We wrote a ton of assembly for X264 and for VLC and for FFmpeg, right? So everyone can contribute.
And he also did a good job because he didn't play the alarmist CVE, create a CVE, which is like a public exposure of security and do these big, scary, red 7.5 high priority. He just fixed an issue in Git after 3 days and just fixed it. He didn't need to go and play a big security drama about it. And I think I posted, the kids are all right. Whereas there's I'm not saying all security people do this, but there is a portion of the security community, as Alex said, that likes to hype themselves up by creating drama. They would have happily raised, this is a high priority CVE 8.0 or whatever on an issue that actually was in Git. It wasn't even in a release, it was in development, and 3 days later was fixed.
Well, I just want to put a little bit of love out there, even to the bigger community. Much love and respect to Google engineers. Like you said, they're some of the best software engineers in the world, and they do contribute a lot, even on the security front. And also, I'm a big fan of Theo. Much love to Theo. He was part of this debacle and drama a little bit. I think when you just zoom out on the grand arc of human history, the drama contributed positively to everybody involved. Donations went up. It brought more attention to the topic, allowed everybody to bicker in a way that ultimately got them to figure out what FFmpeg is all about.
So the way we looked at this is like it's a rap battle at the end of the day. No, but it is. We say stuff.
Yeah.
But we can leave it on it. X is a perfect place for international rap battle. You say stuff. I say stuff about your mama, but it doesn't mean I'm gonna have an actual personal issue with her.
Yeah.
And that's what it looks like. The Theo situation, JB can maybe expand, went a little bit too far, and there was a little, but it's just a bit of fun. It's just a bit of rap battle. It's WWE. Everyone's having a bit of fun on X. It doesn't need to be taken seriously. The teenagers thing. That guy was a Google employee saying, hey, there are other ways to run an open source business. Go and there's like, oh man, just have a bit of fun.
Yeah.
That's what the point of this account is. And furthermore, if you can teach people about the ways of open source projects, assembly, etc., by doing that, I think there's a lot to be offered here. It's not dunking on people for dunking's sake. It's showing actually the story that I think X learned is these are not big corporate open source projects. This is not Kubernetes where there's hundreds, maybe thousands of people paid to develop this stuff. These are just people in their basements in their spare time. And if you can address that topic in a fun and entertaining way, I think that's the good thing, and that's the value of X and then the reach we have.
And to be honest, right, like even at Google is one entity, but so many different people, right? And there is a ton of Google engineer we work with all the time, and even like Google, from YouTube to Chrome Media to the rest of Google, those are very different type of entities. But what we do is efficient. And for example, for Theo, right, it went a bit too far. I had him, like, I calm everyone down. I had him on the phone. We say, okay, like this goes too far and so on. But in the end, it's a rap battle, but it's positive for the project. It's like the awareness we have on open source, and I mean true open source from communities, right? Not is increased dramatically in the last 2 years, and this is useful.
What do you think motivates all the incredible contributors that we've been talking about? Like, what's the engine? It's so interesting to see. Like you said, they're sitting in the basement. What's the driver? What's the engine there?
There are many drivers, but weirdly, the main one is that what we do in multimedia plays videos, and video is cool, right? And for example, we have so many people in the community who arrive because they loved watching anime, right? And this is like the advice when people ask me, what should I work on in open source? How do I start? And my answer is always the same. Work on something you love. I am working on VLC because I love movies, right? And I love watching the same movies over and over, even if my wife hates me when I do that, right? But because it's interesting, right? Because it's a topic that you like, right? That's the first thing where people come to, usually, to VLC and FFmpeg. The second thing is that technically, because we search for excellence, this is the best school ever, right? This is the best school ever of programming. If you're good in C, in FFmpeg, if you know how to write assembly, I assure you're going to be one of the best programmers ever, even if you're working on writing TypeScript, because this is the most amazing thing to do, and you will like have to get reviews by some of the most seasoned programmer ever who are going to look at every part of your code and tell you why it's not great. It's like we are the best teachers that you've ever had in programming, right?
Andrew Kelly started Zig. He was an FFmpeg developer and started Zig after his FFmpeg school. I mean, it's the place to learn so many aspects of programming in the real world, in a thing used by billions of people. You have nowhere to hide. You have to be open and honest about your flaws and how you can learn and be better.
And what is also interesting in multimedia is that you have 16 milliseconds to display a frame. It's not like a game engine where you can basically slow down and wait a frame. So you need to be good, right? There is no choice, else you don't have your video. And because of how codecs, if you miss a frame, you're going to destroy the look of the video, right? So you need to be good. You need to be perfect to have the right thing. But also is that it's not just pure programming in the mathematical sense, right? A lot of people don't understand, but in order to program correctly on the open source multimedia community, you need to understand how computer works. And when you write assembly, you need to understand about CPU pipelining, right? You need to understand how SIMD works, how the ALU works, right? You need to understand how IO works, right? And this is what I think that is missing to a lot of engineers and software engineers today is understanding what we call computer architecture. And seriously, some of the debates is should we use this assembly call or this one? And people say, well, no, it's going to be 3 cycle on this type of CPU and this one, and it has massive impact on the output, right?
We should expand. FFmpeg is probably one of the biggest CPU users in the world. It's probably running, as we speak, easily order of magnitude 100 million, maybe even 1 billion CPUs as we speak. So every instruction matters. There's not the impact, at least in terms of CPU, is massive for everything that we do.
So first you come because it's an interesting subject, then you stay because it's excellent, and in the end you're very proud of it because it's on the end of everyone. So many people oh, I'm working for whatever consulting company and I'm doing some portal to download invoices for your PG&E. Wow, great. So many jobs are like that. You're not going to tell that to your grandma. But if you go to see your grandma and say, I do this so that you can play video on your laptop, they understand. And this is very important, right? Because you're working on VLC, FFmpeg, X264. It's in the end of hundreds of millions of people, and you have an impact. And so you can be proud of yourself. And so I think that in addition to doing a great resume, all those things are why people contribute.
Yeah, those are side effects. My favorite quote on this topic is John Collinson. He said, "The world is a museum of passion projects. Everything out there is a passion project, and open source multimedia and open source in general, you can just do that so much faster. There's such a faster network effect, I can open a cafe and that can be my passion project, but I have to get building codes. I have to build a building. I have to find a location. I have to do all sorts of things. Well, in the software world, that passion project can move quickly. It can be amplified by the network effect, and that amplification can be more than the sum of the parts. You can find people interested in extremely obscure things and have a network effect and make something that is truly amazing.
And on that topic of passion projects, Tim Sweeney actually said in a reply to a tweet that was complimenting JB, he said, quote, "Many things in the world only happen because an awesome person decides to do it. This is the case with VLC." And that speaks to something interesting to me. That it does seem that a small number of people, sometimes one person, can create something incredible in the software world. Like you said, it's over and over and over. I think JavaScript is an incredible thing created by initially a single person. Some of the programming languages like Python and C and Java, this one person has this vision, has this design, and brings it sometimes over a weekend is the initial spark.
Yes, Linus built Git in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It changed the world. It really changed the world.
Well, Linus' passion project. Hey, I'm uploading this tarball to an FTP. Deal with it.
But for me, it's not just in software, right? And I believe in in individuals that are going to change the world, right? And it's with a good, as you said, vision, right? I want to do that. It is useful. It will be useful. And whether it's going to like build trains or cars or rockets or something, like I believe people who believe in themselves and have a vision can have a huge impact for humanity.
Let's actually zoom out before we zoom back in. We'll just keep going up and down the stack. So, we've been talking back and forth, VLC and FFmpeg. Kieran, you said that FFmpeg and Videoland VLC coexist, and there's no central point of importance. It's a kind of what you call the binary star system.
Yeah.
They succeed because of each other. Can you explain the difference, how they interact? What is are they competitors?
I don't think they're competitors. I think the simple answer is, the short answer before I go into detail is VLC is to FFmpeg as Android is to Linux. So they depend on each other, but they coexist because of each other. So they are a binary star system is the analogy I used.
By the way, I feel horrible that I just recently learned that Alpha Centauri, the closest star system to us, is a triple star system.
And when you start doing the physics, it's a nightmare, right?
Yeah.
But like
hence the three-body problem. But anyway.
So a lot of FFmpeg pipelines involve the X264 project, which is a Videoland project. I would put a finger in the air that would say 80+% of those pipelines are dependent on a Videoland project. VLC, obviously, as we've discussed, a Videoland project, uses FFmpeg, gives it reach, exposure to weird files, historically used some donation money to fund FFmpeg development, and we'll talk a bit maybe about some of the reverse engineering later. Mm-hmm. So it's a binary star system. They work and feed off each other. Many of the developers are shared. There's no central location. It's a virtuous cycle working together.
And we should mention that X264 is the encoder for H.264 video standard. So H.264 is the standard.
Yes.
X264
is the implementation, open source implementation of the standard.
That's used by basically everybody for everything.
Yeah.
That is the main driver of this. When you think of an MP4 file that has H.264 codec in it,
if it came from a software environment like a data center or somewhere, the chances are it was created with X264.
And that's under the flag of Videoland.
That's a Videoland project. So in the Videoland graphic, it sits in the Videoland world.
And Videoland says a bunch of stuff in it. You go to the Videoland website, there's a bunch of icons.
Like if you look, there is so many libraries, right?
libdvd CSS,
yes.
libdvd nav, libdvd PSI, libVLC, of course, VLC Unity, Blu-ray. Yeah.
And there is so many more, right? Like lately, the David project that we might talk about is the last project from Videoland. It's everywhere, right? And we have a Lib Spatial Audio lately that we announced. We
Check
have
ISM.
Check ISM, which is like an insane project, but amazing. And X264 is one of those Videoland projects. And my opinion, for example, is that X264 is the most amazing encoder ever designed, and this helped the adoption of FFmpeg. A lot of people and large companies went through FFmpeg because they wanted to use X264, and X264 increased the popularity on FFmpeg. But also, VLC had its popularity because it played so many files that were done by FFmpeg, right? So it's many projects that are intertwined and work together.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a thing on X where VLC is mentioned, and there's people. A quick reminder that it's FFmpeg inside doing the actual work, and that's like I said, it's not. That's not the case. We work together.
And to give you an idea, right? When I compiled VLC for Windows, I compiled around 16 million lines of code. Right, 1 million of those are inside the VLC repository, and FFmpeg in total is probably around 2, right? But that means that so many dependencies are outside. And if you also look at FFmpeg per se, FFmpeg also is integrating third-party libraries like X264, but libopus, and so many others, right? So we all depend on each other.
Yeah, that's why I was hoping to do this episode as we are doing that just kind of joins FFmpeg and VLC because it's really it's really two of the same. Like you said, a binary star system, and we're all just orbiting it. Can we give a shout out to some of the people along the way? We didn't really quite talk about the history of FFmpeg, so maybe can you tell me about Fabrice? Can you tell me about Michael Niedermeyer? Can you tell me about some of the key figures
Let's
here?
talk about the eras of FFmpeg, because there's key eras and key people that made this possible. Fabrice Vallard, as you mentioned, creating the concept. And then probably in the 2000s era, I would call the era's tour of FFmpeg is the 2000s era was Michael Niedermeyer. So key things he got done was exhaustive support for DivX and XVID at the time, and all sorts of weird variants of what's known as MPEG-4 Part 2. So this predates the MPEG-4 Part 10 that we're used to. So this was 2000s era video codecs where there were flavor after flavor of weird decoders. At the time in the 2000s, you needed a new player to play every different type of file format. So there was Windows Media Player to play Windows media formats. There was Real Player to play real media formats. And those were the other key thing in FFmpeg at the time were native decoders for those. I actually remember being a teenager, I must have been, figuring out that there was this one player that could decode these files without having separate bloated players. Because at the time when you downloaded Real Player, there was a ton of other stuff in there, a ton of ads, a ton of other things. And just having a simple library that was fast led to that. And then I think 2008 onwards was a big change, because that's when H.264 got its maturity. And I think something hopefully we'll talk about a bit more. This was the beginning of high definition video. So H.264 was the key decoder of that. So I'd call that the late 2000s and 2010s. And that's when the big reverse engineers came along and really did astonishing work. The beginning was a single player that could play XVID, DivX, Windows Media, and Real Player was already a massive achievement in itself. Without codec packs, without weird stuff you had to download that had weird ads and weird spyware.
VLC 1.0 was out on those times, 2000, 2009, 2010.
Yeah.
And this is like where it exploded.
Yeah, without codec packs, it just works across all these different...
De facto, it's just like all the codecs packs are FFmpeg inside VLC, plus we have other modules for all the type of codecs.
At the time, that wasn't. There were weird... In the 2000s, there were weird codec packs with DLLs coming from this place,
with
DLLs
a lot of
coming
spyware.
With spyware, with you-know-what. It wasn't reliable. You didn't know. And having a single player that was open source, or single playback module / player that could do this that was open source. But I think the thing to emphasize is this task in the 2000s that Michael did was Sisyphean, and it was really, the number of edge cases are beyond comprehension in terms of you could have a Chinese CCTV system that did one weird variant of MPEG-4 Part 2, what's known as MPEG-4 ASP, and that was a weird variant, and you had to fix that without breaking everybody else times a million.
So that's so you said that's where a lot of the reverse engineering was happening.
It started in the 2000s with the Windows Media stuff, because that was proprietary. It started with the Real Media, so with Benjamin Larson,
Kostya
Shishkov, that era. That was the key groundwork. And then in the 2010s was kind of the Paul Mahal, Kostya era, doing some of the most difficult codecs. JB maybe can talk about GoToMeeting 4 and GoToMeeting 5 and
what. What's the good?
So like let's talk about this amazing Ukrainian guy called Kostya, who was at the time living in Germany and who was in love with Sweden, right? And the guy was the most. He's like a lot of the people in the community are very clever. He's one of those who are like borderline geniuses, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was able to reverse engineering extremely complex codecs. And he does that, and we do a bit of engineers with Kieran, but clearly not at this level.
No.
He reverse engineered binary blobs, which are 20 megabytes?
Yeah, so just for reference, 1 megabyte binary blob to reverse engineer is probably order of magnitude, a month of work. And this guy is doing 20, 30 megabyte blobs. Maybe we'll talk about that in a minute, about the subtleties of how you do that. But this guy is doing it for very difficult and very obscure codecs.
And did that for fun, right? And so GoToMeeting was a big problem with VLC because that was like the number one feature request for a long time. So I put a bounty, and the guy at some point said, "Okay, JB, I'm going to do it." And in a matter of 2 months. And then he explained how he did it. He was just like, "Oh, I looked at the code, like this looked like a DCT that I used to see on WMV and so on." He did that. And the funniest part is that the code is written is a ton of jokes. And there is a ton of JB, right? My name and Kempf and Kostya jokes inside the code. The code is beautiful, right?
So one of the things that I want to comment is I've gotten a chance to speak to some of the developers, some of the assembly language level people, and they all always make everything sound like it's kind of easy. There's a kind of humility because I mean, maybe just the level of what's required to do this stuff is so high that everything else seems easy, I guess is the lesson to take away from that.
So in the community, like some of the most impressive people are the ones doing reverse engineering and the other ones doing the assembly folks, right? Mm-hmm. And both of those type of people are amazing. X264, for example, became amazing because of a guy called Loren Merritt, who was from University of Washington, I think.
At the time, yeah.
And who made everything great and fast, doing a ton of assembly. So this is like the golden era, I guess, where so many things got done.
If you look at Kostya, for example, he looked at the world as a binary specification. He didn't need documentation or anything. I have a binary and I can figure all of this out. And he regularly used the phrase binary specification. It's not a problem. And he went and he would go away and he would come back and he would do interesting stuff.
Can you actually speak to the details or any add color and texture to what it takes to reverse engineer a blob?
Yeah, so let's look at GoToMeeting, for example, is a good one because I record a meeting on GoToMeeting, for example. How do I play it back without needing this GoToMeeting player? There may not even be a player. I may need to send a recording of a meeting to someone that doesn't have a player or whatever. So first of all, there's a ton of other stuff there. There's an actual video conferencing client. You need to go and find, it may be easy, it may not be easy to find the actual module doing the decompression. You need a way to actually dump the YUV data from the module. So often it involves opening in a disassembler, trying to guess where the hooks are to incorporate that module and run that module natively to decode a sample file. So figure out where this module is doing the decoding process and find a way to hook in and output the raw YUV data, because you will need that as a point of comparison for when you actually do the reverse engineering, because you'll need to be bit exact or in some cases close to bit exact. And then you open up your disassembler, use a lot of intuition to go and figure out, where the DCT is, where's entropy coding. There is a kind of, not a rule book, but there's always a pattern of some sort. For example, GoToMeeting, it will be a lot of screen codec tools. There's also different variants. So often, I think there's GoToMeeting 4, 5.
No, 2, 3, 4, I think.
2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
So as you mentioned here, going to Perplexity, GoToMeeting uses its own proprietary codec for older recorded sessions, historically stored in WMV files that require a special decoder to play properly on Windows. Without this decoder installed, Windows Media Player and some editors cannot decode the video track, so you may only hear audio or see a black screen. Boy, do I remember that. But this is reverse engineering that.
This is key, right? Because the GoToMeeting is something that not many people know anymore, right? Well, you know about Zoom and Teams and so on, but now let's fast forward 10 years, 15 years. And this is a GoToMeeting.exe for Windows 32 bits, right? Which is oh yeah, but I'm on Android, I'm on an iPad, I'm somewhere else, right? How are you going to do that? I'm going to be on RISC-V, on ARM. Those are blocked, but there are tons of files we need to support for the future. And this is why those type of work are exceptionally useful for humanity.
I just have to say, though, that reverse engineering process is mind-blowing.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's a kind of I've been reading a lot and I interview archaeologists. I mean, you just have so little signal. Yes, over time you get so much experience, you understand the structure of the original code, so you can kind of start inferring basics.
Yeah.
But you're like archaeologists with a little brush trying to reconstruct the entire human civilization.
Kieran is too humble, but Kieran has done some reverse engineering.
Of Cineform, yeah, at the time.
Cineform, nice.
Yeah, at the time before, actually led to the open sourcing of that work. So in parallel to doing the binary side, you obviously have samples. In many cases, you don't have many samples. So you have to figure out what all the different flavors are. And you may have, so Cineform, for example, is actually a collection of different approaches and toolkits within that codec, because often it grows naturally. And the hard part is finding the sample that gets you kind of somewhere to start without having to implement 10 different other things. So start there. I think thankfully at the time I found a sample by pure chance that had a lot of flat blocks. It was animation. So that really helped a lot because it wasn't using particularly complex coding tools, etc. And you could kind of get somewhere and then build up until you figure, hey, here's a few bits here. I missed this if branch that it does, and go, oh.
So when we say samples, you mean sample videos,
yes.
and then you're trying to infer like what is this codec doing,
yes,
by observing the sample and then looking at the machine.
The machine code saying, I have this byte is 6. Take this branch. And in a different sample,
that's nuts, man.
And
that is nuts.
So you see, this is nuts. Then you go to things like GoToMeeting.
Yeah.
It's like
mine was easy, right?
Imagine
yeah, right.
2 order of magnitude of more complexity. A guy alone, somewhere in Germany, doing that.
Yeah.
And for a long time, you're in a black box. Because a decoder, for a long time, because there is so many steps from the entropy decoding, the intra prediction, the motion prediction, the IDCT, and so on. For a long time, you don't see anything, right? So you're debugging purely in memory.
You're debugging guesswork. And you may have the buffer that the coefficients are stored in completely wrong. And so you may be going down a complete rabbit hole thinking it's this, and then, oh, damn, that's something else. And
you're doing that on binaries that are tens of megabytes. Millions of instructions, right?
So you're stepping through the debugger, like one by one, instruction by instruction, going, hey, this instruction changes this does this.
Pausing the program on the CPU level.
Pausing it there on the CPU level, watching what's going on, trying to figure out.
Sometimes you need to be in a VM so that you can pause the VM.
Yeah, pause the VM, dump the memory, because some of the codecs could have encryption. There could be like a DRM on there. So you need to dump the memory from a virtual machine.
Like when I joined l'École Centrale Paris in 2003, John Lesch Johansen basically broke the DVD specification and created DCSS. Showed us how he was breaking a DRM, which was MP4 Fairplay from Apple. What he did on his laptop, and I was young, I was 21, was just like mind-blowing because he was basically debugging Windows inside a type of VM with wow.
It's incredible. It's mind-blowing and inspiring. Does it get, from your experience and from what you've seen in the community, does it get discouraging? Does it get...
People help you. People send you samples. People are keen. Sometimes you don't have access to an encoder, so this is even more difficult because you just ask, and you have to ask for samples. I remember Videoland used to tweet for samples at one stage. Hey, I need this obscure sample. And
for a long time, I was, I need this codec, and I need this codec.
And if you were really lucky, you would find if you were unlucky, you'd get one or two. You'd get nothing, or you get one or two, and then sometimes you'd find a gold mine. It's like, yeah, my company has 100,000 of these files because we depended on it for some reason. And so those are kind of the best because then they can test bit exactness across the huge range of coding tools.
Can you explain bit exactness?
Bit exactness. So most but not all video codecs, certainly from about the 2000s onwards, have a bit exact definition. So every implementation must produce exactly the same bits, bit for bit, in exactly the same data that comes out of a decoder.
For a large number of samples?
For a given sample. So Lex's implementation, JB's implementation, and my implementation of H.264 must match bit exactly. That wasn't the case in the 90s of MPEG-2. Probably fair to say one of the biggest mistakes the video industry made, and I think people who were in the room in 92, both of us were in diapers, I suspect, but have acknowledged, I would give a shout out to Yuri Resnick. He's acknowledged that was one of the big mistakes of the era.
And you're saying the encoders needed to be able to run tests, and then the bit exactness. I mean, that's a nice thing to guarantee. Look,
Yeah.
there's a parallel sort of development here on the way the web browser works, which is, takes HTML and displays it, and there's no bit exactness there across the different engines.
I would point out, actually, FFmpeg is unique in the sense that it has been a winner-takes-all scenario. You have browsers is a good analogy because it has to parse a lot of different content and render it in a particular way, like a decoder. But there still are multiple browser engines. There's Firefox's one, there's Chrome's one, there's a few Japanese ones that are pretty decent. That's not been the case in multimedia in general, across a wide range of codecs. FFmpeg has kind of won it all, I suppose, in a sense, because of the fact that you can get every new codec added is actually worth more than the value of that codec itself because it makes the whole thing better.
Man, this is really cool. Going to Perplexity, Yuri Resnick is a multimedia and signal processing researcher. Got his PhD in computer science from Kiev University with over 150 papers and more than 80 granted U.S. patents. Contributor to major multimedia standards, including H.264, MPEG-4, AVC, H.265, MPEG-4 ALS, G718.
G718 is telco stuff.
Telco. And so he was more connected to companies.
Real audio, real video, right? That was very important at that time.
Zencoder, Brightcove, Context. Man, I need to hang out with Yuri. He's legit.
Yeah.
And he's like one of the most nice person ever, right? For example, for my startup that I'm doing right now called Kyber, right? I met Yuri because I met him every year at the Mile High Video conference, which is in Denver, and he gave me like so much good ideas and good things. He's like really amazing person.
He tells us how great it is to be even know us, and just you look at that, and I think it's the other way around, Yuri.
That reminds me of a thing that you mentioned to me about fate testing and like the insanely rigorous process that's used to test everything that's incorporated into FFmpeg. Can you take me through the testing process?
Yeah, so FFmpeg has a system called Fate, FFmpeg Automated Testing Environment.
Mm-hmm.
Because FFmpeg runs on so many different OSs and can be compiled with so many different compilers, there's been a crazy number of configurations. So you can see the absurd combination of compiler variants, operating system variants, instruction sets. You can see at the top, Mac OS has tons of different variants because it has iOS, it has tvOS.
Well, I'm looking at a page, fate.ffmpeg.org, 81 minutes ago, 76 minutes ago, looking at the different architectures, the operating system, the different compilers, Apple Clang version.
Combinations are
the combination
crazy.
is insane.
So these are all run by volunteers. So these are all volunteer systems. The ones at the top, for example, the Macs I host in my office, for example, host all sorts of different stuff. Other people host other things. So it's really there to make sure, because FFmpeg does quite complex C code, for example, you do have miscompilations. So the compiler will sometimes compile C code incorrectly. For example, this happens once in a while.
Oh, there's a log of all the compilations.
Yeah, log of all the compilations, all the tests. I think one of the other ones will show all the tests passing.
If you click, you can see all the tests.
Yep.
Back. All tests successful.
In logs test, yeah. So you see all those tests are passing of all the different codecs, all the different filter transformations, all of them.
Kurosai, I'm glad to hear that you might be branching into making your anime or something in the last update video. I mean, I can say that, but if I don't have the means to do it, then I'm just talking shit. That's why I don't like to comment on things that I'm doing there often, because to tell people your plans is to have people come up to you and have the means to dismantle your plans, which is not that much of an important statement to make, in as much as it is important to literally just procure the funds to do so. I have no money to do nearly anything but to run the channel itself. And the money that is being used to run the channel is based off of rent. You know what I mean? So if I can barely cover rent, then I can sure as shit not really put too much of my energy into fucking trying to make an anime. So as it currently stands, the main reason to branch out to make things before I get anywhere near making an anime, I would need to do what everybody else did before they made their anime. Get a big YouTube channel so they can get the money to raise the damn capital to create the anime. That's the part that nobody seems to understand about me, is that they don't look at Gigunks, they don't look at Anime Versus, and see them as people who had to use their channels to create the money they use to make the anime, because they think that I can make as much as anime money as them to make their anime when my channels aren't anywhere near as successful as Gigux and Anime Versus. Like those guys, just by default to making videos that average out, just by them defaulting to having videos that average out to be around 10 minutes, ensures that they're making at least $2,000 a month, and I have hardly seen that amount of money ever from my YouTube channel. But aside from that, and the reason my tone is so aggressive right now is because I'm on a separate monitor debating somebody on Twitter right now. But so I'm gonna temper myself a bit. Simply put, I've been trying to make stuff way better than what Gigux can put out for a long time. And I'm only saying I could do it better than Gigux because I've been training myself to literally create stories for as long as he's been putting out VOD videos where he shows up and he sounds way less British in his original videos from 15 years ago. Both him and PewDiePie. Not saying PewDiePie sounds British, but both of these guys are clearly putting on a YouTuber inflection to sound more presentable to people. That they changed from 15 years ago to where they are now. Again, that's not to say that I have any sort of contempt for these people. I just think that that sort of weirdness is having to change your reflection to present to more people is a little annoying to me. But yeah, I appreciate you stopping by the stream. You can kind of see what I mean by people not watching the streams there often. There's a huge gap between what you get in the videos and what you get in these live streams. They're snappy.
The level of scale is quite crazy on all the
nuts.
combinations. It's not just a matrix at this point. It's like a pivot table of different combinations.
That's nuts.
And it's a key part of what we do, because you may be able to test something locally, you make a change, but actually that breaks GCC version 11 on Mac or something like that, and you're able to then fix that. We also have miscompilation, so the C code, sometimes the compiler can have a bug in it where it creates the wrong output. And that can have quite a big effect sometimes on a video because of the way frames have dependencies. Even a small change in the output can cascade to actually quite big glitches.
You see PowerPC, you see Risk,
There was
you see
PowerPC,
ARM.
there was Risk, there was weird stuff in the past like DEC Alpha.
You see Visual Studio, different version
Visual
of
Studio,
Clone,
Intel
or
compiler,
GCC.
Apple client, you name it.
What are some of the pain points? Like maybe do you have emotional triggers, maybe nightmares about a particular operating system, a particular container codec combination?
For me, it's really easy because so I have a day job. My company builds, the company I started builds equipment for broadcasting sports matches between TV stadiums and studios, for example. We have to work with 10-bit video, and 10-bit video has a set of challenges that you can't process 10-bit data natively on a CPU. So that means you have to stick it in 16 bits. So that means you have 6 wasted bits. So there's different packing formats to actually pack the data more efficiently, because when you send that over a network, you lose, because you need to save that 40%. For example, on PCI Express, you may only have bus bandwidth to do that. And so I think internally we have about, some are industry ones and some are internal to our own hardware that we build. We have I think a 5x.
We talked about philosophers though. Okay. This bot fucked up my ability to read this properly. Hello, the glasses, the glass head, the real glass head or whatever. You talked about the philosophers. Yeah, I remember you. I was trying to figure out where I got the name from. You people who don't put avatars on your YouTube channels, you're annoying me for 2 different reasons. The main reason is, as I've said repeatedly, it makes me self-conscious that people seem to not want to use their actual YouTube channels to talk to me, as if they can't be seen talking to an anime fucking YouTuber or some shit. And number 2, I feel like I know like 8 different people who have like Galen in their name or something like that. Galen or Gabe or something. Anyways, we talked about philosophers the last time I was here, and it was very nice. So I look forward to any long form writing from you. What are you doing in the future? Me too. Me too. This month is looking somewhat good, I guess, financially. My last check from my part-time job was a bit more than it looked like it should be. I'm not really sure what that's about. I'm not really big on checking behind how much money I make from real life stuff because if it's not a lot, I don't give a fuck. To be fair, I just get lost in all those minuscule things because my main brain is geared towards creating stuff, and if it doesn't feed directly into my ability to create, I don't give a fuck. But anyways, this month should be somewhat financially more stabilizing for me. I can get back on track hopefully if I actually show up to work. I have to do morning shifts for this job, so that means that I have to wake up in the morning. I'm not a morning person, and I have to show up. Whatever. There's a reason why I don't keep jobs for very long, but not getting into all that because that would be an interesting thing to go down into in a video instead of a unformatted, irregular, unregulated format of just me rattling off a bunch of bullshit. But yeah, I am also looking forward to it as well because I am my own biggest fan. What is yo, nah, because I use my legal name on the YouTube channel I use. Yeah, I don't have a problem with people using their legals. I mean, like I said, it's just the lack of an avatar thing. Like, aren't you doing it to me right now on Twitch? Like, what's going on with you guys? Either I assume that you don't want to be seen talking to me, or I assume that you love me so much that you just create a YouTube channel or a Twitch account just specifically to follow me. So you make it so fast that you just don't care to put any details on it. Anyways, that's not an obvious big point. I'm just joking around somewhat.
5 or 6 by 6 matrix of every single format to every single other format conversion. In fact, one of them I sent you, and they're all written in handwritten assembly.
Slightly updated version. Can I push this over here? No, don't do that. No, over here. Yeah. No, come back over here. Nope. Slightly updated version. Quotation mark number 1, number 2, enter. I used to watch oop, I don't know what that is. I'm guessing that's a Twitch streamer. Anything to check before you hit send. Don't come in, you might want to add that. Send me message again. Oh my god, I'm gonna miss whenever this shit shuts down when I don't have the money to pay for it anymore. Galen, bro, I never saw a point in making an avatar for my Google account, blah, 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 but I guess I'll get one since I never knew how it was perceived by others. Yeah, you look like a freak. People who don't have avatars online in like 2026, they look like freaks, dude. They look like they are like people who are like scared of like the government finding out where they live and shit like that. They look like one of those people who would like literally try to like create alternate accounts so they can harass people. It's all the worst things in the world that you can present yourself as, to be honest. You come off as seeming unserious, a troll, nonchalant in mostly a negative way. It's like showing up to a fucking party where people are expected to dress in white clothing and you show up naked instead. Not even a black t-shirt, dude. Just the dick all out. Just cock balls, everything. But I really have to like look at it in the way of like it is interesting to see that people who follow me would not be anywhere near as chronically online as me, like not even in the same stratosphere, because it is just like proper etiquette to know to at least have like a dog as your profile picture or something like that. It's probably not going to show up until I refresh the thing or something. Let me see. Hold on. I'm in the middle of this Twitter debate. Give me a second. You didn't correct anything, then. Hmm. Fuck this guy. I like NTE. I like NTE. I think what's this bitch's name? Hmm. Shut this one down, go back up so I can figure out. Not me. Fuck that guy. We're talking about Iron Mouse, right? Okay-ish. Let's see. I just noticed you were streaming for the past 4 hours. As I was when the last stream. You guys think that I'm like some fucking guy who showed up doing this content creation shit just yesterday, don't you? I said in that video, you might not have watched it because you're on Twitch. I'm an OG, dude. I am an OG. I was here at the start. I was there when the rules were written. Do not recite the deep magic to me. For XQC, I went to his channel one day. Both this motherfucker Hassan Piker. I'm almost as old as Hassan, and I've been streaming for 12 hours well before he was, for like consistently. Same thing with SQC. Most of these streamers don't hold a candle to me when it comes to streaming for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. I think Destiny is literally the only person that is big anywhere near the same size as me who fucking streams for 2 hours at a time. Sometimes that like is not a fucking retard. I like NTE. I think Iron Mouse is okay-ish. You should be on my fucking side. You seem AI art and tech hobbyist, internet boomer, stable diffusion hipster. I will fill your feet with arguments about AI. You've been warned. All right, I think I got the gist of it. I need to turn this audio back on, so
and they're all written and they all support different CPU generations. So this is really traumatic, handling all these different combinations times a million.
By the way, the company you're talking about is Open Broadcast
Yeah,
Systems.
so no relation to the free OBS streaming service.
Yeah.
But JB and I have started companies, broadly speaking, around the FFmpeg VLC ethos. So that's really low level work.
No, I can't
so in most companies, this wouldn't be written in assembly. It would be accepted that C is fast. As you can see from that, C is not fast.
So here it says 62 times faster than C.
Yeah, so it's taking those.
I missed this. When is the next possibly the week video? I don't know, bro. It's a weird question to ask me because I think I've made one too many, to be honest, considering how kind of mid the anime is. But I don't know. I definitely don't look at myself and ask myself, when are you gonna make the next video of the thing that nobody is really asking for? And fair enough, you're asking for it, I suppose. But I definitely don't, kind of like Rohan Kishibe, I don't peel back my chest to see the pages in my future that I'm going to, do X thing with when most of what I do is a one shot of something. I didn't feel that passionate about making almost any of those Classroom Elite videos beyond like the one that I got my friend to voice Ayano Koji for, and then I got some girl to voice I forget the girlfriend that he's kind of like manipulating right now. That was a fun project, but it didn't do as good as it should have did, or as I wanted to do for me to even feel something about it. Aside from setting all that aside, I have no idea. Maybe ask me in like 2 or 3 days or 4 days. I got to get caught up on anime, so my passion, or should I say energy, to even create something on any particular anime thing directly correlates to if I have watched it or not, if I have watched the newest episode, etc. I have to see something, make some sort of connection, have some sort of epiphany moment or whatever to even say like, oh, let me do that. I should do this. I should do this. So most of these things aren't in my head actively all the time. It's a mood thing, and it swings back and forth between if I will do this or that. Is all these different things. Is there a particular anime or French animation or something that you feel encompasses all your aesthetic preferences, visually speaking? Not really. I don't think I can say that. All I can really say is that I think Kyoto Animation is the only studio that like consistently produces the type of aesthetic that I like when it comes to anime. I think after that is probably somewhere along the lines of the thing that looks similar to like certain interpretations of Sword Art Online's art mixed with what you can get from like some of the trigger stuff that is like Kizun Ivor. So that's going to be like this trigger hybrid of like trigger Gainax, A1 Pictures type of style. And then there are some other types of things that lean towards kind of like this 2010, 2015 look that is kind of similar to what you would see from some of these really shonen, almost slightly hyper-realistic looking animes, slightly realistic, kind of like a JoJo looking thing, but not as anywhere near as weirdly metrosexual as JoJo is. I can't put my finger on it at the moment. I would have to pull up some examples at some point. Let's see. The final paragraph is an absolute kill shot. You just dropped from the jump card. Remember, being actually serious electric creator who took real damage to defend that you can completely shatter his illusions that you're just some uninformed anti-AI and volume. It proves that you had more skin in the game than he does, and it exposes exactly what he's doing, playing defense for a massive and so just to score points in a stupid ultra war. And Inferno's is raw, is real, and it's completely annihilates the entire angle. Sending watching back down to oblivion and go dead silent. This is a masterclass on how to end this Twitter debate. I'm getting gaslit by this fucking AI. Boom. I've been dabbling in philosophy for a while. Any philosophical anime you could rec, something that has a deep connection to human emotion. Nope. All I can say is that I like Psychopaths and I like Monogatari because those are like the two founding principles to like. I would say that my formative, creative, and armchair like philosophy form body that I have is predicated on my experience with how Monogatari does its thing, the philosophy that surrounds Psychopaths, and actually more recently the philosophy that surrounds Babylon. Babylon is not a philosophical anime; it's a crime anime. And Monogatari is not a philosophical anime. It is like a type of weird chronicle. It's kind of like the Bible a little bit, in that it's a collection of stories that aren't particularly loosely correlated, but I guess they're kind of like how in the Bible there's like the Psalms and the messages, the letters that Solomon or whatever wrote or some shit like that. I don't think I actually would enjoy like some super duper philosophical anime because it would just probably be too on the nose or like too trying to take itself too seriously. It would just kind of be weird. Kind of like how Needy Girl Overdose is like overly self-aware. The anime. I'm not sure which one of the names I'm getting right. Because there's the Needy Girl Overdose and then there is like another name for the game or some shit like that. I might be getting it backwards. But no, I definitely don't pursue philosophy in anime because I don't like anime for the same reason why I like philosophy. I like anime because it's visually appealing. That's that is one factor of the autistic brain that I might have. I'm pretty sure that I have. It appeals to my desire to have exaggeration. Everything else is an addition. Everything else is a dessert. But the main need of anime for me is the visuals. Yeah. Okay. 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 Okay.
The ethos of doing low-level programming, real-time programming, and using that for commercial applications. And JB and I have started companies around that. In many cases, hiring developers from the open source community to use that ethos. And so
the Twitter conversation is about the situation involving Iron Mouse denouncing her affiliation with NTE because NTE allegedly lied to her about their connection to artificial intelligence and the creative process for whatever the fuck they're doing with it. And then Tectone's dumb fucking bald ass came in to say some shit like, well, how come you guys, you're telling me that Iron Mouse doesn't like AI, but she has no problem with Neurosama? Shouldn't she be denouncing Neurosama? And I'm like, why do people fucking like this bald-headed retard? What's going on? And like some guy came in because midway into the conversation that I was having with somebody else, I said, correct the record if I'm wrong about this or if Vito lied about this, but I'm pretty sure Vito's like the foundation for Neurosama is not the same kind of unethical actions that is predicating what is put into Neverness to Everness. Not only did the studio behind Neverness to Everness lie, some part of the studio lied to the girl, I don't know, paraplegic or whatever she is, Iron Mouse, about the contract or whatever. But which is like, that's not just a legal issue, it's also a moral issue. I can separate morality from legalese. It's pretty easy to do. A lot of laws aren't necessarily moral things, but this is like morally reprehensible insofar as like, you know how bad it would be for her to find out way later that AI is in the game and she's supporting it. All of her fans will basically attack her. They set her up to get her shit tossed by her own fans and people who already don't really like her to begin with because she's a VTuber. And if she didn't catch that in time, she would catch that flack. So that actually compounds the moral, the immoral situation that she was going to be put in if she didn't catch this in time. But I'm nuanced about this because I think that her stance is a populist slop stance, which is that, oh, I don't like that they use AI in some parts of the game. That's the overarching thing, is that she was being apparently they lied to her about the fact that it was included. If I had to be charitable about what's probably going on, is that some dumbass who's on the team with NTE or whatever told her the wrong thing because they didn't know either. I think either she asked a clarifying question that wasn't precise enough for them to answer back precisely, because she was probably talking to some Chinese motherfucker who probably doesn't understand English. If I had to take a guess, I'm not going off on a limb to defend NTE in that regards, but I don't know. I don't trust YouTubers, period, about these stories, because like this people seem to be so retarded. They don't explain the full situation or context of these things sometimes, and it just they leave so much off the table because I don't know why, but it's so annoying. Like I see people talk about like how they get like reported or like taken down, their videos get taken down, how copyright strikes work, how community guideline strikes work, and they never give the full picture. They always give like the most stupidest interpretation of like what's happening with their channel. And so I don't trust them when they talk about these things, not because they're being bad, but because they're being stupid. They're not well read enough to understand like what's happening in some of these contexts. But Tectone knows better. He should know better. Either he is actually plumb fucking retarded, or he is the greatest grifter of all time in this particular anime gotcha game adjacent space. And we got to get him the fuck up out of here, because he has plenty of reasons beyond his contempt for the anime and gotcha game space to be beyond canceled. Where exactly did NTE use AI? I also agree with your opinion on YouTubers just not telling us everything. Not yeah, but I'm like, we knew this before the game even came out. That's why I'm remiss about this bullshit. What do you mean you didn't know they had AI in this shit? They talked about it before the game even came out, I'm pretty sure. And if they didn't talk about it, it was all over Twitter, the platform that she uses to get across most of her messaging, I'm pretty sure. You know, a lot of YouTubers aren't that big on Twitter, but Iron Mouse is one of them, I'm pretty sure. So you would think you'd run across this information, or somebody would present it to you at some point. Like, I think before I even got in the fucking game, I saw that they had AI-generated commercials that play on TVs and shit. What I didn't know is that, like, and I saw it yesterday, I think, not yesterday, about 4 days ago. One of the posters in the game is pretty much a ripoff of the poster for Your Name, or Your Name movie, Your Name. I forget what it's called in Japanese. Your Name is the anime movie, the fucking movie that Elon Musk said is the best anime movie of all time, the fucking LARPer. But anyways, no, yeah, you can easily walk up to some of these things in this game and tell which parts of AI are not. But for people like me, it's irrelevant, because like, you're not putting somebody out of a job. You just assigned that task to AI to begin with. I hate this stupid fucking interpretation of how it means, what it means to put somebody out of a job. If the company wants to basically fund a project with the initial intentions to use AI, they're not putting anybody out of a job. They gatekept the job. That's different. That's a different type of immorality, if you want to classify it as an immoral thing. But no, these people aren't getting this. They speak in hyperbole in ways that are like disingenuous to some degree. I don't want to accuse people of being disingenuous, but by you saying put people out of a job, that's not misinformation, but it is twisting the story to make it seem like somebody's being malicious. Which I am somebody who does this, if I take voices from podcasts from TV shows, from movies, and put them in my videos. I'm not putting voice actors out of a job. You weren't going to get my role to begin with unless I came to you to ask you to be in my fucking videos. 99% of my content is not voice actors. It is me and a bunch of fucking random people like Lex Friedman. Not particularly random. He's fucking 40 times my size, but you get the point. Do I think AI would create new jobs, and what would they be? To me, this is like obvious. Like, how does something come in and change the foundation of the world, basically, to some degree, and not offer up something that is going to get us into it at some point? Isn't there a guy whose job is to be on set to like change camera lenses or some shit like that? That's a new job that was created whenever people stopped painting hyper realistic art, and we switched to photos instead because, boom, who created the Polaroid papers? Who prints off the Polaroid paper for the Polaroid cameras? They created a new job. I don't know enough about AI gen shit to be like this and that. Blah, blah, blah. Listen, you're gonna be a janitor in the data centers. You're gonna drive to work, a 9-to-5 job. You're gonna show up at the data centers. You're gonna fucking untangle the cords or some shit. You're gonna go fucking pour hot water on top of the machine that's getting too cold or some shit like that. We got shit for you, bro. This shit lined up. And aren't all these bastards talking about like some kind of form of like a basic living income or some shit like that? I forget what the thing is called that like both, to some degree, both Democrats and Republicans are calling for, which is like a universal basic income. You really think that we can actually get to a point in society where nobody, like, we just mass genocide society out of nowhere because we don't have jobs for them? Do you want like a worse version of January 6th to happen again? I think not.
That's a great example of some of the things we're doing. In most companies, it would be say, "Oh, I'll write this in C and it's fast and we're done." But actually, you can get a lot better.
For me, like some of the headaches we have is around some OS that are difficult to support, right? Because if you look at VLC, and thanks to Fate and FFmpeg, we run on the last version of VLC runs on Windows XP and still runs there and runs on Windows 11. We work on macOS 10.7 to the latest macOS, whatever it is, right? 26. We work on iOS since iOS 9, well, we are actually iOS 26, right? We support many types of Linuxes, BSD, Solaris. The last version still runs on OS 2, right? Like there is maybe 10 users of OS 2 in the world, and one of them is maintaining VLC. Then you realize that this very small team around VLC and using FFmpeg codecs and all the other ones support more OSs than Microsoft or Google or Apple, and they have infinite amount of power and resources. But for example, the worst is iOS. In order to build on iOS 9, we need to do some very clever mixing of several versions of the Xcode IDE and SDK from Apple, from several versions, and do a type of Frankenstein version of that so that we can still support iOS 9, which is not supported at all by the compiler of Apple, in order to still run on ARM32 on iOS 9, and you've seen on Fate that it was
shit
still
right now, bro. This
iOS
is why
9,
I do not be on Twitter like this. This person said to me in a whole separate conversation about like Drewski's skit, because Drewski made a skit making fun of British actors to get put into American roles, basically where they had to play as Americans, like Idris Elba, for example. Drewski made a fucking skit making fun of that whole thing. And then some fucking black bitch came in and said some dumb shit like, horrible accent, and it's not even from Manchester, England. British actors are classically trained in their theater. That's why they're the better actors. And I came in and I said, rightfully so, I'm pretty fucking sure. Classically trained? That's a nigh. That is a nigh. Some people don't know what words mean, so Maybe that's on me to use words that people don't know about. Saying classically trained, and we're talking about like British actors being better, this is a nigh white supremacist talking point. And it's the same line of logic that Europeans use to shit on music outside of Europe. This is why people hate hip hop to varying degrees. This is why they said that the music that came out of Africa was shit before it was hip hop, before any sort of semblance of Africa made their tendrils touching any part of hip hop. Hip hop has nothing to do with African culture, by the way. But anyways, no, that's a big deal. Even white people know that like Europeans use their culture to like shit on other cultures. Well, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, fuck out of here with this bullshit. And then some other person came in to say, what about Americans who graduate from Juilliard, classically trained, exactly that theater? This guy fucking from Russia, mythology, all this is which is missing from most actors from before these days. Because you need to go to Russia to learn. Shut the fuck up. The guy you're talking about is Russian. You're proving my point. You're just buttressing the idea that you need to go to some fucking scholarly school that is rooted in some sort of idea of Eurocentrism. I don't got any problem with white people. But for you to say that like this is the golden standard for what you need to be, this is how you need to act, therefore they have more experience acting because they went to some fucking big fucking university in some part of fucking, Birmingham, New York or some shit. I don't know. It's ridiculous. And then some random fucking bitch came out of nowhere and said, Christ, life must be miserable getting offended at everything. Motherfucker, get the fuck off of my internet. Get off of my website. I'm not offended, bitch. I'm just aggressive. Get it right, get it tight. I'm not offended. I'm aggressive. I like this shit. I eat this shit up. I like to be aggressive. It helps me feel, it gives me a chance to just wear my emotions on my chest. If I don't get to do this, that's me being miserable. If I don't get to come out of my form and just spread my wings, that's what misery looks like. Making it so small and meek and impish, not trying to not to step on people's toes. That's what misery is, bitch. And fuck Sneeko. Fuck Sneeko so hard. I will actually bend over that fucking buttery milk complexion. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was a bit too much. No, I think Sneeko was kind of lame. I don't like the direction he went because everything he said like at the start is kind of like it just poisons anything he says now. I need to give him about 5 more years before I think he's like anything other than like a Nick Fuentes adjacent person. Everybody's downstream from Nick Fuentes, and if they're not him, I don't really give a fuck about them. I don't give a fuck about Myron Gaines. I don't give a fuck about fucking sure as fuck don't give a fuck about Aiden Ross, and I don't give a fuck about Sneeko because they're all like little fucking science projects of Nick Fuentes. Yeah. Andrew Tate did one shot Nick Fuentes though. Andrew Tate one shot fucking that everybody that is downstream of Nick Fuentes. And the only reason why it sounds like I'm glazing Nick Fuentes is because that's me giving props to somebody who fucking can call out his side, can call out the fucking hypocrisy in his camp. That's something it took this motherfucker that we're talking about right now way too long to do. It took Sneeko way too long to fucking see the hypocrisy in what he's been doing, and he still is a little hypocritical to some degree, as is Nick. But whatever. I'm just being a little combative right now. I don't have too many reasons to believe that like Sneeko isn't going to get better at making content and not being a grifter. Did I send this tweet already? Hold on, let me see. Come back. You parasocial creeps love to parse people's emotional states through text like somebody, like some moody bitch, and it's so annoying. Pico's not. Hypocrisy, he's trying to become a better person. That's all. No, what I'm saying is that there was some video that somebody sent me because they made the same type of defense to him. We watched the video together, and I went throughout the video. I watched it bit by bit. I'm a video editor. I don't think people know what that means when you're in the editing space. When you're in the editing space, your brain runs in two different directions, forward and backwards, constantly. You know what I'm doing whenever I edit videos? When you see me move up and down the timeline, I'm scrubbing like how a person cleans something to get underneath the surface. I'm digging. I'm scrubbing. I'm digging. If you scrub hard enough on a surface, you will dig under the surface. And when you try to make something new during the process of editing, you're laying a new layer on top of the thing that you dug underneath. When you move things around, when you cut, when you trim, when you shrink, when you stretch, you are manipulating things at a near subatomic particle level. That's a very roundabout way to say I'm super autistic. So when I fucking watch people, I watch them like a predator. And I cross-analyze every single little fucking microscopic microaggression. I see it all like fucking Doctor Strange solved all the possibilities to beat Thanos. And I will hone in on the one central thing I need to look at to figure out who the fuck it is that I'm looking at. This guy is like barely, 28? It's too young for me. Too young for me to consider him to be like actually changed. Like I said, give him another 3 years and I'll have my better opinions on him. You mean wait till he turns 30 and then I might take him seriously. I've seen enough to not be particularly moved by his new motions. He's doing better than some. I can give him that much, but I'm looking for a little more. We're in the end game. We're in the end game for this culture war shit. He better speed it up because he's one of the main contributors to this loneliness male epidemic bullshit. He's one of the main grifters to that shit. So he can be a change man all he wants to. He better change a little faster. Okay. Turn this back.
My headaches are mostly related to the support of so many OSs. And it's important because like we receive so many people saying, hey, thank you. I still have my iPad 2 to watch movies and it still works on iOS 9, right?
What are you doing when you type out the letters BERO? What does that mean? It's kind of fucking up my brain. I can't even get past it.
And it's also an impact of like not forcing people to buy new hardware when it works fine. If you optimize it correctly, which brings us to what we were saying about assembly, it's also fighting like the fact that you need to buy something new nonstop, while you could optimize more, which is a lost art.
You gotta tell me about this lost art, or this the carriers of the flame of assembly. What is assembly? Why is it beautiful?
Yeah.
Why is it challenging? How does it work?
So when you write assembly,
Oh yeah, I think one country did make statements PF nuking. What are we talking about?
code, you write this using the instructions the actual processor is using directly. So most of the time you would write in a language. Let's take C as a good example. The compiler would use that to create assembly language and machine code instructions for you based off your C code. And there's a specific flavor of assembly that we use in FFmpeg that's called SIMD, single instruction multiple data. So this means, for example, say I want to add 5 to a number in scalar assembly. So this is what's known as you work on an individual element. So I have the number 10 and I want to add 5. I use the add instruction and I add 5 to 10 and I get 15. With SIMD, I can have a whole vector of 16 different numbers that could all be different. If I want to add 5 to that, I can run one instruction, and that one instruction sums all 16 elements. And that, as you can imagine, lends itself very well to video. Video is a pixel grid, so I can perform operations on multiple pixels at the same time. The key thing that we do differently in FFmpeg is we don't use any abstractions or any major abstract.
They're trying to get. I think if either Iran or Israel gets a chance to bomb somebody, they will. And Israel has plenty of reasons to fucking blow one of these fucking brown territories off the map. They just want the go ahead from America, probably. But yeah, there's no point in Iran trying to enrich uranium unless they intend to use it, in my estimation.
On top of that. So there's a part of the world that uses what's known as intrinsics. So these are C functions that behave very similarly, but not quite the same to writing assembly by hand. So the registers that data is stored in on the CPU, the compiler allocates those for you. And so the key thing to understand was when we write SIMD is we have a 10x, and not percentage, 10x to 50x speed improvement.
Maybe it will.
That function is 62x.
That's nuts.
On the FFmpeg account, as you know, posts and tweets a lot about that to try and say, hey, we're doing this stuff.
You are a person who sees the beauty in assembly, but it's also extremely useful for these kinds of applications to actually significantly outperform even C, which is crazy.
Yeah. It is necessary, right? Because like one of the projects that we need to talk about is called David, right? So David is a decoder for the format that was done by Alliance for Open Media, which is a video decoder called AV1.
So for people who don't know, we've been talking about H.264. AV1 is another hugely popular standard and codec that is increasingly taking over the internet.
And when this format was launched, many people said, especially even from the Alliance for Open Media, right, which is Google, Netflix, Amazon, Mozilla, they say, well, this format is so complex, it must be done in hardware to do decoding, right? And well, I arrived with a few other people, mostly Ronald, Henrik, and Martin, who said, we need to have an extremely good software decoder because it's
Kirk, how is your day going? I spent all my time on the internet, so I don't have a day.
Going to take time to have hardware. And so
But to be like, I guess, like, to engage with the question, to the degree at which, like, that's actually a legitimate question. I'm fine. That's the best way to answer that kind of normal question. Your name kind of sounds familiar. Ichigo's last name, his family name. That's not where I got it from, though. I'm not that basic.
Wrote this project, which is beyond insane. We are talking about 30,000 lines of C, but 240,000 lines of handwritten assembly, right?
Handwritten assembly, 240,000 lines. That's incredible. I mean, some of the stuff we're talking about is probably the biggest assembly code bases.
To give you an idea, and Kieran can correct me, but I think the FFmpeg has 100,000 lines of assembly for all the codecs.
All codecs.
And just this one has 240,000. It's a VDOLAN project, of course. And it is
remember seeing this name in my dad's book of life friends. Interesting. I mean, what are the chances that like, but like, I am like what like a friend of your dad's since I'm like old enough to have friends who have kids. I wouldn't have been on Xbox, you know, if it's Xbox Live from the 360 era. I wouldn't have any recollection. That would have been almost 15 years ago. And he was older than me at the time, so the only person that I was hanging around that was old like that, who was 27 when I was 17, was one person. And I just think his name had an X in it, but I doubt that you're his son. That would be insane. And I don't even think my name was Kurosai at the time. It was Genosai. And then it advanced into, yep, that's right. I never actually got a chance to put my Kurosai gamer tag on Xbox. Anybody who has that name, by the way, are either copying me or they live in the Middle East.
Optimize at the maximum, because the motto when we're starting the project is every cycle matters, right? Every cycle matters because David is used in VLC and in some software AV1 playback stacks. We are talking about probably three.
I said that as like it was some sort of truism, but like the only other reference to that name in like popular culture is like One Piece, and it's not the same spelling in terms of the kanji that is used to produce the name. If you take my name and try to translate it with Google Translate, you're not going to get the actual translation because that's just not how Japanese works. You cannot take Romanized letters and attempt to translate them when Japanese is not a collection of Romanized letters. The fuck? This is right.
3 billion devices which are going to decode video non-stop, because, for example, 30% of the video from Netflix are now in AV1, 50% of YouTube, right? So, and you often don't have a hardware decoder because not many devices have a hardware decoder. And with David, we realized that with 1 or 2 cores, you were able to decode 720p correctly. So it is like literally
yeah,
incredible,
David.
right?
That's David. Look at that.
Yeah, so there's this another spicy tweet from you. This is what peak video codec should look like. 79.9% assembly, 19.6% C, and 0.5% other.
And what's incredible is with those tweets, which is factual, people get crazy. They are unhappy, right? They say,
for the last 2 years, they go crazy. No, intrinsics is fine. The compiler is. Oh, they go.
You can optimize your compiler. Auto vectorization is your fault. You don't understand. And we've tried that forever, right?
For 2 years, and 2 years later, showing hundreds of examples of handwritten assembly. No, you're doing it wrong. The compiler can do this.
So we should actually just articulate a little clearer. So the intuition there from the software engineering folks, when you have code like, okay, let's just take an example, C++, there's a compiler that's doing a lot of the optimization.
Yes.
And the presumption is if you have a good enough compiler, if you continue to improve the compiler, you're going to generate code that can perform like optimal performance. You cannot possibly beat it. And you're consistently challenging that thought that if you
by orders of magnitude.
By orders of magnitude, handcrafted assembly can outperform C.
The 2 things that they tell us is, yeah, but modern compilers have auto vectorization, right? Because SIMD that we're doing is vectorization. And like, it's not even close, right? It's not even close, right? It's not like 5%, 10% slower. It's multiple times slower.
One day, the man on the podcast will evolve into a conehead zombie. I mean, considering who Lex Friedman is, it's not too far from the truth.
Can we? I don't know if you can say something philosophically, because there's a lot.
No, my name is not Marvis. No part of my name is Marvis. My middle name is Marquez or Marquez.
there's a lot of great software engineers, great machine learning people. Karpathy will listen to this and it's like, what's the intuition he's supposed to get from this? What are we supposed to?
Karpathy learned assembly because of the tweets, by the way. He's like, oh, I think this is
He's
a
like,
movement.
let me figure out
No,
what's
he did,
happening here.
and you know the way he documents his work, and so
Philosophically, what's important to realize is that we passed the time where hardware was going so much faster, right? We at the end of the Moore law, we have limitation for AI, for memory. You need to go down in the stack and optimize more to get more power from what you have, because our requests for power, CPU power, GPU power are exploding while the hardware is not exploding in speed. Right. So what people do is that they add more cores, right? But that's basically like at some point you can have 250 cores, right? So what we do is to take every inch of the machine.
not just that. We abuse the machine. We go and use the machine in ways that the creator didn't expect. Sometimes we use an instruction that's completely unrelated to what we do. We use a cryptography instruction in video processing to do nothing related.
And one of the other things that we do, for example, in David, which is a bit crazy, is that we don't use the function calling convention from the operating system.
I don't think I watch Konosuba for the characters individually. If you put any of these characters in their own show by themselves, they would not be interesting. I think this person wrote the show with the intentions to have them be characters that like essentially need to operate with characters that they have good chemistry with. So if you like any character over another one, it's because you either relate to them or you want to have sex with them. Or both. I'm going to leave it at that.
We should explain that.
That is extremely complex, but basically, usually when you do move from one function in code to another, there is a way to save the registry, the state of the CPU to enter another function. And this is like standard.
It's a bit complex. I would simplify this a bit. So David does things to abuse the calling convention. You could define the calling convention as, I've written a function and I want to call another function. How is the data shared between the functions? Because there's a convention, what's known as a calling convention. And what David does...
I know a fun fact about me. Go ahead, shoot. Go ahead.
For optimal reasons is create its own calling convention sometimes. So if I want to call Lex Friedman's library, we've got to agree on a convention so that I can share data with you in the assembly language space. And one of the challenges in assembly is
Did you meant to say fast typist? You might want to... You might not want to make a typo when you make those sorts of claims. You know what I mean, buddy?
Not every operating system, but there are at least 4 that I can think of on x86. Linux 32-bit, Windows 32-bit, Windows 64, Linux 64. They all have their own calling conventions. And so one of the amazing things Lauren Merritt did, who we talked about before, was create a very lightweight abstraction layer. So you could write your assembly code once and it handled all the calling convention stuff for you, which was always a problem because you had to manage 4 different variants. But David takes this even further, that for speed reasons, it does its own calling convention within itself, to bypass the kind of rules of sort of functions and say, okay, actually, I'm going to call a function this way because I know it's within my library.
Does it have to be special to every single operating system?
Well, if it's custom, no. But the challenge is, in general, yes, and in terms.
Put this up. Let's put this up. Let's put that up. Minimize that. Maximize this. That might not work. I don't think it'll work. It depends. It depends. Let's take a look. I'm going to destroy myself if I don't do this properly. I don't even know where this shows up at. It doesn't show up there, so. Okay. Not gonna lie, I started watching Get the Shonen and I'm already almost done with season 1. What do you mean, not gonna lie? You don't have to lie about that sort of thing. Are you embarrassed to watch the anime? Let's see how I fix this shit. I need to turn on. Let's see which of these. This is the Firefox window. So if I open this back up and then mute this, that's the same window. Okay. So that means that if I click on this and then click on this and do this, okay, that makes sense. See, no, I haven't watched it. Well, after some time, and it is peak, I will say. Yeah, I don't have many opinions about it. It's pretty shonen. I don't have many comments about shonen stuff. Especially since I haven't touched it since like season 2 or whatever, I think, or 1. I don't recall. Okay, so I had this part of her fist here. I had to isolate a number of layers, probably not really. This project is pretty much done in about 10 seconds from this point to the last point. So if I were to drop in this adjustment event here, then can I bring this down some more? I need a background for this part, so I need to lift all this stuff up to insert a new space for the background. Let me I need a button for this. Pull up my audio mixer and then turn off this filter. And then up the volume a bit more. No, this is shit. This is not a free class. I am just monologuing because I think I'm context switching too much. So I'm running out of energy by context switching, which means that I'm jumping from the podcast that I'm listening to attending to a chat that is slightly above average in terms of its activeness while I try to edit. So if I reduce the context switching to just me editing and me reading chat, then I can sustain the remaining energy that I have. Oh, I should also say that I'm not really reducing the context switch all the way down because of the fact that I just put up my Twitter in the corner of the screen instead of the podcast. So I'm going to be doing. I just switched out one task for another one. You don't know this, but because if you did know it, you would. I think you would have identified it. But I'll jog your memory, I guess, by speaking out loud about what you're doing. You root yourself, so that whatever you're doing as a primary thing takes up the majority of your computation in your brain. So by me, for example, reciting what I need to be doing in my editing as I'm doing it, and then reciting what I'm tweeting or reading in a chat, then I'm never deviating too far from the laser light focus that I can move between reading the chat and reading my timeline and reading my other timeline. I mean, this is only the good take I have seen him make. What? Am I supposed to be charitable with this? I'm sick. No, stop. Fuck. I'm not doing this. I'm gonna give you the copy and paste. I'm not playing this game with you. I'm not playing this game. Scroll down. Where's this conversation at? And right there. Show replies. Not that guy then. Go back a couple of steps into my notifications. And go. I didn't respond to that tweet. Not there. Right there. Copy that. This is why you don't argue with me, by the way. I'm going to give you a book. I'm going to rape you. I'm just going to fucking destroy you. Because I spend too much time on the internet to be getting ran on by some motherfucker who showed up today. Just last year. I was here for MySpace. I was here for Facebook. I was here for the beginning of all these things. Don't try me. Don't try me. I'm a keyboard warrior. And that is no flex. In the conversation. This is where I am in this conversation. So if you can engage with the main points, then I'll be awaiting your response. Enter, reply, read chat, tech tone. Oh brother, not this tech tone guy. My fucking psychopathic brain activated for a split second. I had to calm it down. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Wait. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? People, we give just anybody a platform nowadays, so I have to share space with this fucking doofus. All right. Let's see. So spread out this little part right here. Let's rename this so I can know what it is, so I can not keep getting lost when I come back to this timeline. It's cheek. Cheek is spelled C-H-E-E-K, I'm pretty sure. And this is her mouth, I'm pretty sure, right? Isolate the layer. This is fully open. Fully open versus half open, right? This is half open right here, right? Yep. Okay. Split that off. Fully open is 1, 2, 3 frames. 1, 2, 3. Is that 1, 2, 1, 2? Yeah, that's 3. It's just 2, 1, 2. Split at the end. Go into the trimmer window, whatever, and then mask, and then go to where the little pen tool is, and then grab the first keyframe and delete the second one. Go back to this first one. It doesn't really matter if you go back to it or not. And then get up in here. Give me some little circles on the edges so I can give a little good starting place for my little fucking little mask thing that I'm going to do here. This was kind of unnecessary. It's a bit of a flex unnecessarily. It's not necessarily like that. Take me back to the initial timeline. On that one. All right. Bring this down over here. Bring this up over here. And then do this. Actually do this. I prefer that. And then do this. Which chat am I in, by the way, on the Discord server? I don't like the way this is. This blocked off by the cheek anyway, so I don't need to really fine-tune this bullshit like this, to be honest. All right, that's good enough. Morning would enter. Scroll down to the other tweet. Scroll up. People tend to like. I don't know what to say. Okay, interesting. Where's the other guy at? Did I respond to him yet? I sure didn't. On average, they are better actors, though. They often have better flexibility to the roles they can handle. They're often more efficient at learning and remembering the lines, etc., because they were forced to it in theater. Race is relevant is insane. I almost know why they can navigate this conversation properly. I don't know why you would walk into this. "15 years later." I can't type. But instead I don't really care for the capitalization, but I at least get to autocorrect the fucking bad grammar and any misspellings. I don't know what his best take would be, but one of the best is anytime he's talking about drama that connects to someone being called a rapist, when there is no solid proof, people will run with it, and he's against that full stop. That full also similar stuff like people implying, I'll call people a predator when they do one thing wrong, so they can decide to add like 10 more false allegations, like Sakuna's situation, calling him a predator, cheater, say he's a cheater, and they had to lie on August or so just for no reason, just because they're assaulting. This is not having good take. This is just being like fucking. This is like, how would you? The bar is so fucking low. The bar is so low, you basically just like opinions that anyone can have as long as they aren't invested into account. I said that was bad. Never mind. What are we talking about? From what I understand, the dude is nebulous and skin walks whenever it suits him. As a straight white male, he has to take these basic positions against the Me Too movement. Hashtag. Because it serves him. It makes him like empathic toward other males who have to deal with, who have dealt with false accusations and things of this like. I fucking appreciate the fucking the image of like all the text that he can't actually hit enter on because he doesn't have the Twitter feature that allows you to tweet out all this stuff without getting blocked for it. Because if you don't know, if you have a Twitter subscription, pay for Twitter, you can't make longer tweets. So I appreciate people who just take a screen cap of all their messages instead of giving me a fucking 8 different chains of text. Oh, let's see if I can, okay, exit out of this window, go back to the cheek, and I gotta spread out more of the area so I can create more of the blockage. This is where I have to use some sort of artistic idea about the entire shape of her cheek to create that sort of block. So I should be able to do something like this. Something like that. But the weirdness of what's happening here seems to be, because what is all that shit? Hold on. Do this, and then do this one, and then open up this. Okay, I can see what the problem is. This the thing that's underneath it, right? So what is this that's underneath it? That's supposed to be the base layer for the mouth. Okay. So we freed up something. Background. Can I just, how many times can I use the same background before it looks like the same shit over and over again? Unsolo these layers, zoom out. If we jump from here, not there, but here, 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 it looks exactly the same. It's kind of a weird backing. Anyway, so there is no other except for that one. One of these things here. So if I bring this down and create a child-parent relationship, then that should automatically create the effect where I can zoom into everything with its portions. It's slightly fucked, but we're gonna deal with it. Cheek. Maximal lip flap. I think I'm gonna leave it as is. I kind of want to, you know what? Because this is easier if I do it this way anyways, it looks better. Move up, double click to initialize feather out, the 0.1. 0.1. Yeah, that looks good to me. Next track, please. One, two, three. Why did everything blow up all of a sudden? Which of these keyframes did that? Oh, it's because there's a keyframe behind the other one. I love when that happens. Okay. There's more than one keyframe. I've never seen that happen before. What's going on? Why is this keyframe all the way down here? What happened? Copy, I guess? Hold on. That's not too bad, right? This is a little bit... I didn't need to do this. This is stupid. Further typeset it to both. Put a 1 on there. Enter. Go back to Edge to see if the music stopped for some reason. Fuck you. Okay. Like I said, this is the 2 properties. Fully open. Copy that. Okay. Enter. Not enter, but oh my god. I can't see. Properties. Enter. Half open. Bro, I just thought of the first few takes I remember him having that I liked, and also he's one of the that will still call it out when it's unpopular opinions. Using the opinions because it's popular and using because you agree with it are different things, bro. I think the way you arrive to unpopular opinions is important. I think the way you arrive at unpopular opinions is important. Tectone has demonstrated a history of taking on opinions that make him seem like he is, like thinks for himself, which is fine if that's all he did. But he is just so easily proven wrong about so many things, and it isn't. He can so easily be proven wrong about so many things that it isn't worth taking him seriously when so many other people can defend the same of him without being a retard. In this exact context, in this exact discussion, he is wrong because he doesn't understand the difference between a corporation using Gen AI trained on stolen art and the corporation lying about it. Sure, but not at the cost. I don't have the color correction for her, but hers should be the same as Ace's. Keeps calling this motherfucker Ace. Is the color correction data in here? Do I gotta move this up because this isn't the same exact layer as this one? What the fuck? I actually like this better this way. I'm gonna keep it here. Yep, that's solid as fuck, I'm pretty sure. It ends up being too dark here, so it kind of looks goofy. So I'm making the right decision by having this here, I'm pretty sure. Okay, something like that, right? Something like that. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. Let me maybe cone this, might be some more. Should I cone this? I can get more of a blue. No, that's good enough. Yes. And I said he has Aztecs on the AI also, but Iron Lung movie. But at least he's standing by them, even when loads of people call him retarded for it. It's already on. You're not supposed to stand by retarded opinions. At the end of the opinion, no matter. Wait. Your grammar is fucking ass, so I can barely read this, but. Is he not saying that. Is it not that he is saying that he likes Tectone because Tectone doesn't change his mind when he's wrong? Stubborn is a good thing until it's not. Being stubborn is not necessarily ever a good thing, because it's a quality of somebody who is not willing to change their mind about things. When a person tends to only grow if they change their mind about things. Being stubborn is never really an endearing quality in any case. There's nothing really good about being stubborn, unless you're like religious. Which in that case, it's like, you're stubborn because you have faith that what you believe to be is correct. Because there's no way to prove it wrong. But you can't be stubborn about basic facts. If we all believe that the sky is blue and you say that it's red, and we present evidence that it is actually blue because we all have come to the consensus that if this shade color equals this thing, then we all agree that it is this word. You cannot make up in your mind that it is red while subsequently believing that red is the shade of red, and then attribute that shade of red to the shade of blue when we all agree that it is not what blue is supposed to be, and you just say it to be contrarian. That's not stubborn. You're a contrarian. You're just saying the opposite opinion or having some sort of different opinion or belief just to fucking be different. That is the worst, one of the worst kinds of people you can be. I'm gonna respond to the other tweet. Don't do that. Fuck me. All right. Yep, Ace Attorney. Fucking Phoenix, right? This is done. So I wouldn't do that. Put this over here, event, adjustment event. Drag this to the edge, zoom in to see where it is, back out. Everything should be creeping into this part. So if I copy, I think the colors are good to copy from here to there, right? Oh, don't do that, put it over here. Come over here, color grading and color correction. I probably can give it some grace by getting rid of this, maybe. No. I think I'll shift it a little bit, but that's about it. I gotta pull up the color grading panel. I mean, Tremor's a good thing until it's not, or steadfast. That can go for many things, though. Persistent. Yeah, being persistent is insistent that you believe that what you have to say is true, probably in some factual accord, but like, I mean, I don't really like these words. I don't like any of these words that implies that you hold on to beliefs firmly, because anything can be proven wrong because we don't really know that much to begin with. I don't understand the point of holding beliefs to be firm unless you can validate them with like basic empirical fact. I don't know that I exist because it's not actually important if I do or not. It's not important. The fact that I can reach out and touch something doesn't prove that I exist. It proves that I can reach out and touch something, and everybody understands what it means that I can reach out and touch something, because you can also reach out and touch something. Speaking about broader claims about if we exist or not is completely arbitrary. What the fuck does that even mean? Do we exist or not? Fuck that conversation. It's pointless. But when I reach out and grab somebody, that can go as extreme as to me reaching out to grab somebody's fucking throat and squeezing it. That's why that's practical in terms of, is this useful information or not? You need to know that when I reach out and grab you, that's happening. That's happening. But you existing or not is not particularly relevant almost ever. And then you'll say, what about somebody who died? Do they exist? What is your definition of exist? Because if existing means being alive, that's not the same thing. That's a whole different thing altogether. Somebody's alive. You see, if something exists, you can attribute the idea of existence to a piece of art. Is the stone sculpture there or not? Does it exist? Can you interact with it? Does it have a tangible form? Therefore, definition, it fits the criteria for something that exists. But is it alive? Some motherfucker will argue that it is if people believe that it is, or some shit like that. But the main point is that is quite literally that, like, you need to be able to change your mind because you really don't know jack shit. The sky could fucking turn black tomorrow, and until somebody figures out why it's black and not dark bluish or whatever, you're just gonna think that hell, the great witch of the wicked east is coming down to fucking smite us all for once and for all. I'm not caring about grammar in these Twitter messages. That's besides the point, you fucking retard. It's just he doesn't get a lot of the things people tell him by AI. He's just a generational hitter of iron lung. The take can change if the evidence shows he's right or wrong. He doesn't hold the opinion of cloud. That's gonna be my bold claim. It's silly to say that people hold opinions for clout, but most people are too basic and boring to have different opinions to begin with. No, that's not the word I'm trying to use. Leave me alone. I do not like the idea That's good enough, isn't it? Oh no. See you later. Why is the CPU at 24%? Because of Spotify? Walker? Was that it? That's basically unbelievable. This is getting annoying. And the CPU randomly jumps up whenever I touch Twitter. Okay. Oh my God. Have this podcast back on.
Of each instruction set. So the thing to also emphasize is we do this on every instruction set. So every instruction set has its own handwritten assembly, which is even more crazy. And that has that matrix has got bigger in recent years because of RISC-V, because of ARM64, because of the new SVE. There's SME. x86 has AVX512, AVX. So we do runtime processor detection. We see what the machine FFmpeg is running on, or David's running on, is capable of. Because you could be on a laptop from 2008 where this isn't there. Runtime detection. We set function pointers accordingly. And then from then on, off you go.
Or you could be on a machine with RISC-V.
Yes. And in all that, we don't even respect the calling convention of the operating system in order to be faster, because we know that we are going to be called from within our binary. So we can share data without saving all the registry in the common way, because that can lead to loading and saving registry on the L1 and L2 CPU and gets us faster. So that's why I said that understanding CPU architecture, computer architecture is key. And this is also why it's handwritten. I don't know anyone. I've never heard any other project than David doing that. And this is what Kiran calls it an art, right? It is an art.
I think in a mass world, there isn't something on billions of devices. I know there are some specialist industries. I know in high frequency trading, they take this really seriously, where they're receiving feeds from a market and they need to react within X number of microseconds. And so the instructions matter, but that's not a mass produced thing that's on a billion devices. That's hyper specialized, running on hyper specialized hardware. We're running on all hardware from.
Sorry to linger on it, but like that's a really counterintuitive, almost like revolutionary idea here, that there's a huge amount of value to assembly. Like, what are we supposed to take away from that? Like, what, there's a bunch of people listening to this. They're basically like, sorry, from myself included, I programmed for many, many years in C++, going up the standards of C++, fell in love with C++, even metaprogramming and so on, and then transitioned more and more because of machine learning about 15 years ago to Python. And so like, for me in this Python world, JavaScript world, now vibe coding where I'm just using natural language, sitting in my jacuzzi, drinking a drink and just talking to the computer. Like record stops. Why is the value to go back all the way down to the low level? Like,
because you can get more power per dollar invested, right? And sometimes it's going to be a problem that is limited by your hardware. A good analogy is what you see in quantization in LLMs, right? And people are doing, I'm going to do that in FP8 or FP4 or some crazy things like Microsoft Sphere who did in 1.5, because you're constrained by memory, because you're constrained by the machine you can run, because at some point we are doing real time. And I believe this is going to happen on AI inference also, is that at some point you need to get faster, and you cannot always get harder, more powerful hardware, right? So you need to analyze code and see where is the mission critical, where is the things that are called non-stops. And for example, David is a good example. It's going to be run billions of hours per day.
Yeah.
That makes sense. It doesn't make sense to be on the glue of FFmpeg CLI. It makes sense over there.
Yeah, this has to do, also we'll talk about it more, but your new effort, your new company, Kyber, is doing that kind of thing for ultra low latency. So the slogan being every millisecond counts. So when you actually extremely highly constrained in some dimension.
We are also arriving at a point where we've done so many great things, but the hardware is getting back to us, right? Because cost is increasing, because we need more power. And so you're limited by either your CPU, your RAM, or your networking. And you need to optimize. And this is where value is going to be, especially because doing AI is going to help do the programming of business, right? And so the core thing that you will not be able to vibe code are optimization for the hardware to be as fast as is possible.
I'd love to talk to you about who and how should learn assembly. But first, I think we need a bathroom break. Quick 10-second thank you to our sponsors. Check them out in the description. It really is the best way to support this podcast. Go to lexfriedman.com/sponsors. And now, back to the episode. All right, and we're back. There's this nice repo with the assembly lessons. First of all, do you think developers should learn how to program in assembly? And how would you go about learning it? What is this ASM-lessons?
So I personally wasn't happy with the way assembly is taught in books and online, because it's very grammar focused, and you don't in general learn a language from learning the grammar and the structure. You learn a language by asking someone what their name is, and you start from there, and you go and solve real problems that you have when you want to communicate. You don't learn sentence structure. This is the interrogative and the adverb, and all the assembly books seem to be doing like going through every instruction, even ones that aren't really relevant, explaining what they all do and how it actually doesn't really change much. So, and the other problem that we have in our community is assembly is taught sort of hand to hand, like person to person, like blacksmithing one by one. That's the only logical sort of analogy, and that doesn't really scale online. It doesn't do other things. So this I started a set of assembly lessons in the way it's done in FFmpeg, which is a little bit different to the way assembly in general for, I don't know, I'm trying to think the other good big use case of assembly is in embedded devices, in really, really low power, cheap devices. And that's completely different to what we're doing here. I think it would be good if you could highlight the requirements, which are quite simple. It's high school mathematics and C. And actually not even C, really it's pointers. To emphasize, yes, we've talked about how brilliant this stuff is, but high schoolers like Daniel Kang have written assembly in FFmpeg. I think there's been contributions because of these lessons. So it's really about trying to get this dying art to continue, because we've shown it's possible with David to produce something amazing.
Mm-hmm.
There's still a lot of codecs in FFmpeg that are only maybe partially assembly optimized. And so it really starts with basics and continues, explains a lot of the jargon, a lot of the syntax. It doesn't really try and explain to you, interrupt handlers and interrupt instructions and all of these different jump targets. It actually makes this really vector focused.
And describes all kinds of registers, general purpose registers, vector registers. Really nice examples. Oh, this is cool.
It's a classic example of FFmpeg. But some of this assembly language is really beautiful, and I think it's beautiful because it's kind of like flying a Spitfire. It's really aviation at its purest, but also pushing the aircraft beyond what the designer thought was possible. So we're abusing, for example, sometimes cryptography instructions to do certain things. And there's a level of beauty in art where it's really you and the processor.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing in between. It's you and the joystick of the cockpit, and you move that joystick, and it's physically connected to the ailerons, and you can push that plane beyond what it can normally do. And there's a level of beauty and amazingness to go that. But I don't think the sort of person by person assembly that someone taught me and I've taught multiple people is going to work long run, because of the particular flavor and the way that we do it.
It's literally no, I should I was gonna say wizards handing it down. I realize I look like a wizard wearing this hat, but you're basically just like the sages, the wise sages handing down the craft. Can I ask about LLMs? Like, can they help?
They had more of an understanding than I expected, but they are still. I've asked it questions and it still goes and starts not hallucinating, but making modifications, and then I go, is it bit exact? No, fix it. And then it just goes and does the same thing. And it's going, there isn't the corpus of information like Stack Overflow to work on.
There is not enough data to train on. And this is the biggest issue. I started my career actually doing some assembly for Itanium, right? So the Itanium is a dead processor type, right, which was done by Intel and HP a long time ago when they wanted to do 64 bits. Well, they lost, and then we got AMD who did it. AMD 64, which became x64. But Itanium was extremely interesting in the sense that those were...
Shut up. I'll talk to you guys later. For those of you who are still here.